Coach, we've got a lot to talk about, and we finally get to break down the Super Bowl. There's so much going on, and when you talk about this Super Bowl, it's going to be an awesome matchup, and as it typically is. But one where it looks like there's one of the best offenses in the NFL, going up against a rock solid defense. But the other thing about that is the 49ers offense doesn't get enough credit either going into this matchup, and I know we're going to talk a lot about it. But just on the surface of this, I think that the 49ers offense gets disrespected in this game.
Oh, I think so too, and we're going to talk about that as we break the game down, and that goes a long way toward what we might make in the way, what I may make in the way of a projection on the game. We've also got we got a number of other things, headline type issues to talk about, and Jim Haslett is going to join us at 12:15. The newly hired as an inside linebacker coach with the Tennessee Titans, your team, and also going to give us his prediction on the Super Bowl. So should be interesting.
Absolutely awesome. I get to talk to Haslett. I'm excited, even more so now than I was before, just because now he's a part of the Titans. Moving on, Coach. I know we got a lot to talk about. Don't want to waste too much time. Some of the big headlines today. Veteran tight end Greg Olsen and the Carolina Panthers have mutually agreed to part ways after 9 seasons. Olsen's a 3-time Pro Bowl selection, played 13 NFL seasons, and he said he's still interested in playing the NFL. Coach, when I look at this and Matt Rule coming in, making some moves, this is a guy that we talked about before the show. I thought Greg Olsen was a guy you'd want to keep around just because of what he means to you in the locker room. He's a leader on and off the field. He's a great player. I know he's had injuries before, but he's a guy that really, when you talk about a new coach coming in, trying to revamp a program like that, a guy you want to keep around.
Well, it would certainly seem that way, but I think he made some pretty profound type statements here recently to the press that would certainly lead a new coach coming in to think that, well, look, this guy's maybe got 1 or 2 more years at best, and he may have stepped out a little too far in the way of what he thinks his importance is. So, if that's the case, and he would have a feel for it, certainly being around him. Maybe he's had some personal conversations with him. He's probably made the decision this is not the best in the best interest of our football team. Might as well go ahead and get rid of him now.
Yeah, I think that for Greg Olsen, he's the type of player that he can go anywhere and play. It's always been health with him. The past few years, he's had some foot problems. I know losing Luke Kuechly, and Greg Olsen, it's going to be a lot different for the Carolina Panthers, and especially if Cam Newton's on his way out. Which I kind of get the feeling Cam Newton might be on his way out there. But Olsen's agent Drew Rosenhaus has said that, listen, we'll be in communication with other teams after the Super Bowl. Olsen said, at this time, I've not closed the door on any potential career options. So he said, I still love the game of football in my heart and will explore all other opportunities presented to me. He's a guy that he's going to end up somewhere, and I think he's going to make a big impact for him moving on. A couple other things, Coach. I know for here locally, we talk about the New Orleans Saints. No, we're not talking about Super Bowl, not this year. But Sean Payton went ahead and I guess nipped this whole conversation in the butt when you think about it. He said, it's very unlikely all 3 quarterbacks return, and we're talking about Teddy Bridgewater, Drew Brees, and Taysom Hill. Coach, they've said that Taysom Hill was, like you said earlier, he's going to play quarterback for him. It seems like Teddy Bridgewater is the odd man out in this situation.
I think so. I think it's probably Bridgewater. They've got quite a bit wrapped up there. Now, listen, without any question, they want Drew Brees back. He's not through playing yet. He could play another couple of years, I think, at least another couple of years, and he makes all the difference in the world. My gosh, he's had him there on the doorstep 3 years in a row. This almost couldn't happen to a team the way it's happened to the Saints. So maybe they get a great run here. I'm not sure what their window is because I haven't really done a bear down type evaluation of their personnel, but I'm sure they feel like their window is certainly there. They've got to jump through it because that window can close pretty quick. All you need are a couple of players to fall off the cliff, and you've lost leadership, you've lost the talent, the depth. All those things happen at once, and then you're hurting. So they've got to avoid that. But I think they want Drew Brees and Hill, and they're trying to get something for Bridgewater, which they should. They probably, in my opinion, they've overcalculated what they might be able to get in the way of a draft pick. I think they're probably asking too much because when you think about, let's look at the quarterback talent that is available to teams that desperately need a quarterback. Okay, you've got three, maybe four kids coming out that'll be drafted in the first round. You have Tom Brady, the best that ever played, who is a possibility. He's free. And you have a couple of other choices here that could come up. And somebody like Cam Newton, that may be somebody that's available. So it's really not a good year to have a quarterback that you're trying to get the best possible deal
Yeah,
for.
you're right.
But I would guess he's the guy that they're trying to get something done, and it's going to be very difficult.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we kind of felt that Teddy Bridgewater was going to be the guy when he came over there after the injuries. He had a good thing going, then he had the injury, of course, and Saints fans appreciate him highly. But Drew Brees is the New Orleans Saints. I mean, he is the poster child for them, and I think he'll play as long as he wants to play, and the Saints will agree to that. But Taysom Hill's a guy that's really exciting. He's shown that he can throw the football. We haven't seen him throw the football 20, 30 times a game, but still, with Sean Payton in that offense, I have a lot of faith in it. Coach, mentioning Tom Brady, though, once again, it always seems to pop up in the headlines here. Tom Brady, at this point, I laugh at it just because Tom Brady, I know you have an opinion on this, and I think it proves a good point, but it seems like he's almost playing around with people. The picture that he posted on social media was going out to the field. You couldn't tell if he was walking towards the field or walking away. It was a shadowed picture of him. It's driving people nuts. They're like, oh, well, see, he's retiring. Oh, he's leaving. Oh, well, no, he's coming back. That's what that picture means. And no matter what, I think it's funny, Coach.
Well, personally, I think he's probably got one of the high-end Wall Street management firms that keeping his image in front of the public. He's got something that you can't possibly provide or buy or present as an image, and what he can when he gets through playing, he's going to be worth millions and millions. But the fact is, you need to keep your name out there in front of the public, and anything at all, and something like that is perfect to do it. You got people talking. I saw it this morning on on one of the ESPN shows. They've got the picture of Brady, and they're talking about what could this mean? What could this mean? Well, that's the purpose of why you've got it up there.
Absolutely. It's, like I said, I think it's funny. And Brady, you're right. Brady, look, he knows what he's doing. He's been at this too long. Uh, he can do whatever he wants. You can't say anything about it. But a couple other things, Coach. Sammy Watkins, and this is what a time to come out and say this, a few days before you're going to play in the Super Bowl. If you don't know Sammy Watkins, well, he's a wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs, and he's had some injuries, but he's a good player for me. This is a guy that ran a sub 4.3. He's one of the Olympic speed, the guys that have Olympic speed on that roster. He came out and he said, well, yeah, I have a lot of options. One where I may sit out the 2020 season. He basically said, look, if we win the Super Bowl, I may sit out next year, not to retire, but just sit out, hang out with my family, and then I may come back and try to join another Super Bowl team and see what we can do. Coach, I'm not one for people saying things they don't need to say. Right now, in my opinion, you can say whatever you want, but it's more along the lines of, listen, we're just focused on the next game at hand, because this is the biggest game of your life. It's not every day you get to go play for a Super Bowl. What Tom Brady's done is fantastic, but the opportunity, and Sammy Watkins has not had the opportunity like this. He was in Buffalo, and it wasn't going so well for him. He got an opportunity to come here in Kansas City. They were close last year, but they lost to the Patriots, and now they're here. And to hear him say something like this, it's almost like just trying to stir up the fire there.
You never know. I just wonder if Roger Goodell maybe has passed away and Sammy has taken over as commissioner of the National Football League. Maybe that has happened. I don't know. I doubt it.
Haven't got any alerts on that one. Who knows? This is something you just don't say right now. I mean,
ridiculous.
It is what it is, Coach. Another thing, Coach, I know that this is probably your favorite player. I think it's bar none, right? Baker Mayfield, yeah. Doctor owner Baker Mayfield. Speaking of Roger Goodell, that might as well be Roger Goodell himself, Baker Mayfield. But, well, he was on today on ESPN, and he said, listen, I'm going to quit replying to critics. Oh, okay. He said, I respond to critics too often. He said, I'm doing the best I can, not worrying about the outside stuff and not replying to people. And he was talking to Rex Ryan, which Rex Ryan was one that was very critical of him, as a lot of us are. But he said, I'm just not going to reply to you anymore. And I thought it was funny, but he said, I'm just doing my job and doing what matters most and being a quarterback. Coach, do you believe that Baker Mayfield will stop replying to critics?
I'd say it's doubtful. He may, but it's doubtful. He's just that type personality, and he's a funny type individual. I really respect a lot of things that he does on the field, and I do believe he is an extreme competitor. I believe that his competitive spirit is misplaced at times, and he is certainly out of bounds with some of the things that he says and does. I'd like to see that curtailed. But overall, if he would just keep his mouth shut and play football to the very best of his ability, and try to get along great, be the leader that you have to be as a quarterback, and distribute the ball, get along with everybody. I think he's still got a future. I really do. I think he does. But he really needs to be quiet and just play football. He's not the spokesman for everybody in the league. He's got to learn that.
Yeah, I agree. Baker Mayfield's got a bad rap, and he's a player that, look, he's a talented individual. He can go play quarterback at the highest level, I believe, and he's got talent in Cleveland that proves that. A lot of teams would love. Ask Tom Brady. Ask a lot of these guys. If you could go have the talent they had this year. It's special. But he's a type of guy that believes he has to be involved in everything, and that's just not the case for a young guy like that. I agree. I think his biggest thing is, listen, you're the ultimate competitor. Just go out and compete. Focus on yourself, focus on your team, and leave nothing else out there. You don't need to worry because, Coach, playing at the highest level, there's always going to be people that are going to criticize you, no matter if you're the best. Tom Brady has critics, and yet he is probably the greatest there has ever been to play the game. It's just a part of it. That's just the way the media is. But for Baker Mayfield, I don't believe it yet, but I hope I'm wrong because I would love to see what he could become in the NFL. But look, we're going to go ahead and take a quick break here. When we come back, we're going to have Jim Haslett join the show. You don't want to miss out on the new inside linebacker coach for the Titans. I know I don't want to. You're listening to Talk Football with Coach K on ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
I'm attorney Stephen Luongo with Levin, Papantonio, Thomas, Mitchell, Rafferty, and Proctor in Pensacola, Florida. Distracted driving is a dangerous epidemic on America's roadways. In 2016 alone, over 3,000 people were killed in motor vehicle crashes involving distracted drivers. This according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. For more information, please visit us today online at levinlaw.com. Please be safe on the roadways. Stop the text, stop the wrecks.
When you're looking for a great deal on a reliable new or certified pre-owned vehicle, you can't beat Bob Tyler Toyota in Car City, Pensacola. Bob Tyler Toyota has the best selection in town at incredible low prices. You can check out their amazing inventory from Camrys to Tundra trucks to 4Runners. It's all at Bob Tyler Toyota, and you can find it online at bobtylertoyota.com. Also score a touchdown this football season with the car of your dreams. Again, it's only at Bob Tyler Toyota in Car City, Pensacola.
Hello, sports fans. Miles Bentley here, General Manager at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Pensacola. Growing up, I always loved sports. Nothing but net, out of the park, through the uprights. Sink the puck Bentley, that was me. But my love of the game couldn't beat my love for Pensacola and helping folks get on the road of dreams in a new Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Sure, I never went to the big leagues in sport, but we're all pro here at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Proud to be in Pensacola.
Sometimes your bank, your family, and your friends love you, but they don't have the money to help you. Sometimes we have chances to make money, but the old saying, you've got to have money to make money, rings true. At Pensacola Specialty Pond, we can help. If you have trucks, heavy equipment, airplanes, boats, jet skis, anything with value, Pensacola Specialty Pond can loan you that short-term money you need. No credit checks, and at Pensacola Specialty Pond, you're going to find the money and the discretion you need.
Now at 6428 Pensacola Boulevard, north of Car City. Call 432-9050, 432-9050.
Here's a life hack you won't find in any podcast. The fuel you put in your engine matters. Shell V-Power Nitro Plus helps keep your engine running like new because it's engineered with 4 levels of defense against gunk, wear, corrosion, and friction. So, be sure to subscribe to Shell's most advanced fuel ever. It's fuel for thought in engines that continuously use Shell V-Power Nitro Plus premium gasoline.
Friends, let's talk about Daniel. A year ago, he resolved to stop putting off what he wanted to do, get into information technology. Daniel enrolled in My Computer Career and is now already a few months into his IT career. Make 2020 your year. Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. You could start your new life as an IT pro in as little as 4 months. Classes meet on campus or live online just 2 times a week. It ain't rocket science. It's My Computer Career. mycomputercareer.edu.
The Paul Feinbaum Show.
Everything you wanted to happen hasn't happened.
Oh, my gosh. That's all any of y'all want to talk about is Alabama.
You're really not understanding the conversation, but anyway, we can move on.
Alabama's dynasty has just begun.
Hold on a second, Charles. Somebody wants to talk to you.
I don't want to talk that compelling moron.
He's nothing but a lame-head old man.
2 till 5 every weekday afternoon. ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
You're out of your freaking mind, cowturd.
You're listening to Pensacola's home for hometown sports. ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM 99.1 FM.
And welcome back to Talk Football with Coach K. JP here with you alongside former NFL coach Kay Stevenson. Hey, Coach, the guest we have so many great guests here. We really appreciate him coming on. Jim Haslett, he's done it all from playing at the highest level in the NFL, coaching at the highest level. Now you told me earlier he's coaching for the Tennessee Titans as a Titans fan. And the run we just had, it's awesome. I'm really excited on my own part. But, Coach, I know he's a really close friend of yours, so I'm going to let you take it from here.
Right. Well, we certainly appreciate Jim taking the time to come on with us, and we're all happy. Especially JP. I didn't realize what a big Titan fan JP is, but we're happy for you, Jim, and appreciate you coming on.
Oh, I appreciate it. Coaching, in this business, I decided to sit out a year and get my ankle taken care of from the old playing days. And, if you've been in the league long enough, you just don't know if you're going to get back in or, exactly what's going to happen. But this opportunity came. I thought it was a good opportunity after watching tape on them. They're a very aggressive football team. They played the game the way you want it to be played. They're tough.
Yep.
I drafted Mike Rabel in Pittsburgh, and I coached him for 3 years, so I know Mike really well. So it was a good fit.
Yeah, I knew you had coached Mike. I didn't realize you drafted him there, but. I think he's done a great job, and they're certainly everything that you're talking about, and very likely, unexpectedly, I should put it this way, unexpectedly, they almost made the Super Bowl. I mean, they really played well enough. They're a good enough football team. I think they're a couple of key positions. They're not at the top of the league with, or they might have been over the hump and in there.
Well, when you look at them, because I want to do some research on them before I decide to take it. on offense. The quarterback played really well. They got one of the best running backs in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Really good receivers, two tackles. Most teams have one. This team has two. They're good up front. And on defense, they're not where you want to be yet, but they're not too far away. And they got a lot of really good players. They got ball hawks in the back end. They got fast guys. They got a good pass rusher, really good interior players, and a couple linebackers that are tough as nails. So I thought it was a good group, and it was a good mix. And hopefully you can get better, get a little bit better than they were last year.
Yeah. Well, I know you're looking forward to Indianapolis as well, and you really get a feel for kids there in Indianapolis. It may be too early to obviously to even broach the subject, but what do you think might be the approach that Tennessee takes in the draft, other than best available? If they had a choice,
you know what? I really don't know, to be honest with you. I don't even know their philosophy. I haven't sat in any meetings, and when I get down there next week, I'll sit there and I'll have a better idea of what they're doing or what they're thinking. I know the general manager and Mike make all the decisions, which I think is outstanding. And the general manager was a coach at Nicholls State when I was the head coach of the Saints. So he was around coaching at Nicholls. Is that weird?
That is
and
weird.
now, yeah. So I've known John, or I've been around, I've seen him, and he's got that New England way. So, they got I think it's a great situation. And really, I don't know what they're thinking in the draft or what they're doing. You always like to find, obviously, pass rushers, corners, guys who score touchdowns. So, that's kind of everybody's motto.
Well, they've got an unusual situation with the back there. I mean, my God Almighty, that the only thing that the one he reminds me of is Earl Campbell. Even though Earl was never his size, but my gosh Almighty, what he does to defensive players who try to tackle him, they just they're ready to let him have a little bit.
Well, I think the other thing, they utilize him well.
Yeah.
Nowadays nobody wants to run the ball. They throw, and that's the way to score. But obviously, this is a different approach, and it's you want to coach defense with the guys, and we have a big running back, and they'll utilize him. And I think they did a great job. Arthur Smith did a nice job stepping in, being a coordinator, and doing what the players do best.
What if they could bring Tom Brady in as the quarterback?
Anybody would like to have Tom Brady.
Yeah. Well, do you know that?
I would really be surprised if he left.
Well, I guess I would too to a certain extent, but that is a possibility. I think they're two viable possibilities if he left New England, and that is Tennessee. Because of what you've just been talking about, they're in a position to win there. They've got a good offensive line, and they got that running back. They do have some help at receiver, could get more this year. And defensively, and because he knows Vrabel, obviously, that would be another real plus there. The other opportunity might be the Colts, Indianapolis Colts, where you got a good offensive line, young, got some skilled players around, not as many as you would have in Tennessee, but some skilled players. They play in the Dome, like the division. So anyway, that those two might be possibilities.
Well, let's hope it's not number 2 because that's the same division.
Yeah, I know. I think it could be Tennessee. I don't know. I'm not saying. I shouldn't say I think it should be. I think it could be.
I'd be surprised if he left. I'd be really surprised if he left New England. But I've had a few surprises the last couple of years, so we'll see.
Oh, me too. My gosh, you got to be kidding. Well, listen, just out of we have a little debate here. I guess there's a debate going on about in New Orleans of all places. They're talking about that one of the three quarterbacks would go. I maintain it's got to be Bridgewater. They would never get rid of Breeze, and he's already said that Taysom Hill is going to be their quarterback one day. What do you think's going on there?
Well, I think Drew will be back for another year. I'd be surprised if he didn't come back. If they had to get rid of one, Hill is more of the gadget guy. Bridgewater is really not a bad quarterback. He's done a nice job when he plays.
Yeah.
Hill, they use him in different roles and different. He was cut by Green Bay. I don't know what that means, but I think they'll try to keep all three of them because they don't even count Hill as a quarterback. When he comes in the game, we count him as he's a tight end unless he's under center or behind center. So I would think we'll try to keep all of them.
That's a good point. Good point. Okay, I want to jump across. I told you I wouldn't hold you very long, and then I'll stay with that promise. But I need to jump to the Super Bowl and get your prediction here.
Well, I'm taking the team with the best quarterback.
So you're taking San Francisco, huh?
No, I'm taking Kansas City.
Oh my God! I thought you were taking the best quarterback. You said.
And I think it's Mahomes. They really do a nice job with their passing game with him. He extends plays. Obviously, he's athletic and he can run. I'm not saying that Jimmy Garoppolo's not an excellent quarterback. I just think Mahomes is one of the better ones in the league, and he's got an arsenal, but he's got a track arsenal of players. They're all they're track guys. They're all fast. Every one of them. The running back, the receivers, the tight end, they all can run. I mean, San Francisco has got a really good tight end. It's got good skilled people. I just don't think they have the skilled people that Kansas City has.
Well, that may be true. They've got a defense, and I think
they got a front. They got about 8 defensive linemen. Yeah. Every one of them are good. Yeah, every one of them.
Yeah, they got the depth and they've got the talent up there to do it. Well, Jim, listen, I really appreciate.
I'm taking Kansas City.
You're taking Kansas City. All right, we'll let you take Kansas City. But anyway, I appreciate very much your time. And we all wish you the very best of luck and look forward to seeing you. You're going to be down this way again, I guess, in a couple of months anyway, huh?
Well, I think we're coming down next month. So
very good.
Hopefully we get down and come over and see you, obviously.
Okay. We will look forward to Coach. It, and we will talk to you a little later. Thanks, Jim.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
And that's Jim Haslett right there. And, Coach, I agree with you. He said the best quarterback, and Jimmy. I thought he was talking about Jimmy Garoppolo. I mean, I'm with you on this. I believe the 49ers are going to win it, but I agree to disagree with him that he believes the Chiefs are going to win it. I think the 49ers are going to take it because I think defense wins out, and I think Jimmy G's a lot better than what people give him credit for.
I think you're right, and I'm going to break this down when we come back. I think from our break. We're going to look at any number of things that will be key factors in this ball game. But it's going to be an interesting ball game. I think it's going to be a good one.
So you heard that right there from Coach. When we come back, we're going to take a quick break here. We're going to break down a lot of interesting information for the Super Bowl. Some maybe you've heard of, some maybe you haven't. You're listening to Talk Football with Coach K here on ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
I'm attorney Stephen Luongo with Levin, Papantonio, Thomas, Mitchell, Rafferty, and Proctor in Pensacola, Florida. Distracted driving is a dangerous epidemic on America's roadways. In 2016 alone, over 3,000 people were killed in motor vehicle crashes involving distracted drivers. This according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. For more information, please visit us today online at levinlaw.com. Please be safe on the roadways. Stop the text. Stop the wrecks.
When you're looking for a great deal on a reliable new or certified pre-owned vehicle, you can't beat Bob Tyler Toyota in Car City, Pensacola. Bob Tyler Toyota has the best selection in town at incredible low prices. You can check out their amazing inventory from Camrys to Tundra trucks to 4Runners. It's all at Bob Tyler Toyota, and you can find it online at bobtylertoyota.com. Also score a touchdown this football season with the car of your dreams. Again, it's only at Bob Tyler Toyota in Car City, Pensacola.
Hello, sports fans. Miles Bentley here, General Manager at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Pensacola. Growing up, I always loved sports. Nothing but net, out of the park, through the uprights. Sink the puck Bentley, that was me. But my love of the game couldn't beat my love for Pensacola and helping folks get on the road of dreams in a new Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Sure, I never went to the big leagues in sport, but we're all pro here at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Proud to be in Pensacola.
Are you an aging man who could use a boost in testosterone? Men listening to this station are invited to call now and get a free 30-day supply of Ageless Male Max, the total testosterone boosting wonder pill. No strings attached, no memberships, and no auto shipments. Just pay shipping and handling. Hurry for this exclusive radio offer. Just call 1-800-467-4510. Men take Ageless Male Max to gain strength and muscle and reduce body fat percentage more than exercise alone. Plus, you get a rapid boost in nitric oxide production, which can be handy in the gym and in the bedroom. Ageless Male is the #1 brand in male enhancement at Walmart. But for this no-strings-attached free offer, you must call now. Just call 1-800-467-4510. Your no-strings-attached free 30-day supply is yours right now. 1-800-467-4510. 1-800-467-4510.
What would you give for our babies? What would it take for you to show them how much they're worth? Did you know that thousands of premature babies die every year as a result of not getting their full 9 months? Hi, I'm Heather Headley. Join me and the March of Dimes in the fight to reduce premature births in our communities. Visit marchofdimes.com today. Saving our babies. There's nothing more worth it in the world.
You're listening to Pensacola's home for hometown sports. ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
And welcome back to Talk Football with Coach K here. JP with you, alongside former NFL coach Kay Stevenson. And, Coach, look, we talk about breaking down the Super Bowl. We finally get to break it down fully where we don't beat a dead horse here as it's coming up Sunday. And, Coach, there's some interesting facts when we look at a lot of this game. And you know, for the 49ers, I've got some things for you, but also with the Chiefs. I'm interested, Coach. I know you've got some interesting information as well. But one thing that sticks out to me most, and I've said this before this week, is Mahomes' 16 of his 17 interceptions going for the past 2 years now have come with 4 or fewer rushing the quarterback, and that plays exactly the way the 49ers want to play defense. Not only that, though, it's the 49ers, they shut down deep passes. That's their MO. They don't give up the big play. And then when you look at Kansas City, well, they scored 24 touchdowns of at least 20 yards through the air. This is a battle of epic proportion. I mean, something's got to give here.
Yeah, you got an outstanding offense going against the best defense in the league, and there's so many things to take into consideration here. One, just first and foremost, when you put it at the top of the list, I'm surprised this didn't hit home with Jim, is defense. If you have a good, strong defense and you can turn them as many 3-and-outs as you can, usually a good defense means at least one turnover a game. You get those extra possessions there. And with any offense at all, you're doing two things. You're keeping them off the field offensively, and you got a better chance. You got a chance to score. Now, when I look at this football game and I see San Francisco, I think, has as well designed and schemed running game as anybody in the last 3 or 4 years I've seen in the National Football League. Two hard running back, three really, backs that can play. Hard running, got some speed, maneuverability, and they're I think with the running game, they're very strong up front. I think they do a pretty good job in the passing game, not as well as the run game, but they do well the run game and the play action pass. They do better, obviously, because you hold those people at bay a little bit when you do the play action. But in a running game, you got Kansas City is 24th, ranks 24th defensively. Well, San Francisco is going to come at them like a Ford running over a rooster. I mean, it's and when you flip it around with that front that they've got, San Francisco's got, and Kansas City only averages about 60 yards a game rushing, it's going to be like the rooster trying to run over the Ford. So you got that going for you, or against you, whichever you're on. When you always look at the coaching has been good on both sides. I think that's a toss-up. Quarterbacks. See, I think the quarterbacks are much, much better than your point is well taken. I think Garoppolo, because they've only thrown the ball 7 or 8 times in a ball game, if you don't have to, you can run it all day. You get the big chunk yardage running the football. There's no reason to throw it. Just line up and play and win the ball game. The sure-handed way. That's the sure way to do it. So I think Garoppolo is a lot better, much better, much more on an even keel. I give Mahomes a lot of credit. He is a fine young quarterback. He's got a great arm, and he throws on the sidearm and underhanded. If that's something that's to be admired, then let people admire it. I prefer the Brady that throws the ball the same way every time, but at any rate, Mahomes is a good talent. Now the other thing you got to know that San Francisco is not going to do, because they got a lot of depth. If their offense can run the football and keep that defense off the field, they're going to be even more rested. And with the depth that they have, they can put a whole new front four in there each time they substitute all four. They're going to be able to put heat on, because that's one of their fortes. They're going to be able to put heat on Mahomes. And if you think they're going to let him sidestep out of that pocket and pick up those cheap first downs like he did in the last ball game, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Because even if they stunt, they're still going to have the containment, force and contain on each side. The edge will be set, and they're not going to let him out of there like that. If he scrambles, he's going to have to scramble up through there, and they're pretty solid at the tackle position too. So it's going to be tougher. It's going to be tougher on them. Put all that together. You say, well, what are you saying? I'm saying if San Francisco can play defense with the way they're tuned in to play, the way they're built to play, and can run the football, which they've proven all year they can do against anybody, much less a team ranked 24th. Now, I have to say this. There's one caveat here. No respectful defensive coordinator is going to allow you to see the same things you've been able to look at for two straight weeks, 3 or 4 ball games and behind, and the 2 straight weeks to get ready. So they're going to show them some run stunts early in the ball game, different than pass stunts. JP, there's a different approach. They're going to show them some run stunts and some looks that they haven't seen, and there's a reason for that. You want to get them a little off. Well, why didn't our coaches see this? Why didn't our coaches see that? You tell them going in, hey, they're going to do something. We'll make the adjustment. Let's see what they do, and then we'll make the adjustment to it. So they're going to see some things they haven't seen before, meaning San Francisco's look at Kansas City's defense, and probably vice versa. But that's going to create just a little pause. But sooner or later, they'll be back. If you can play defense, you can run the football, and you can be effective throwing the football on third down, and their third down efficiency is pretty doggone good at San Francisco. That's another big plus. They're going to keep the ball, keep the chains moving, keep the ball, and then they put the pressure on Kansas City. I mean, there's going to be a lot of pressure on them to score, and so I don't see it. I see San Francisco winning this ball game.
Yeah, I agree, Coach. And there's a lot of things that go into this, and I've got some interesting little facts for you here. Listen, these stats, they speak for themselves and what the 49ers have been able to do this year. For the 49ers, look, I know Chris Jones for the Chiefs. Look, the one thing that you cannot get twisted, Coach, I believe in this game is this is a different running style than what the Tennessee Titans do. Derrick Henry comes right at you. That's just the style they run. He is a bruising back. For the 49ers, I think that their rushing attack, it's progressive, it's creative. Kyle Shanahan finds different ways to run the football. It's not that old school mentality of, hey, run A gap, run off tackle like that. He gets these guys out in space. And the facts behind that, the 49ers average 3 yards before contact, which is insane. That's 3 yards before they get touched. They average that.
That is absolutely ridiculous. I can't believe it, Harley.
And that's one of the things, though, where Shanahan – Shanahan was the guy who they lost that 28-3 lead to the Patriots, and I think he's learned a lot. I think he's still learning a lot, but he's a respected coach. Steve Spagnuolo on the other side, defensive coordinator, I agree. He's not just going to show you the same thing. He's been in this too long. He's going to show some different things, but I think the 49ers, they're too good of a team, and they've got too good of a coaching staff and too good of an offense there when you look at that running game from the offensive line and everything to not make an adjustment. And another point you made earlier, listen, the 49ers, 34% on third and long. That was where Tennessee could not get over the hump against these guys. On third and long, I mean, you 3rd and 10 there, Tennessee was atrocious, and that's what gave Kansas City those extra opportunities. The 49ers, 34%, that's another number that you just kind of shake your head at, like that's tops in the league. But there's a reason this team is that good. This team gets a lot of credit for the defense that they have. But another guy that gets lost in this whole thing, George Kittle, when he's on the field, they average 5.6 yards a rush. That just tells you this is a young man that is a phenomenal pass-catching tight end. People think, Travis Kelce is the guy, and he's number 1 overall. Kelce's he's a phenomenal player as well, but George Kittle is a guy that likes to get down and dirty. He loves to block. He is a complete tight end. He only was, I believe, like 120 yards behind Travis Kelce in yards. These guys were almost equal in touchdowns. To me, that's the difference. It's going to come down to the trenches. These games always come down to that. And when you look at this, I know that the Chiefs, you talk about them being 24th. I know that they've gotten some guys. Chris Jones is healthy. Both these teams are completely healthy. But this is the game where if I have to choose where that win and loss, these trenches, it always comes down to it. And to me personally, I don't think it's going to be a blowout for any team. But the edge, to me, easily goes to the 49ers and just that nasty style they play offensively and defensively.
Yeah, I would agree. And I also think that I agree that I don't think it's going to be a lopsided score by any means. I think it's going to be a fairly tight ball game. If it does get out of control, I still think the 49ers would be the team putting distance between themselves and Kansas City. The reason that would be tough to do is because Kansas City, that speed factor is such a big thing in the ball game that they get those junk scores. Okay, they throw the ball out in the flat to a back who breaks a tackle and nobody can catch him. It's just and they're in the end zone. So they're going to get something like that probably, and make the score, keep the score fairly tight.
Well, one thing you mentioned earlier in the week, Coach, that Jimmy G averages, when you look at deep passes, 20.3 yards, air yards, an attempt. He doesn't get credit for that because all you hear is Patrick Mahomes and that backyard football style. Not only that, Coach, passes beyond 20 yards, Jimmy Garoppolo completes almost 60% of those passes.
Yeah,
that's a stat that agree. It's ridiculous, and it's funny how people get lost. And I know that Mahomes, he's the up and coming. That's what people want when you look at the unorthodox style that he plays with. The young man is talented, as talent can get. But at the same time, when I look at this is almost like, okay, you guys have been on cloud nine for enough time. Now, football, good defenses, good old-school football is going to win out in this game, and that's just why I believe that the 49ers are going to take it.
I agree, and they're going to be in a position, I think 49ers will be in a position to control the clock to a certain extent, which is obviously part of what I was talking about. If you control the clock, keep them off the field, you've got a tremendous advantage. They're built to do that, JP. So, and they've been doing it. So I just don't see it changing. And Garoppolo, even if they did come up with something to really slow the run down, I think Garoppolo would come through and have one of those games like he did earlier in the year, throw for over 300 yards and still win it. So
I agree. I think it's going to be, no matter what happens, it's going to be awesome. And one stat that people are talking about is, Mahomes has never lost a game by more than a touchdown. I don't think that matters in this game. I know, credit to Mahomes. It's the offense that they have. That's awesome. But this is a Super Bowl, and it doesn't matter. If you lose, you lose. That's it. That's all there is to it. There is no participation trophy. But we're going to take a quick break. When we come back, we're going to break down. We're going to give our predictions on the Super Bowl. We're going to talk a team in college that looks like they lost just about everybody, and a name that says he's not retiring yet. He doesn't care what the Dolphins say. So you're listening to Talk Football with Coach K here on ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
I'm attorney Stephen Luongo with Levin, Papantonio, Thomas, Mitchell, Rafferty, and Proctor in Pensacola, Florida. Distracted driving is a dangerous epidemic on America's roadways. In 2016 alone, over 3,000 people were killed in motor vehicle crashes involving distracted drivers. This according to the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. For more information, please visit us today online at levinlaw.com. Please be safe on the roadways. Stop the text, stop the wrecks.
When you're looking for a great deal on a reliable new or certified pre-owned vehicle, you can't beat Bob Tyler Toyota in Car City, Pensacola. Bob Tyler Toyota has the best selection in town at incredible low prices. You can check out their amazing inventory from Camrys to Tundra trucks to 4Runners. It's all at Bob Tyler Toyota, and you can find it online at bobtylertoyota.com. Also score a touchdown this football season with the car of your dreams. Again, it's only at Bob Tyler Toyota in Car City, Pensacola.
The Eastern Conference race heats up when Ben Simmons leads the 76ers into Boston to face Kemba Walker and the Celtics.
Gets off the three. He doesn't need much space. That's Kemba Walker.
Sixers, Celtics. Ball for all. Tomorrow at 8 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on ABC. Presented by Indeed.
There's only one place in town for the lowest prices and greatest selection of firearms. Pensacola Indoor Shooting Range. Visit our fully stocked Gun Pro Shop for new and used firearms, accessories, and ammunition. Check out the Indoor Shooting Range. We offer rentals on guns, including fully automatic machine guns and silencers. Ladies, this is the safe place to learn how to use a gun. Plus, Tuesday is Ladies' Day. Women shoot for half price all day. The best place to buy firearms in Pensacola. Pensacola Indoor Shooting Range. Highway 29 in Car City.
It's time for some straight talk. You know those football players who are all talk, no show? Well, big wireless carriers aren't much different. Well, Straight Talk Wireless doesn't give you the hype, just the savings. For just $45 a month, you'll get the unlimited plan with 25 gigs of high-speed data, then 2G. No contract. All on the same 4G LTE networks as the big guys, but up to half the cost. Savings delivered right to your wallet. Only at Walmart. Savings may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Pros like you start with Lowe's to help take you and your business to the next level every day, and at the right prices, too. Stop in today and check out our selection of Little Giant ladders, including the Little Giant King Combo ladder. It's the world's first step, extension, and leaning ladder for only $159. An all-in-one ladder that lightens your load and makes it easier to get any job done faster. Speaking of fast, need supplies in a pinch? Order online at lowesforpros.com and we'll have your order ready for pickup at the Pro Desk. For this job and every job after, do it right for less. Start with Lowe's.
Talk football every day with Pensacola's own Coach K.
Credit a great performance by Garoppolo. And I love the way he throws the football. He's got all the things going for him.
Every weekday, noon till 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 FM 99.1.
The latest sports news is at ESPNpensacola.com and on Facebook at ESPN Pensacola. Plus, watch Chad Brillante, Coach K, and Sports Call live on our exclusive YouTube channel, ESPN Pensacola 1330.
You're listening to Pensacola's home for hometown sports. ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
And welcome back to Talk Football with Coach K. JP here with you, alongside former NFL coach Kay Stevenson. And, Coach, go ahead and knock this one out before we get into a couple interesting topics here. Ryan Fitzpatrick for the Dolphins said he is coming back. And don't think that's going to resonate with too many people. Probably a lot of people do not care about that unless you're just a diehard Dolphins fan. And the only reason I think this is a big deal is because Tua is rumored to be the draft pick that the Dolphins are going to go for right now. That's kind of what we saw. But, Coach, I asked you this. For me personally, I don't know if I would want Tua to come in and start right away, but if he's healthy, does he need to play first year? Is that if he's good enough? I mean, is there any reason to hold him out?
No, not in that situation. There with Miami, I think that's a tailor-made situation for somebody to step in and play. And don't tell me as a doctor. Don't give me an answer like, well, he'll be better if we don't play him for 5 weeks or 6 weeks or 7 or 10 or whatever. Either the guy's going to be well enough to play when we start the season, or we've got to think about drafting somebody else. Just that simple. Because who's to say? I mean, if you say this may linger 5, 6, 10 weeks. Who's to say it won't linger a year or 4 or 5 years? You know, I don't like those answers. Somebody's got to step up and take it on themselves to make a decision. And usually doctors, in many cases, the medical community will not make a decision on that. They'll punt it, and that's what happens. So that's unfortunate. That's what I sniff in the air there, and I wouldn't be in favor of that.
Moving on to about a team in LSU that just won the national championship, and this is such an odd. I mean, we've seen this with Alabama. You know, they have a lot of players that are leaving, but when you look at LSU, this team that had a dream season, a season like we haven't seen maybe ever, and Joe Burrow, a quarterback that I've never seen a quarterback have the dominance that he had, from one year to the next. But for these guys, Coach, I've tallied it up. I've got 16 guys that played significant snaps for him, whether they were starters or they were the backup guy that came in for over half of the snaps here. 16. I mean, this is you're talking about 9 players that left early for the draft, which means they were underclassmen. To name a couple, I'll throw some of these out here. Joe Burrow, obviously, was a senior. These are seniors. Adrian McGee, which is an offensive lineman. Damian Lewis, another offensive guard of theirs. Michael Divinity, the outside linebacker. Christian Fulton, the cornerback. That's the seniors that are leaving. So that's some significant guys. Now we're getting into the guys that left early for the draft. Clyde Edwards-Helaire, obviously the running back. Justin Jefferson, a very, very good receiver for him. Yeah. Thaddeus Moss, Randy Moss's son, playing tight end. The center, Lloyd Cushenberry. Sadiq Charles, another offensive lineman. Kalavion Chasen, the edge rusher. Jacob Phillips, a linebacker. Patrick Queen, a linebacker. And Grant Delpit, the safety. Coach,
they've lost some people. Whew. They've lost a lot of people. That's going to be difficult to overcome. Now, keep in mind, LSU will always be one of the better recruiting teams. And add to that the fact that they won a national championship. Winning breeds winning. Success breeds success. So they're gonna recruit well. But I predict, it doesn't take much to predict this, they're going to be a very young football team. And if anybody expects them to lose 16 players that contributed to a winning season, and lose 16 of those people and expect to duplicate the last year, folks, not going to happen. Just not going to happen. Now, I think they're going to play well, and they'll have those young kids come in. A lot of them going to get a chance to play early. and be interesting to see what happens. But it's going to be difficult for them to win with that type attrition situation.
Well, not only that is when you talk about the players that left. Well, passing game coordinator Joe Brady, who was been credited with that huge turnaround for him, he's gone now. Defensive coordinator Dave Aranda's gone. I mean, it's top to bottom. Coach O has his work cut out for him. But I agree. I think winning breeds winning. And when you look at LSU, they've jumped up to number 4 on the recruiting list. That's
another big fact right there.
That shows you.
A big one. They jumped to number 4, and I think before that, if I'm not mistaken, like 2 weeks ago, they were number 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, whatever it was. They were down the list, and now they've moved to number 4. I think it's Alabama, Georgia, Clemson, LSU.
Absolutely, and that's one thing is it's interesting to see Alabama. To give you an idea, Alabama lost 6 guys. Just to throw that out there they lost 6. So for LSU to lose the amount of people that they did, like you said, these are not just guys. These are guys that made an impact every single game for them. It's going to be interesting for LSU fans. Just hold the phone. You're not out of this yet. Look, you've got plenty of really phenomenal players coming into the program.
Yeah, they do.
And next week is the signing day, the National Signing Day, February 5th. So they got a chance to move up even more. Everything's looking good. But, Coach, I know we want to get to our predictions on the Super Bowl here. We've got a couple minutes left. I'm gonna give mine. I'll let you finish off here. But I believe, and I've talked about this over and over and over again, the 49ers, a team that has kind of been disrespected in this whole Super Bowl talk. What they've done is absolutely dominated people. And when you look at the Chiefs, this is all I hear is, well, look what they did to the Titans in their running game. This is completely different. This is a completely different offense, defense, everything. This is nothing like the Tennessee Titans. The Tennessee Titans were on the cusp, and what they did was phenomenal. But, Coach, you made a point earlier. That's a younger team. They're going to get better, but they're not at that point now. This is a team with the 49ers that's ready to win now. I think this won't be a super high-scoring game like some people have predicted. I think Mahomes is going to struggle. I actually think Mahomes will throw an interception in the end zone. I think he's going to struggle in the red zone where he hasn't struggled yet. And there's a lot of guys. The guy that I think for the 49ers, Jaquiski Tartt, he's a safety, strong safety for the 49ers. I think he's gonna have a big interception here because he has played such a role in that defense. But I'm gonna go 34-27 49ers.
Wow, 34. I don't know if they'll score that many, but I wouldn't be surprised. They're better, like you say, they're better than people think. And here's another thing that could happen. And if you're running the football and you're just tearing it up and you're scoring points to boot and you're running the clock down, now what's happening to the other football team? They're getting more and more and more in a panic mode, right? Anytime you get into a panic mode and you start trying to put everything in the end zone, you end up throwing the ball to the other team. So that could create a bigger score and some additional scoring in the ball game.
Well, Coach, what's your score? What do you believe it's going to be?
I think it'll be 28-20. 28-20, San Francisco.
Well, you heard it here from Coach. He you know better than I do, Coach. I'm hoping they can score 34. But, Coach, once again, we run out of time. It's been a pleasure, my friend.
It certainly has, and we look forward to the big game this weekend.
Absolutely. Well, you've been listening to Talk Football with Coach K here on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 991 FM.
Only local station that talks sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From Gullick and Wingo to the Sports Drive with Chad Brillante. Plus, talk football with Coach K at noon, Sports Call every Saturday. If you'd like to partner with us as an advertiser or a promotional partner, just give us a call at 262-6000.
You're listening to ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. All sports, all the time. WEBY, Milton, Pensacola.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Kevin Winter. It is expected to be an emotional night tonight at Staples Center in Los Angeles as the Lakers return to the court for the first time since the death of Kobe Bryant, his daughter, and 7 others in a helicopter crash on Sunday. The team has not revealed their plans as to how they will honor Kobe, but tributes before and during the game are expected. ESPN has coverage beginning at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. They'll tip a half hour later. Browns quarterback Baker Mayfield called this past season a humbling experience when he joined Get Up this morning on ESPN. And after burying the hatchet with ESPN analyst Rex Ryan, he even said he needs to stop talking so much.
Let's just be honest. I put my foot in my mouth a lot this past year, and I'm going to internalize that, and I think that's the way I need to handle it. I mean, rest in peace, Kobe, but that's the way he did it.
Yeah.
He motivated himself. He didn't talk a lot. He talked to his teammates, drove them to be better people, better men, and so that's the way I need to handle it.
Dolphins quarterback Ryan Fitzpatrick said today he's returning to the team next year. It'll be his 16th in the league. Fitzpatrick has an $8 million contract for next season with $4 million guaranteed. He also said he is comfortable guiding a rookie quarterback to the Dolphins draft one.
Vivid Seats, the top ticket source for the live events you crave, now has a loyalty program that allows fans to earn credit back. Go to the App Store or Google Play, download the Vivid Seats app, and enter promo code ESPN25 for 10% off your next order.
First Take, Your Take on ESPN Radio, the ESPN app, Sirius XM Channel 80, and ESPN News. Presented by Progressive Insurance. All phone guests join us on the show. Pennzoil Performance Line. We are in Miami. On ESPN News, you can see the beautiful, beautiful beach hanging out as we are getting ready for the Super Bowl, as ESPN Radio has been here all week for Super Week. Also, if you're watching on ESPN News, you realize that I am a child and cannot drink water without spilling it all over the front of myself. So, congratulations. I now look like I've now proven to the world exactly why I need a bib everywhere I go. That is Straight Talk, brought to you by Straight Talk Wireless. Okay, so here is what we're asking you guys to do. We want you to chime in. 888 say ESPN, 888-729-3776. Listen to the question. Which non-quarterback is going to be the MVP? I want you to tell me who. I want you to tell me why. What are they going to do? What's going to make that defining moment for somebody that's not a quarterback, somebody else? Be like, we're not paying enough attention to the rest of the guys on the team. We're going to do that here. 888 say ESPN, 888-729-3776. That's how you get in on the phone. We've also got a poll out there at Jason Fitz as I try and quickly navigate some way to update the poll. I'll get you an update later. So at Jason Fitz, you can vote on the poll. You can leave us comments there. You can also use hashtag First Take. So we're going to continue the conversation going with you. It's an important part of First Take. Your take is your take. In the meantime, we can tell you that Jimmy G and Patrick Mahomes are all the conversation for the guys on the panel today. Damian Woody, ESPN NFL analyst, sat down and got with everybody in the panel to have a real conversation about Jimmy G keeping up with Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl.
Can Jimmy G keep up with Patrick Mahomes in the Super Bowl?
No, I don't think he can, but I don't think he has to. I think that what the situation is going to call for is San Francisco's defense really making some noise here. It's not that Patrick Mahomes is not going to get his. He's too great. And like I said, I would be ecstatic if the Kansas City Chiefs were to win this football game, because I go back many years with Andy Reid. I got a few friends on the Kansas City Chiefs, and Travis Kelce's my brother from another mother. But I just don't believe that this team, at the end of the day, is a better team than the San Francisco 49ers. I think top to bottom, San Francisco is a more complete team. And I think their running game, combined with the Chiefs' inability to defend around, I don't give a damn what they did against Derrick Henry, the one-man show for the Tennessee Titans. This is a different animal here. And Kansas City is relatively decent against the pass. I think they're 8th overall. But I just think about their running game. I think about their ability to score points. And I also think about their defense. That front four is everything to me. With Armstead, obviously, with Buckner, with Bosa. I just look at the San Francisco 49ers as being a front four who doesn't need to blitz in order to get to Patrick Mahomes. And I think ultimately that's going to curtail his ability to stand back in the pocket, take pictures, have all the time in the world to get to the Tyreek Hills, the Kelce's of the world, the Watkins of the world, the Hardmans of the world, etc. They'll score points, but will it be enough? Will San Francisco be able to make a play or two, a stop or two in the game to win the Super Bowl? It's a pick 'em to me. It's that close, but I got San Francisco winning 37-33. That's where I'm at.
Actually, that's the idea out there that the fans believe, the media believes, that they can bring 4 and get pressure on the quarterback, San Francisco. But in fact, on 1st and 2nd down, they're not very good at it. 3rd down, yes, which is important, but 1st and 2nd, they're not very good at it.
Wait. I got to hold up. I got to back this up with Stephen A. Stephen A., you're switching your pick? You're not going with the Chiefs anymore?
No. Molly, I didn't go with the Chiefs to begin the show. I went with the 49ers from day one.
You must have misspoke.
You said Chiefs. He meant Niners.
Okay, I just want to get it. I want to get it on the record.
You started out by saying Niners. You ended by saying Chiefs, and I think you misspoke at the end. You meant Niners.
Okay. So he's Niners. All right, got it.
Chiefs.
I just want to get it right.
The Niners front 4, actually, they don't get pressure 1st and 2nd down. And you know who kills it on 1st and 2nd downs, like on all downs? Patrick Mahomes. Like, good luck. You know how you can beat a pass rush and wear them out? You know, especially, it's keep throwing the ball. Forget about running the ball. Keep throwing the ball. They're going to, Mahomes is amazing. Can Jimmy G keep up with him? Mahomes the best who ever did it. Who can keep up with him? But as you mentioned, Stephen A., it's a team game. So if your team can support you enough to put you in the position to make plays in order to keep up with them, the answer is yes, Jimmy G can make those plays. We see his numbers in the 4th quarter, late and close, trailing, all those things. He's elite. Jimmy G puts up elite numbers when you need him to. So the fact that he doesn't all game, what does that mean? Shanahan's not asking him to, because he doesn't have to. It's not an ego thing to show, like what happened when the Seahawks tried to show that Russell Wilson could win the Super Bowl. Just win how you're going to win. And is that an indictment on Russell Wilson that he couldn't have? No, of course not. They were just winning a certain way. So the Niners are winning a certain way, but when they call upon Jimmy G to do it, he can do it. Look at this. They beat the Packers twice this year, putting up 37 points both times, once in the playoffs. Who was the quarterback of that team? That was Jimmy G. Could he keep up with Aaron Rodgers? Apparently. They beat the Saints, putting up 48 points, and they needed every one of them. Who was he keeping up with that game? Drew Brees? He seems to keep up with these dudes. Russell Wilson, 26 points, not sky high, but that's a healthy number. He kept up with Russell Wilson, and he can keep up with Patrick Mahomes. I don't think it's that Jimmy G is going to do anything wrong or can't perform at an elite level when called upon. The reason I'm taking the Chiefs in an even matchup is because I just think Patrick Mahomes at the end of the day is like Rodgers in his prime. You can keep up with him all you want. If he has the ball in his hands at the end, you're going to lose because he's an extraterrestrial. It's not an indictment on Jimmy G.
All right. 2-time Super Bowl champ, where we at?
Well, listen, if we're just plainly talking about keeping up, who's the better quarterback? There's no dispute about that. Patrick Mahomes is the better quarterback. He's the best quarterback in the National Football League. But the reason Jimmy G can keep up with him is because his team overall is better than the Kansas City Chiefs. All Jimmy G has to do is complement what they do already. They got one of the best defenses in the National Football League. They got one of the best rushing attacks. And when called upon in the 4th quarter, in crunch time, that's when Jimmy G performs his best. We saw it against New Orleans, down in New Orleans against Drew Brees, outdoing him. We saw it again when they played against division rivals, the Los Angeles Rams and Russell Wilson.
Put up 34 on the Rams.
On the road, both of those teams, he did it to both of those teams. So, yeah, he's not better than Patrick Mahomes. We know that. But as far as what the San Francisco 49ers ask him to do, absolutely he can keep up with Patrick Mahomes.
Matter of fact,
Yeah.
Molly, I think it's important to point out we need to take this moment to give Damian Woody props, who's obviously making a concerted effort just by being in South Beach for the Super Bowl to redeem himself, because I would remind the world that Damian Woody picked the Dallas Cowboys to be here, not the San Francisco 49ers. I just remind him about that.
Okay.
Then you're going to say you thought I forgot. You thought I forgot. I didn't forget. I didn't forget.
Hold on.
How's he going to play you like that?
You're going to wait till Super Bowl week when we down in South Beach and try to call me out on the Cowboys. Listen, I don't back away from my I don't back away from my pick. I ain't gonna talk out here. You know what I mean? What?
I didn't wait till now. I've been calling you out for months.
Yes, I did.
I've been calling you out for months.
One of you picked the Niners to get out of the NFC. Either one of you picked the Niners to get out of the NFC.
He didn't.
No one thought the Niners were getting out of the NFC.
Stephen A., you had the Saints.
That's not
we
true,
all had
man.
the Saints.
But wait a minute, hold on. You know what's funny, Stephen A?
had 3 wins last year.
You know what's funny? Stephen A. all the way out in Los Angeles, but couldn't do it. He couldn't say it to my face down here in South.
Well, first of all, Molly. I have a response.
You had to be out in Los Angeles.
May I respond? May I respond?
Go
See,
ahead.
first of all, both him and Swagoo, y'all, pulled the real trick on me. Do you know what they did, Molly? They brought the wives. They brought the wives. And the wives sat up there and cornered me in the lobby and was like, yo, you better watch your mouth when it comes to our hubby. You see what I'm saying? So they had to bring their ladies to protect him and Swagoo. That's what they did. That's what they did. That's what they did. All I'm saying is you pick the Cowboys all year long.
You respect your elders, all right?
I'm your elder. I'm your elder. I'm the older one.
You see this right here? You see that Super Bowl ring right there? You see that Super Bowl ring?
You picked the Cowboys. You almost should get the ring taken back for picking the Cowboys.
You know what time it is.
You watch your mouth. With them damn shades on. You can't hide. Those shades can't hide from the fact that you picked the Cowboys.
You respect the champion. You respect the champion. Oh,
you heard what I said.
Y'all see what the ring is?
I see.
I can't bring all the rings, Max. Okay, I can't bring them all down here.
If you have two, it's both, not all. But I got you.
Come on, man.
Come on.
Molly,
him
and Swagoo got their wives caught coming to their defense and stuff like that. That's what they had to do because they couldn't handle me. They couldn't handle me, so they had to bring the wives to sit up there and be ready to beat me down. What am I supposed to do with that?
You are
What am I
something else.
Stevie ain't little ladies now. Come on now. Nothing
And
but
Damien's
respect.
wife is
But that's what
nodding at me
happened.
right now. She's like, yeah, that's what it is. That's my man. Don't mess with him. I see you.
I can't bring all the rings. That might be my favorite Damien Woody quote of all time. By the way, I'm stealing respect your elders because I'm older than Damien Woody. So the next time I'm losing an argument to Damien Woody, I'm just going to remind him to respect his elders. We'll see how that goes. It won't go well for me at all. That's Straight Talk Wireless, everything for less, only at Walmart. By the way, this concept that Jimmy G has to keep up with Patrick Mahomes, I just quickly want to remind you, the 3 quarterbacks this year that beat Patrick Mahomes. 2 of them, one of them was named Jacoby Brissett, and the other was named Ryan Tannehill. Let's not pretend that you can't beat the Chiefs without you have to have a quarterback that's epic to beat Patrick Mahomes. That's all I'm saying. So from one quarterback conversation, obviously, to another, there's another quarterback sort of cloud hanging over the NFL right now, and it involves Dak and McCarthy and the Cowboys and what's coming up next. There's a great question about how much Dak should get paid, what it means for the Cowboys, and frankly, if you're going to pay him all that money, can this combo of McCarthy and Dak go around and win a Super Bowl? Damien Woody kept bringing his fiery takes. This time he brought it with Max, and they broke down what the future of the Cowboys looks like.
Max, will Dak and McCarthy win a Super Bowl together?
Nope. McCarthy's a solid coach. Once upon a time, he was an up-to-date coach. Just because McCarthy now says he's into analytics doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean he has a mastery of them or a real appreciation for them. He just sold Dallas on the fact that now he's open to it. I don't see him as a coach getting you over the top. That's 1. 2, this negotiation with Dak tells you a lot. Obviously, it was done in bad faith by the Cowboys. And the reason you know that is there were different numbers leaked, but never the guarantee. So that's the Cowboys trying to make him look bad, right? Like, what was the guarantee? Well, we offered to make him. Yeah, but what was the guarantee? They never leaked that info.
That's what matters.
That tells me those are bad faith negotiations. 3, Dak Prescott's not worth being paid the highest quarterback or around the highest quarterback in the league. Quarterbacks are paid irrationally to begin with. Jared Goff's not worth the money. Carson Wentz could be, but so far hasn't been worth the money. You know who's worth the money? Russell Wilson. And even then it makes it hard to win a Super Bowl. Patrick Mahomes will be worth that kind of money. Because it's not just the dollars. If it was just the dollars, give Dak all he can get. But in every dollar you pay Dak, you can't pay another position because there's a cap. So you have to rob Peter to pay Paul. So you have a guy who you're going to overpay. One day he may be worth it, but he's not yet. You have a coach who has not shown the ability in recent years to get over the top. And even when he did get over the top, he had Aaron freaking Rodgers in his prime. You have an owner who's still clearly running a dysfunctional franchise, holding press conferences still, like as the players, 5 feet from the players. Entering in bad faith negotiation with players, etc. You could have a holdout.
I saw
this
that
is
dinner
not
last
a
night.
Super Bowl type organization. It could be a playoff organization. They could get there. They have a lot of talent. They've done a solid job GMing, Jerry and Stephen Jones, but that's not a Super Bowl organization.
Listen, Marley.
Yeah.
I might pick the Cowboys again next year.
What? No. No.
might pick the Cowboys again next year, Molly.
You know about Daniel Dimes?
Don't hold on. Let me tell you something.
Well, we're not talking the Giants for next
don't bring up Daniel Dimes on this show again.
NFC
Don't bring up Daniel Dimes. Don't bring in Daniel Dimes in again. I'm gonna tell it just like this. Hey, I don't care about Stephen A. I don't care about Stephen A. I'm gonna say it like this here.
Even when he's in LA.
Yeah, I'm not worried about Stephen A. Here's what I'll say about the Dallas Cowboys. When you watch the Cowboys this year, and I'm going to speak specifically about Zeke Elliott, you will see him in the first half rolling. Dallas Cowboys looking like a team, looking like the Super Bowl team all season long when they were feeding Zeke Elliott. I've always said, yeah, Dak Prescott, his stats are good, no question about it. But this team goes through Zeke Elliott. And in the first half of games, that's when the Cowboys look their best. That's when the Cowboys actually look like Super Bowl type team. In the first half when they were feeding Zeke Elliott. Then all of a sudden, for whatever reason, with the coaching staff, they would get away from that. Not only does it affect the offense, it affects how the defense plays, and ultimately, the Dallas Cowboys couldn't finish. Hold on. Ultimately, Dallas Cowboys couldn't finish games. Max, to me, that was more on coaching than anything.
Well, I agree with that.
Do you think that Mike McCarthy is more accomplished than Jason Garrett?
Yep.
Yes or no?
Yes, I do.
Absolutely.
So they'll make the playoffs.
No, I think this team is one of the most talented teams in the National
Let me ask you
League.
something.
Yeah, go ahead.
When was the last time a bell cow running back that you ran your offense through won the Super Bowl?
The San Francisco 49ers have one of the best
I'm not talking about a running game. A running game where you're running out packages with a fullback who can also catch is one thing. That's that's Shanahan's creative.
Hold on. But Max, you're taking away from what Dak Prescott did this year. Did he not have his best year this year? Yes or no? But did Dak Prescott?
But you said you want to focus on Zeke and how they were rolling with Zeke. And I'm asking you, when was the last time a team with a bell cow back rode that back, a between the tackles running back, rode that back to a Super Bowl?
Did they not have a quarterback with the caliber of Dak Prescott?
I don't know. Dak wasn't beating good teams this year.
Bob, you're misinterpreting
he
what
was
I'm
getting
saying.
fat off bad teams.
You're misinterpreting what I'm saying, Max. I'm saying the Cowboys were at their best when they were Zeke-centric.
Yeah, okay, what I'm saying is, I agree with that. What I'm saying is their best with being Zeke-centric's not good enough to get it done.
It can get it done because Dak has elevated his game as a quarterback. Every year when you look at the Dallas Cowboys, Dak has gotten better and better and better. We can debate on the whole the contract thing, but I think there's no question from being a fourth-round pick to where Dak Prescott is right now. That dude has made. Can
I poll South Beach for a second? Where are you guys at? Should we pay Dak? Cowboys pay Dak?
I say it's mixed.
They're only a few drinks in.
I would say it's mixed. I see a lot of this.
No, it's unanimous to pay Dak.
Oh, no, thumbs down. Thumbs down all over the place, Molly. Look.
No.
Just look. Thumbs down. Here's the bottom line. If you're basing it on what other guys are getting paid, the answer is yes, you should get paid. Like Goff got paid, guys like that. But if you look at the results, when you pay a dude like Goff max contract type dollars, you see you should not give that to Dak yet.
Max, do you understand the Dallas Cowboys had like over $80 million in salary cap space? And it's only going to get higher when the CBA, when the new CBA comes. So this whole notion that if the Dallas Cowboys pay Dak Prescott, that their whole salary cap is going to go in the tank, that's not true. It's not true,
But you can
Max.
only pay so many guys. You're going to pay Amari Cooper? Or you're going to franchise one, pay the other? Like, what are you going to do? Because you're paying the running back. You're paying a couple guys on the defense. You have to pay the offensive line. A lot of guys.
The line is already locked in.
Dak is not. Dak, I think, can wind up in the Hall of Fame one day. I think so. I think there's enough evidence to think that that's reasonable. But he has to keep ascending. He ain't there yet. He's not a Hall of Fame caliber player. He's not an elite quarterback right now. He's an upper half of the league, top 15 type quarterback. He ain't a top 5, top 10.
I'm not saying he is top 5, but Max,
you can't pay him that way.
Max, you know how negotiations go.
I agree.
It's the next guy.
Yeah, and
it's the next guy.
But you know who does that? The bad franchises. Why do you think Brady never got paid?
Damian Woody dropping the mic with some knowledge at the end of that debate. First Take, Your Take on ESPN Radio. I'm Jason Fitz on ESPN News. Also, this is simple. You can look at it. According to Spot Track right now, next year, salary cap space, 5th most in the NFL, the Dallas Cowboys with almost $78 million in cap space. Doesn't matter if they have a top 5 quarterback. Dak's up to get paid, and when your quarterback's up to get paid, you have 2 decisions. Pay the guy or don't pay the guy. And if you choose not to pay the guy, who you bringing in? You suddenly think Marcus Mariota is going to get it done for you? Jameis Winston? Derek Carr? You want to tell me that any franchise that has one of those starting quarterbacks wouldn't replace him with Dak Prescott if they had the opportunity? And look at the other side of it. Through all the conversation we want to have about money, right now, there are only 3 teams in the entire NFL that are on the wrong side of available cap space: the Jags, the Steelers, and the Vikings. And have we had a single conversation this offseason about any of them being limited? No. Why? Because in today's NFL, the money continually goes up, and you're able to keep the players you want to keep easier than ever. We might not be comfortable with the amount that Dak makes because it doesn't make sense to you, but the number that Dak should make is simple. It's as much as possible because the Cowboys won't suffer for it no matter what happens. Don't forget, obviously, a lot of football conversation going on, but also the NBA is on ESPN Radio. Tune in tomorrow night. Kemba Walker and the Celtics host the Sixers, presented by Indeed. Coverage begins 8 p.m. Eastern on most ESPN radio stations. Now, that's my reaction to what Damian and Max were just debating about. Well, I'm not the only person that heard it. Stephen A. heard it too. I got fired up. You'll hear Stephen A.'s reaction coming up next on First Take, Your Take. But first, let's get to some straight talk. The big wireless carriers try to wow you with huge deals. The savings are tiny. With Straight Talk Wireless, you get the exact same networks as the big guys, but savings up to half the cost. Right now, you can get the unlimited plan with up to 25 gigs of high-speed data, then 2G, for just $45 a month. No contract, no mystery fees, all with nationwide coverage on America's largest, and this is important, most dependable 4G LTE networks. Straight Talk Wireless, only at Walmart. The response of Stephen A., and he is fired up. You'll hear it next. First Take, Your Take on ESPN Radio. I'm Jason Fitz.
The satisfying crunch of Nature Valley Crunchy Bars can keep your family going, which means more outside fun for you. And with whole grain oats and real delicious honey, it's really tasty too. Nature Valley Oats and Honey Crunchy Bars.
There's a chance your local Geico agent has the same affinity for dad jokes as you.
What do you call a fake noodle?
I don't know. Maybe an impasta.
Oh, so cheesy.
Did it grate on you?
Yeah, you really shredded me.
But there's a better chance your local Geico agent could help you out with auto, homeowners, renters, or condo insurance. Motorcycle, boat, or RV insurance, too. They'll work hard to provide sound advice and significant savings. You don't need to share a love for paternal puns to do that. Local Geico agents. Call or visit yours today.
Time for an oil change? We're ready to help at AutoZone. We've got more ways to help you protect your engine and your wallet, like our great deals on STP oil, starting at just $16.99 for a 5-quart jug of STP conventional motor oil. And if you need a tool for the job, you can borrow over 100 specialty ones with our free AutoZone Loan-A-Tool program. Getting the job done just got easier. Visit AutoZone.com to get started. Deposit required. Restrictions apply.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies, and rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, for a man age 45 non-tobacco user, it's $1 million of coverage at $75 per month, level rate for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110 per month, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rate guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote at 1-866-929-1950. That's 1-866-929-1950. You're probably paying more than you should. Call Term Busters at 1-866-929-1950. That's 1-866-929-1950. Remember, 1-866-929-1950. Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes for preferred non-tobacco underwriting. Exam required to qualify.
Hey, this is Chad Brillante of the Sports Drive. After the devastating news, Kobe, his 13-year-old daughter, and 7 others lost their life in a terrible helicopter crash. My first ever job in sports, ESPN Orlando, was covering the Orlando Magic, watching Kobe dominate them to win Finals MVP. He was unreal, an icon. I found out about the news playing tag with my daughter in the backyard during my birthday weekend, knowing his last moments were taking his daughter to her basketball game. We pray for your family and friends during this tough time. Kobe, you'll be missed. Look, chicken restaurants are nothing new. But if you're saying been there, done that, it tastes like chicken. Well, if your friends offer you a brand new convertible or a broken down station wagon with 3 wheels, do you say, hey, they're both cars? Well, the people have spoken. Mr. Pollo on 9th Avenue was voted top 100 places to eat in the country by Yelp at number 61. Making chicken great again, America. It's that good. Try it and you'll be hooked for life. The freshest ingredients and the perfect catering for any big party. Mr. Pollo. It means chicken.
If you're a small business owner, there's no better place to find the impact hire to help your business than LinkedIn. LinkedIn Jobs takes the time to learn more about who you're looking for and then recommends qualified candidates from their community of engaged and career-minded people, candidates who you likely won't be able to reach anywhere else. The truth is, over 70% of the U.S. workforce is on LinkedIn, and posting your job on LinkedIn gives you the best chance of finding and starting a conversation with your next star recruit. It's no surprise a new hire is made every 8 seconds using LinkedIn. So build your winning team by posting a job on LinkedIn and visit linkedin.com/sports to get $50 off your first job post. That's linkedin.com/sports for $50 off your first job post. linkedin.com/sports. Terms and conditions apply.
I returned from combat duty in a wheelchair, but it turns out many apartment buildings can't accommodate me. I fought for freedom and thought I'd be free to choose where I live.
After the phone interview, we assumed the apartment was ours.
But when we showed up, the manager said no longer available.
The only way to stop housing discrimination is to report it. Visit HUD.gov/fair housing or call 1-800-669-9777. A public service message from HUD in partnership with the National Fair Housing Alliance.
I'm Troy Rafferty, and many of you know about my love for sports and my longtime support for our local high school athletes. One thing these fine young people have taught me over the years is this: whether it's on the ball field, in the classroom, or in a court of law, always work your hardest and achieve the best results possible. And that is the commitment we make to our clients and our community.
Levin Papantonio in Pensacola since 1955.
When working at a growing business, you wear many hats. The new business hat, the buying toner for the copy machine hat, the sifting through tons of resumes hat. You can throw away that last hat thanks to Indeed.com. When posting your job, Indeed lets you add screener questions that give you a less time-consuming route to your short list of qualified candidates. So go ahead, dust off that extra-long lunch hat. Hiring's better when you've got your short list. Save time on hiring when you post a job on Indeed. Get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
The Paul Feinbaum Show.
Everything you wanted to happen hasn't happened.
Oh, my gosh. That's all any of y'all want to talk about is Alabama.
You're really not understanding the conversation, but anyway, we can move on.
Alabama's dynasty has just begun.
Hold on a second, Charles. Somebody wants to talk to you.
I don't want to talk that compelling moron. He's nothing but a lame-headed old man.
2 till 5 every weekday afternoon. ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
You're out of your freaking mind, cowturd.
Local sports powered by ESPN, the biggest name in sports radio. ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
And the fact that Pennzoil is the first synthetic motor oil made from natural gas, not crude oil. It gives you unbeatable engine protection. The proof is in the Pennzoil. Based on Sequence 4A wear test using SAE 5W30. Ask for it at your local automotive retailer.
And we're back with Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the NFL. Line 7.
How are the players going to keep their edge for the Super Bowl?
They're Sleep Number 360 smart beds. You can choose the comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Next caller.
Okay, but can it help keep me asleep?
Yes. It senses your movement and automatically adjusts to keep you both comfortable. Only for a limited time. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus special financing. To find your competitive edge, go to sleepnumber.com. Special financing subject to credit approval. Minimum monthly payments required. See store for details.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Kevin Winter. The Lakers will take the court tonight at Staples Center for the first time since the tragic death of Kobe Bryant. His 13-year-old daughter, Gianna, and 7 others who perished in a helicopter crash on Sunday. Their game Tuesday night against the Clippers was postponed as it was just too soon to play. Tonight, though, they're back, and you can expect the return to be emotional. The team has not unveiled their plans to honor Kobe and those who were killed. There is expected to be a pregame and in-game tributes. Coverage of the Lakers and the Blazers begins 10 p.m. Eastern Time on ESPN. Super Bowl 54 just 2 days away between the 49ers and the Chiefs. Kansas City remains a 1.5-point favorite. The total at Caesars sitting at 54. News out of Miami today. Browns quarterback Baker Mayfield admitted he talks too much and listens too much to those who are critical of him. Says he'll stop it. Coming up on the Will Cain Show, UFC President Dana White, top of the hour. Back to Jason Fitz and First Take Your Take.
We are live in Miami. Can I say it? I'm going to do it. Welcome to Miami. In Benito Ami. Come on. Oh, God. Producer Shannon is rolling his eyes in disgust right now. You're seeing the beautiful beach right there. We're seeing the beautiful inside of the convention center, but it is a delight. First Take, Your Take. We're live today from Miami for Super Week, brought to you by Marathon. We want you guys to get in on this MVP conversation. What non-quarterback has the best shot at winning the Super Bowl MVP? 888-SAY-ESPN, 888-729-3776. Bunch of you guys are stacked in on the phone lines. We appreciate it. Can't wait to take some of those calls. We'll get some of your take as we continue to move along. In the meantime, you just heard Damian, Woody, and Max in their conversation about the Cowboys. And, in fact, Woody went as far as picking the Cowboys to go to the Super Bowl next year, possibly. So, there's so much debate going on. But Woody invoked the name of Stephen A. And when you invoke the name of Stephen A. responds.
What did I just hear? That's right. That's right. Holla at your boy. Let me tell you something, Damian Woody. I know I did not hear what I just heard. I know I did not just hear while you chilling in South Beach. Privileged to be chilling in South Beach. That you contaminated the beach areas. You sat up there and threw junk in the ocean by saying that the Dallas Cowboys are going to win a Super Bowl. Have you lost your ever-loving mind? Why don't you just give back them damn Super Bowl rings that you have, Damian Woody? You're just losing all credibility by the minute. And I'm not going to listen. I'm going to defer to the wives. You and Swagoo, you got your wives jumping on me. I got it. I'm going to be respectful. But I'm telling you right now, you have those wax shades of yours on, thinking you big time and all of that stuff in South Beach. Let me tell you something, all right? How in the hell could you sit there with a straight face after just predicting the Cowboys were going to go to the Super Bowl and seeing how that's for you fell on your face with that one? You gonna come at the Super Bowl in South Beach and do it again? I can't believe you, Damian Woody. I can't believe you. I really can't.
Listen, I said what I said, all right? I don't back down from you. I told you. Every time I come on this set, this is my set, all right? I don't care if it's your set.
You don't even belong on the set.
When I come on
with those damn cowboy picks. Who you think you are? You better watch your mouth, man.
So
you better watch your mouth.
I already put it out there. Like I said, I might predict the Dallas Cowboys to win again next year. All right? Because I know how much that upset you. But you know what?
That don't even make no sense.
Out of respect for the Kansas City Chiefs and the San Francisco 49ers, I'm not gonna go there right now. I'm not gonna go there right now.
You just need to watch your mouth.
But you're not gonna disrespect me from
Los
Angeles.
You just need to watch your mouth. It ain't like you gonna do something, you and Swagoo. You had to get your wives to come and gang up on me. And you know why? Because you're making picks like that. You're sitting up there talking about the Dallas Cowboys during Super Bowl week, a team that has proven they are allergic to prosperity. They've got no business even having this subject of the Cowboys being brought up at all, other than Dak Prescott getting his money. Dak Prescott deserves his money. That's about it.
Let me look at this camera right quick, okay? Now listen. When I take the shades off, you know it's real. All right? We down here in South Beach. When I take the shades off, it's real. All right? You've been a Cowboys hater for I don't know how long now. I don't know what type of game you playing because you like to rile people up. All right? But I'm not playing. Okay? I picked the Cowboys last year. So what? Okay, so what? I went out there. Yeah, I was wrong. That's okay. But you know what? Now they got Jason Garrett out there. Now they got him out of there. Now they got a Super Bowl winning head coach in the mix.
So
right?
you knew
so like I said,
from when you picked him, you knew Jason Garrett was the coach? When you picked him, you knew Jason Garrett was the coach? You knew he was the coach then, you still picked him?
Yeah, I did. But you know
All
what?
right,
I
so
went
what the
out
hell was
there.
wrong with you
I
then?
went out. What do you mean what the hell was wrong with me? I went out there. Because,
I didn't stutter. You heard what I asked you.
Man, what you say?
You heard what I asked you. What do you mean what I said? You heard exactly what the hell was wrong with you. You don't understand?
Max, you got anything to say?
Yeah, neither one of you picked the Niners to get out of the NFC. They had
Neither
3
did
wins
you.
last year.
Shut
You
up.
ain't do it,
You
Max.
didn't either.
Neither did
Who
I.
the hell are you,
So
Gandhi?
wait a minute. So what the hell are you saying that for? You didn't do
I'm not up
it.
here hollering. I'm not the one up here hollering about the Cowboys. That's
all right,
you. That's
Stephen A., I got a real question for you, okay?
Yes.
Don't make his head any bigger right now, everybody.
Oh, don't be hollering at Stephen A.
Yeah. Stephen A., we had this debate earlier. Do you think that Dak and Mike McCarthy are going to win a Super Bowl together?
Hell no. They're the Cowboys. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. I think that they'll win a division title. I think that they'll make the playoffs a few times.
In the NFC East, who cares?
Hey, listen, Molly. Mike McCarthy didn't win a Super Bowl in the last 9 years with Aaron Rodgers.
I know,
Why the
what
hell am I
happened
going to
to
believe
that
he's going to win
bad
with the
man?
Cowboys? And Dak Prescott? No. Absolutely not. And Damian should know better. Super Bowl pedigree, and he coming up here with this dribble, making these kind of subjects, and Max acting like he the second coming of Gandhi. Oh, none of you picked the Cowboys. You didn't either. You didn't either.
I'm not even thinking about the Cowboys right now. I'm thinking about the fact that the reason we didn't pick the Niners, none of us, no one saw it coming to get out of the NFC, is they had 3 wins without Jimmy G.
We didn't pick them at the beginning
and as
of the
soon as
season.
Jimmy G came back,
I'm not done with the Cowboys, Max. I want to know, do you think Dak is going to be elite under McCarthy?
No, not next year. Maybe eventually, not next year. And I don't see him winning the Super Bowl. Listen, Jerry Jones got to change his ways, or they're never going to win the Super Bowl. It's the bottom line. He hired McCarthy. He hired McCarthy because McCarthy's the type of dude you could dictate to if you're Jerry Jones. He ain't going to get a Bill Parcells type in there, that's for sure.
Here's the deal. Before the season began, none of us picked San Francisco. When the playoffs began, did I pick them to beat Minnesota? Hell yes. Did I think they would beat Green Bay? Hell yes. That means I had them once the playoffs began coming to the Super Bowl. Damian Woody stuck with the Cowboys from the beginning. When they nosedive, he stuck with them then. Before they went into their game against the Eagles, he picked them then. And then even after they lost, he was like, all right, I was wrong. So what? So the point that I'm trying to make, that's what you did.
No. Not just that he's wrong. He's picking them to win next year, maybe.
No, and that's ridiculous.
Yeah, that is a little ridiculous.
I'm not a sellout. That's why. Okay? I'm loyal. I'm not a sellout.
What?
You should
you
consider
ain't
selling
them.
I'm
you
loyal
played
to the pick.
You played for the Patriots and the Jets. When the hell were you wearing the Cowboys uniform? What you mean loyal?
Going against my pick during the season? What I look like going against my pick during the season?
You look like Stephen A. and Max.
I got to get out of here. Let me tell you something. You watch your mouth. You show respect. And don't make me have to come here and deal with you. Don't make me have to come here and deal with you. Hey, Max, I throw one of them weak uppercuts. I throw one of them weak uppercuts at you. You know what I'm saying? Whatever the case may be. You just make sure you handle your business. You better mind your manners and show respect.
I'm just saying, if I can find a way to get in a wrestling ring and have Damian Woody and Stephen A. go after it, I'd pay good money for that. In the meantime, we're asking you, which non-quarterback has the best shot to win Super Bowl MVP? Let's get a call in here. Brandon in South Carolina, thanks for calling. First Take, your take. What's your take? Which non-quarterback has the best shot at it?
I think the rookie, Deebo Samuel. He's a straight playmaker. You know, I mean, he's got a lot of focus to create space. He can make game-changing plays. If the safety sleeps, I mean, they're going to regret it.
I like the call. I mean, I think that's an interesting one of the few votes we've had. It feels like everybody's going to the tight end. So to get out to the wide receiver, it's a little surprising. I like that one. Keep them coming. 888 say ESPN 888-729-3776 as we continue to get some of your thoughts, on which player you think could work their way into it. So remember, it's a non-quarterback. That's what we're looking for, is a non-quarterback that will turn around and win the Super Bowl MVP. So we'll keep getting your thoughts on it. Plus, Stephen A. Smith is going to make a Super Bowl pick. We're all going to make Super Bowl picks. I'll give you mine. It's not a dirty secret, but I'll give it to you, and I'll tell you why it's going to happen the way it's going to happen. Plus, of course, more of your take coming up. First Take, your take on ESPN Radio. I'm Jason Fitz.
What if there was one place you could go to hear the most essential story every day?
Adam Silver was
Mr. Brown was the
That team's amazing.
That's ESPN Daily. You'll hear the story that the entire sports world is talking about. I'm Mina Kimes, host of the new podcast, ESPN Daily.
Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Download the Vivid Seats app and enter promo code ESPN25 at checkout to get 10% off your next order.
This human resources professional is a rock star thanks to Kronos. And this is her hype song.
I'm the spark before the fire. I'm the power in the train.
Have HR, payroll, talent, and time.
I'm the dream and you should know that.
Now we're engaging all the best people.
Kronos, HR solutions for the modern workforce and the people who support them. Learn more at kronos.com/HR swagger.
Redbox has the movies you've been waiting to see, starting at under $2 a night. Now available at the box and streaming on demand. Joker. Don't miss Joaquin Phoenix deliver a thrilling and unforgettable portrayal of Gotham City's most infamous villain. Rent the newest movies fresh from the theater at Redbox. Just head to one of the 41,000 Redbox locations or stream instantly on demand. Prices may vary by location, subject to applicable taxes. Additional terms at redbox.com.
Your ESPN Pensacola Sports Update. I'm JP. In the NFL, veteran tight end Greg Olsen and the Carolina Panthers have mutually agreed to part ways after 9 seasons. Olsen, a 3-time Pro Bowl selection who has played 13 NFL seasons, said he's still interested in playing in the NFL. At this time, I have not closed the door on any potential career options, Olsen said. I still have the love of football in my heart and will explore all opportunities presented to me. In the NBA, this year's NBA All-Star Game will mark a changing of the guard of sorts, as for the first time in a decade, there will be 9 players making their first appearance in the league's annual midseason showcase. In addition to the 3 starters named to their first team last week, Luka Doncic, Trae Young, and Pascal Siakam, 6 others were named by the league's coaches Thursday night as reserves for the February 16th game. Utah Jazz teammates Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, New Orleans Pelicans forward Brandon Ingram, Miami Heat center Bam Adebayo, Indiana Pacers forward Domantas Sabonis, and Boston Celtics forward Jason Tatum. In the MLB, Dusty Baker has been hired as the new manager of the Houston Astros. The deal is for 1 year and includes a team option for the 2021 season. The Boston Red Sox are deep into talks with the LA Dodgers about all-star right fielder Mookie Betts. The two sides have talked about possible trade combinations that involve veteran left-hander David Price. In college basketball, number 15 Maryland took down number 18 Iowa 82-72. Number 11 Oregon beat Cal 77-72, and Georgia State beat South Alabama 76-73. The UWF men's team lost a tough road matchup against AUM 72-66. While the women took down the Warhawks 58-53. In hockey news, the Ice Flyers were up 1-0 when the game had to be postponed due to poor ice conditions in Macon, Georgia against the Mayhem. The game will be rescheduled at a later date. Today, the Ice Flyers will look to continue their road dominance against Roanoke. And don't forget, you can catch me and Chad Brilliante for the Sunday NFL Tailgate Show from 3 to 5 at World of Beer. Come join us for the big game. And for your ESPN Pensacola Sports Update, I'm JP.
Stephen A. Smith here. If you're like me, you have a mortgage and a family who depends on your income, then you need to protect the ones you love with life insurance. Life insurance can help pay off a mortgage or send the kids to college. It's peace of mind. Think you can afford it? Chances are Select Quote can help you get it for less than $1 a day. Select Quote comparison shops up to 10 highly rated companies, including Prudential, Banner Life, and Mutual of Omaha, and others, to find you the company with the best rates. For example, Select Quote could find a 35-year-old man a $500,000 policy for under $21 a month. That's less than $1 a day. Select Quote's breakthrough technology allows them to quickly match you with the best insurance company to find your best policy. Plus, quotes are free. Start protecting your family today. Call Select Quote at 1-800-601-6992. That's 1-800-601-6992. Or go to selectquote.com/Smith.
Get full details in the example policy at selectquote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. See website for full details and safety information.
One of the scariest things that can happen to a guy is that first morning you wake up, you look in the mirror, and you start to realize you're going thin up top. 2 out of every 3 guys are going to start losing their hair by the age of 35. 35! You're still a young dude at that point. You're going to start losing your hair? Then think about it. A year from now, it's all gone. And everybody used to think as soon as you start losing your hair, that's it. It's genetics. It's father time. And there's nothing you can do about it. Well, guess what? That's wrong. 4hims.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men. Prescription solutions backed by science, written by a doctor, and delivered to your door. Thanks to science, baldness can be optional. Go to 4hims.com/ESPN right now and get started for just $5 while supplies last. This would cost hundreds if you went to the doctor or a pharmacy, so go to 4hims.com/ESPN. That's FORHIMS.com/ESPN. 4hims.com/ESPN.
Just felt there's a huge need in Pensacola to bring foot and ankle services, specifically orthopedic foot and ankle services, to this area. There's so much growth in Pensacola. I wanted a freestanding orthopedic foot and ankle center to do this, and as far as I can tell, this is the only one really in the country that's freestanding. Most orthopedic surgeons are part of a multi-specialty group. So we offer on-site x-rays, on-site CT scan, and on-site MRI. They can come to one place.
Visit NielsenOrthopedics.com to reserve your appointment today.
ESPN Radio is taking over ESPN News. You can now watch your favorite radio shows all in one place. From Golic and Wingo.
Oh, yeah.
To the Dan Levitard Show with Stugotz.
All right, I'm available every day, thanks.
To the Stephen A. Smith Show.
I just don't understand this guy.
To the Will Kane Show.
It's my job to tell the truth.
From morning to night, the best of ESPN Radio is now available on ESPN News.
It's time for the biggest game of the year. All football season is led up to this one game this Sunday. Come out to 200 South and watch the big game on the big screen. There'll be a Madden Xbox One tournament starting at 1:30, raffles, and an all-inclusive MVP package, complete with a bottomless tailgate buffet, unlimited select drafts, and call cocktails. 200 South is going to be big for the big game this Sunday. 200 South, home to World of Beer, Blend Lounge, Taco Agave, and Graffiti Pizza.
Coming up on Sports Call this Saturday, we'll be remembering the legacy of Kobe Bryant, gone too soon at the age of 41. And we'll be getting ready for the big game on Sunday between the Chiefs and 49ers. That's this Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
The weekend sports, the weekend ahead. Saturdays are live and local on Sports Call with Davis Allen and Justin Patrick.
I'm against the fans deciding the starters because even Taco Fall, he's not even in the NBA at the moment. He's playing in the G League, and yet he, based on votes, could possibly still be on the All-Star team.
It's sports talk with a lot of chill. Every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. Local sports powered by ESPN, the biggest name in sports radio. ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
All phone guests join us on the Shell Penzo Performance Line. We're asking you guys, which non-quarterback has the best shot to win Super Bowl MVP? Tweet me at Jason Fitz, hashtag First Take. Also, you can call in 888 say ESPN, 888-729-3776. By the way, we just, for anybody watching on ESPN News or listening on radio, didn't see it. Tyler Rich just joined us, country music artist. Check him out at Tyler Rich Music. Get out there. He's out on tour with Lanco. Go check it out. 49ers fan. He's confident. I'm just going to say he's got a high level of confidence. Maybe it's because he heard, I don't know, a particular pick. By the way, we're getting into a lot of Super Bowl stuff. Don't forget the NBA is on ESPN Radio. Tune in Sunday as Harden and the Rockets host the Pelicans, presented by Indeed. Coverage begins at 1:30 p.m. Eastern on most ESPN radio stations. Now, Tyler probably feels pretty good about the pick because, I don't know, maybe he heard what Stephen A. had to say about his Super Bowl pick.
I think that what the situation is going to call for is San Francisco's defense really making some noise here. It's not that Patrick Mahomes is not going to get his. He's too great. And like I said, I would be ecstatic if the Kansas City Chiefs were to win this football game because I go back many years with Andy Reid. I got a few friends on the Kansas City Chiefs, and Travis Kelce's my brother from another mother. But I just don't believe that this team, at the end of the day, is a better team than the San Francisco 49ers. I think top to bottom, San Francisco is a more complete team. And I think their running game, combined with the Chiefs' inability to defend around, I don't give a damn what they did against Derrick Henry, the one-man show for the Tennessee Titans. This is a different animal here. And Kansas City is relatively decent against the pass. I think they're 8th overall. But I just think about their running game. I think about their ability to score points. And I also think about their defense. That front four is everything to me. With Armstead, obviously, with Buckner, with Bosa. I just look at the San Francisco 49ers, as being a front four who doesn't need to blitz in order to get to Patrick Mahomes. And I think ultimately that's going to curtail his ability to stand back in the pocket, take pictures, have all the time in the world to get to the Tyreek Hills, the Kelseys of the world, the Watkins of the world, the Hardmans of the world, etc. They'll score points, but will it be enough? Will San Francisco be able to make a play or two, a stop or two in the game to win the Super Bowl? It's a pick 'em to me. It's that close, but I got San Francisco winning 37-33. That's where I'm at.
Well, and we'll continue to see where it goes. By the way, somebody on Twitter pointed out that Max and Stephen A. apparently at one point selected, it looks like they both picked the Chiefs coming into the season. So maybe they'll be right, maybe they'll be wrong. We'll figure it out at this point. I've got a poll out there on Twitter at Jason Fitz. You can keep voting on it. What non-quarterback has the best shot at a Super Bowl MVP? Comment, tell us why. Right now, man, it is close. You got Kittle with 40%, Kelsey with 38%, other getting 15%. I threw Richard Sherman in there at 7%. I thought Sherman might get a little love given, the name power and the brand power, but I think we all agree this is going to come down to tight ends. And look, there's so much to this game, and there's so much to the conversation about quarterbacks and what the coaching means. I want to take a second and acknowledge a couple of things. Andy Reid has had a spectacular year. He's a coach that we've been quick to sort of throw shade at because of the past failures in Super Bowl moments. It doesn't take anything away from the fact that he has schemed brilliantly to get guys open and really make the most of the weapons he has. How many times can you look at your favorite team and say, you know what? My head coach has drastically made my offense better. It's not as often as you'd think. Now, on the other side of this matchup, you have Kyle Shanahan, a coach that still gets so much grief for the way the Falcons lost the Super Bowl when he was the offensive coordinator. You don't think that there's a monkey on both of these gentlemen's back? Of course there is. But ultimately what they have to do is simple. They have the opportunity to go out and sort of erase whatever that chapter is. I would caution this, though. Never let one game overweigh the burden, the body of evidence over the complete season. That's what we do with these Super Bowls. We suddenly turn a Super Bowl into everything unless it's not convenient. See, it's interesting. In this moment, we'll put all the weight to the Super Bowl, right? We'll say the Super Bowl means everything. But then we'll turn around when we're having a conversation about the legacy of Eli or the legacy of Jim Plunkett, guys that have won multiple Super Bowls, and we'll turn around and say, but what did they do in the regular season? We pick and choose where it has some meaning. The fact is it all has meaning together. Ultimately, what I expect in this game is simple. I think that the key to this game isn't Patrick Mahomes. It isn't Travis Kelce. It isn't Andy Reid. The key to this game is going to be what is the Chiefs' plan to turn around and slow down the ability for the 49ers to run the football while still managing something with George Kittle. I don't think that matchup's there. And it's funny. We got a call earlier from somebody that predicted Tyrann Mathieu could be the Super Bowl MVP. That's a great prediction because it's going to be the matchup that we'll all be looking at if George Kittle gets shut down. Where I differ is I think it plays out the opposite way. When we watch this game in the end, what we're going to see, in my mind, is George Kittle go off. And the difference between Kittle and Kelsey is simple. If Kelsey catches 2, 3, 4, 5 touchdowns, that means that Mahomes threw 3, 5, 4 touchdowns, Mahomes will get all the glory. In a world where we refuse to give glory to Jimmy Garoppolo, no matter what he accomplishes, the glory will go to Kittle. That's what I think ultimately happens at the end of this. But the most important part of this is if my prediction is right, the 49ers win the Super Bowl. George Kittle's the MVP. Here's the staggering part. It doesn't mean that Mahomes isn't the best quarterback in the NFL. It doesn't mean that he might be the best quarterback of all time. And it doesn't mean that Andy Reid still isn't a great coach. Let's remember the context that matters here. This is one game. The body of work for the entire season proves how much value the work actually should get throughout the course of the year. Coming up next, The Will Cain Show. Don't forget, you can hang out. You can check out. We're on a podcast. If you're just tuning in, get the podcast for First Take, Your Take, wherever you enjoy your podcast. In the meantime,
an interesting creature inhabits the flat, arid plains of many an automobile dashboard. The bobblehead. It's most agreeable and will nod along to anything, despite having no brain function. But when the bobblehead hears how Geico not only saves people money, but also gives them access to licensed agents 24/7 online and over the phone, he'll nod even more vigorously because he knows you should switch. Because yes, switching to Geico is a no-brainer. Easy, bobblehead, easy. You're going to get whiplash.
When it comes to your bathroom, the shortest distance between outdated and updated is a trip to the Home Depot's Days of Doing bath event. Like vanities up to 40% off, faucets from only $49, plus a wide selection of online bath products. Can't make the trip? We can deliver. It's a good time to be a doer and a saver. Now at the Home Depot, how doers get more done. Limited time only. Event end dates vary by store. See store for details.
Who is it?
Asthma.
Asthma?
That's right, asthma.
You must have the wrong house. Who's there?
West Nile virus. Can I come in?
No, you can't come in.
You sure?
Yes, I'm sure. Yes.
Hello, it's Lyme disease.
I am not opening the door for Lyme disease.
I'll be back.
Who is it now?
$5 billion in property damage.
What do you want?
I'm just spreading the love, ma'am.
Go away.
When household pests are in your home, you never know what kind of health and property threats they're going to invite over. This public service announcement has been brought to you by the National Pest Management Association. Visit pestworld.org to become more aware of the serious threats common household pests like mice, roaches, and termites can pose to your health, your home, and your family.
Imogen and I started Jewelers Trade Shop in 1956.
Our goal at Jewelers Trade Shop has always been to give our customers the best experience imaginable. It's something that my grandfather instilled in my father, and without a doubt, my father has passed on to me. Those basic core goals and values that shaped our business 56 years ago are still very much alive and a driving force behind Jewelers Trade Shop today.
For 3 generations, the story continues. Jewelers Trade Shop in downtown Pensacola.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies, and rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, for a man age 45 non-tobacco user, it's $1 million of coverage at $75 per month, level rate for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110 per month, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rate guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote at 1-866-929-1950. That's 1-866-929-1950. You're probably paying more than you should. Call Term Busters at 1-866-929-1950. That's 1-866-929-1950. Remember, 1-866-929-1950. Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes for preferred non-tobacco underwriting. Exam required to qualify.
Football season never ends on Talk Football with Coach K.
Stidham is tearing it up at New England. He may well be the incumbent to Tom Brady there.
Former head coach of the Buffalo Bills, Coach K brings his expertise as he breaks down the game, the players, the coaches, and the front office. Plus, high-profile interviews from the biggest names in football. Talk Football with Coach K every weekday from noon till 1 on ESPN Pensacola 1330 FM 99.1.
Hey, Andrew McKay here, and you know how I always have interviews with local leaders and newsmakers on my show? Wouldn't it be nice if actually you could hear them talk to each other instead of only to me? Well, that's exactly the idea of our Headliners and Hops event coming up Tuesday, February 11th at O'Reilly's Irish Pub on Palafox. I'll have a group of newsmakers and local leaders, and we'll talk about current events and take your questions so you can ask things too. That's Tuesday, February 11th, 6 p.m., Headliners and Hops at O'Reilly's Irish Pub downtown.
This is ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM and 99.1 FM, the only local station that talks sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From Gullick and Wingo to the Sports Drive with Chad Brillante. Plus talk football with Coach K at noon, sports call every Saturday. If you'd like to partner with us as an advertiser or a promotional partner, just give us a call at 262-6000.
You're listening to ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. All sports, all the time. WEBY, Milton, Pensacola.
Introducing a new podcast, ESPN Daily. When you want to go beyond your feed, when you want to get inside the score, when you want to get behind the highlight, there's ESPN Daily. Go deeper into the stories of the moment. Get the exclusive access and insider perspective that only ESPN can give you. ESPN Daily, hosted by me, Mina Kimes. Listen on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Coming up Monday on Packer and Durham, we recap a big weekend of ACC basketball and talk about the start of lacrosse season. We get started at 7 a.m. Monday morning. Packer and Durham on ACC Network and live on the ESPN app.
Dak Prescott, Dana White, Tyson Fury, and much more from Radio Row in Miami. That more Friday.
The Will Cain Show, weekdays at 3 Eastern on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
All them dogs are counting down, about to put the anchor down. Hotty toddy, who's it gonna be? Cowbells and swamp, the Aggies romp. There's nothing like the SEC. The weekend's full of surprise. Get him with the flex. From Williams Spice to Death Valley. On the Fine Mom Show, Paul's on the roll. If he don't get the best of me, call Paul. He'll make sense of it all. What's going on, Pablo? Nealon's up on Rocky Top. The Razorbacks are hard to stop. War Eagles soaring in the wind. Let me talk, Danny. Okay, go. Tigers rocking in Missoula. Wildcats are grinning too. Talk about the tide that's rolling in. The weekend's full of surprises. From big upsets to robberies. On the Fine Mom Show, heads are gonna roll. If they don't get the best of me, we'll call Paul. Yeah, make sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul.
Don't take those calls. I could give you my address and phone number if you're ever in this neck of the woods.
This is the Paul Feinbaum Show. It's not Jerry Springer, right?
And we welcome you to Friday. The weekend is knocking on the door. Thanks for being part of the program. And, man, we got a lot to do today, so let us get started. Unrelenting growth leads to unending advantage for SEC overall, but one other conference. Is that headline even permissible here? Anyway, we'll talk about it. Bruce Feldman writing that about the SEC distribution, and it was a big whopper yesterday. We'll talk a lot about it today. When you look over the years, when the key moment being when the SEC network launched in 2014, things have doubled, and as much as things have changed, I'm talking about since 2010, things have nearly tripled. But the numbers keep going up, and there is an expectation with more television deals out there. This could continue to slide. It's not easy to do, by the way. Meanwhile, Tua making the rounds in Miami at the Super Bowl, saying he was very close to staying at Alabama. That had been rumored. Remember a couple weeks ago, everybody thought he was going to stay. All the reports seem to indicate that. Tua had this to say.
It was really hard. There's a lot of what ifs, if I decided to forego my senior year, and then there's a lot of what ifs if I decided to stay. But with the help of my parents, my family, the guidance that we got, I think that's what kind of took the pressure off of me to make this decision. Right. It wasn't just myself, but I was with my family, so.
That was Tua on the Golic window. Rick Barnes, by the way, not having a good week with SEC officiating. He said, all we want is consistency. So this was the famous bump heard around the world. Pretty obvious the SEC official was wrong. Rick Barnes gets blamed for something he didn't do. I mean, he's not even moving. How do you blame Rick Barnes for that? He's talked to the SEC officials in Birmingham. Here's what he had to say.
I have great confidence in our SEC office, and I do. I think we've got the best conference office in America. I think we got the best conference in America, and I know this. They have a tough job to do, but there's no doubt they're going to do their job. And so again, I'm comfortable with whatever they do because I know that. We talk about it just means more, and I can assure you to our conference office, it means much more.
In other words, I will be voting against witnesses. Anyway, welcome. Just joking. Welcome to the program, and let us tell you what we will be doing over these next 4 hours. Bruce Feldman arguably the best reporter in college football. He'll be with us from The Athletic. David Ridpath, good friend of ours, professor at Ohio University. He is part of this cabal who wants to put a cap on coaching salaries. We will ask him why, and has he hit his head anywhere recently on a sharp object. Charlotte Wilder, not to be confused with Charlotte's Web. She's with Sports Illustrated. We'll talk to her. And Richard Johnson. I think we had Richard on a couple weeks ago when we were in New York. He rejoins the show. And your phone calls at 855-242-7285. It is Friday, and we are going to be pretty relaxed. We hope you'll give us a ring. And we begin right now talking to Pat in Georgia. Pat, thank you for the call, and welcome to our show.
Thanks for taking the call, Paul. I think I'm one of those sane Georgia football fans you've been referring to the last couple of weeks. We've got a good recruiting class, better than most. And, the honeymoon's over with Kirby, but we're not even past the 7-year itch. I mean, let alone looking at divorce court. So I think he's got a pretty good future at Georgia, and I'm confident in him. Having said that, are you familiar with Coach Frank Howard's Lucky Rock at Clemson in Death Valley?
Yes.
Well, from 65 to 75, Georgia and Clemson basically played home and home. And my wife and I were in the band, and in 1969, I mean, it's a day trip. It's only 75 miles. But we got everything done, and we had a few minutes, and I ended up standing right next to the monument, to the rock. And I read it, and I decided, well, there's no time like the present. So I rubbed the rock, and I ran down the hill, and gravity starts to take a hold, and it's awfully tough not to start just doing somersaults down the hill. But I ran down the hill, and I ran in onto the field at Death Valley, and nobody said anything to me. I got tickled yesterday when you were critiquing or giving ideas out for callers calling in. And my wife made the comment that in your book you say, please don't ask me how I'm doing. I'm doing great. I am doing great. The show, so we read the book. And we
thank you. Yeah, I did write that, and that was just a kind of we were joking, Gene Wojciechowski and I, when we were putting the book together. I really understand the purpose of that, and I do the same thing. It's common courtesy to offer that salutation, and I know if you're watching every day for an extended period, but one thing that I do realize, Pat, I am here, obviously, for the whole show, but most people are not. I'm well aware that people do have lives, and all of those lives do not revolve around what we do. So I embrace that. I know that some people complain about it, and they say, I know how you're doing, but everybody doesn't hear the same thing.
Oh, I certainly agree with that, and I understand why you do it. May I please say that I trust you are doing well, and I hope you have a really blessed day.
Thank you very much. I appreciate both of those comments, and I think that's just the way it is. I mean, I've lived in the South my entire life, and we are a little bit different in the South in terms of asking each other how we're doing, and it's a common courtesy. It's nothing more. And I take it exactly for the way it's meant. Thanks for the call. Scott is in Arkansas. Scott, you're on the air, and welcome to our show.
How are you doing today, Mr. Feinbaum?
I'm really doing well. It's Friday, and I don't know, not likely to spend the most demanding week of my life, but I'm pretty glad it's Friday.
Are you going to the Super Bowl?
I am not. I am still hanging around the house for the most part, but I am about to get away soon.
Okay. Here's what I want to comment on real quick. The family atmosphere around this show is like nothing else I've ever encountered. I had a problem a few weeks ago, and one of your regular callers, I talked to some of them on Twitter, okay?
Sure.
He went way, I'm not going to tell you his name. He went way out of his way to help me out.
Really?
I've never met him. I love it when he calls. And that goes for a lot of them. But he went way out of his way to help me out, and with no expectation of any kind.
Yeah, Scott, let me stop you right there for a second. Now, and a lot of people may not understand this, but and I'm not exactly sure how it works, but there is a family of people connected to this show that communicate with each other via Twitter, Facebook, other instruments of social media, often share each other's numbers, etc. And I'm even though I'm here every day and have some understanding of it and have been involved in it to a small degree, I am always amazed how it works and how effectively it operates, and I'm so glad to hear that.
It's a Southern thing, in my point of view. I think Charlie Daniels said it best. We might do a little fighting amongst ourselves, but you outside people best leave us alone.
That was one of my favorite Charlie Daniels lyrics, and by the way, I'd be here all day telling you how many Charlie Daniels songs I like.
I love them all. But hey, how about Mr. Sam Pittman, huh?
I like Pittman. I am growing to become a bigger fan of his every day, and I think part of it's just because there's a comfort level. I was with a friend of mine earlier today, and he asked me about Pittman, and I said I really think he may be one of the better, maybe possibly the best of the new coaches, because I just think he's off to such a comfortable start. I know what he's up against, but I also know he's got a good act. You never want to be facing a tough act to follow. He's got the easiest act in college football to follow. He's following Chad Morris. You're exactly right about that. Hey, I bought all in on Chad Morris. I am not going to deny that I did. I really wanted him to succeed because I'm an Arkansas fan. Of course I wanted him to succeed. But he didn't. He failed miserably. And Coach Pittman, my gosh, look what he's coming up against. The coaches in the SEC West are the dream team of college football coaches. They are. But to me, I mean, he is the most authentic coach in the SEC. And I don't even know him. I'm just telling you what I know from watching him from a distance and from having one encounter with him. But I can't wait to meet him. I'm going to say this. I think he's our Coach O. I hope you're right. I hope I am, too. Because it would just thank you. All the best to you, Scott. And it would just be, for all the people that have loved the Coach O story, Coach O at least had been a head coach. I mean, this guy had not only, he hadn't even been a coordinator. I mean, it would be one of the greatest stories ever if Sam Pittman goes from an offensive line position, albeit at Georgia, to great success. I'm pulling for it, I can tell you that. Let's continue. Charles is in South Carolina. Hello, Charles.
Hey, Paul. Love your show, friend.
Thank you so much.
And I'm a 73-year-old man, and my memory ain't as good as it used to be. But wonder if you could help me with this Arkansas question.
I'll try.
You remember when in the late 80s, early 90s, Danny Ford parted ways with Clemson?
Yes.
And he went to Arkansas for a while. Do you remember that?
I think, if I remember the story correctly, did he not take over after Frank Broyles fired Jack Crow?
Well, see, that's what I was having trouble remembering.
I think he did. I think Danny may have been he may have been brought in as an assistant, I think. And I'll double check, but I'm pretty sure he came in during that period. For those who don't know, Jack Crow, who at one time was Pat Dye's offensive coordinator at Auburn, became the head coach at Arkansas, and he lost. Who did he lose to in the opening game of the year? Was it Jacksonville State? I can't remember. and he was summarily fired after 1 week. I believe this is 92, 93, somewhere in that range.
Yeah, it had to have been early 90s, I would think. And but as well as I remember, he had pretty good success there for a while.
Yeah, he did. I believe Arkansas made it to the SEC title game at one point.
I believe you're right about that. Let me ask you one more thing. Have you seen the Bowden Dynasty pieces they show on TV?
I've heard about it, but I have not seen it. But I'm interested in watching it.
Well, there's one section in there about Mark Richt. Mark Richt is talking, and at some point during the season, they had one of their players get killed on Saturday night.
Mm-hmm.
And the next day, Bobby Bowden brought the whole team in. And this is Mark Richt talking.
He was Bobby's offensive coordinator, for those who don't remember.
Yeah. And during the pep talk and trying to help everybody, Bobby Bowden offered the plan of salvation. And Mark Richt said, "I'm 30-something years old, and I had never heard that before."
Wow.
That just floored me. And he said he went back and talked to Bobby the next day and accepted Christ as a Savior, and that just blew me away.
That is that's an amazing story.
But if you ever get a chance to see that, you would enjoy it, I'm sure.
I will. I'll check it out. I've seen it on the screen. Hey, thanks very much, Charles. Really nice of you to call. We're heading to a break. More to come. More guests and your phone calls.
Brought to you by Marathon. No matter where your travels take you, Marathon can improve your engine performance with quality top-tier gasoline. Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
Okay, you know how it feels when you've saved enough for that long-awaited home edition? Now imagine an addition on that addition. Whoa. That's the feeling with Capital One, where a new savings account earns an interest rate 5 times the national average. That's right, 5 times, as represented by 5 times more singers. This is banking reimagined. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Rate comparison based on FDIC national rate. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Time for an oil change? We're ready to help at AutoZone. We've got more ways to help you protect your engine and your wallet, like our great deals on STP oil, starting at just $16.99 for a 5-quart jug of STP conventional motor oil. And if you need a tool for the job, you can borrow over 100 specialty ones with our free AutoZone Loan-A-Tool program. Getting the job done just got easier. Visit AutoZone.com to get started. Deposit required. Restrictions apply.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores you've ever had. In '01, we stayed up all night telling ghost stories with the neighbors. Yeah, I know I've got a bit of wear and tear. And sadly, in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire. When a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Sparks from an improperly extinguished fire pit can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
More than 100 million wild animals are killed each year, illegally. Poaching is just one of the risks animals face at our hands. I'm Tom Barry. I'm an actor. I grew up in the beautiful rural countryside of Ohio, where animals roamed freely in the open forests. I have a deep concern to help preserve those open spaces for our wildlife friends, so they can live and thrive like they used to. Destruction of their habitats threaten their very existence. The best way to protect wildlife is to protect the land where they live. The Humane Society Wildlife Land Trust works with private landowners to protect wildlife, to preserve natural habitats, and establish permanent sanctuaries. To learn more or to work with the Humane Society Wildlife Land Trust, call 800-729-SAVE. That's 800-729-SAVE. Or visit wildlifelandtrust.org. Thank you.
Hear ye, hear ye. I bringeth thee a message from... a message from the king and his new trumpeter, Stephen. The king wishes me to convey his favor to thine team and thine tailgate. Not yet. He invites thee to let the Bud Light flow forth. And he also wishes me to tell thee that he toasts thee. Waiteth until the end, Stephen! With game day's favorite light lager and the slogan of his kingdom... Oh! Dilly dilly!
Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, AB, St. Louis, Missouri.
To give batters a different look, pitchers throw a changeup.
Your idea of a different look is sunglasses.
That's true. But La Quinta Inns and Suites is really taking the different look thing to a new level.
Definitely a major league makeover, starting with a bolder, brighter lobby full of comfortable spaces to let you settle in.
Or chill out in front of a big flat screen like Wingo would.
Oh, you know it. It's a changing La Quinta look to help you get in the zone and look sharp when you hit that big meeting.
Prepare to win at business with La Quinta Inns and Suites.
Book now at LQ.com.
Hello, sports fans. Miles Bentley here, General Manager at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Pensacola. Growing up, I always loved sports. Nothing but net, out of the park, through the uprights. Sink the puck Bentley, that was me. But my love of the game couldn't beat my love for Pensacola and helping folks get on the road of dreams in a new Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Sure, I never went to the big leagues in sport, but we're all pro here at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Proud to be in Pensacola.
There's only one name in town when it comes to afternoon local sports talk. The Sports Drive with Chad Brilliante.
Some athletes don't want to be given... nobody does. No, look, when you play with your pops as it gets older, one of the most embarrassing things, my daughter's 3, I just slam it right in her face right at the play school hoop. Like right there, like I'm Zion Williamson.
The games, the players, the fans. ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
This is the Paul Feinbaum Show on Pensacola's ESPN and local sports station, and we're on Facebook at ESPN Pensacola 1330.
My memory of 27 years ago is about as bad as it is about things that happened 7 days ago. It's what happens when the anesthesia stays with you. I said that when Jack Crow was fired, he was replaced by Danny Ford. First of all, Jack Crow lost to the Citadel in 1992, not Jacksonville State, a place that he later coached very successfully at. He was replaced by Joe Kynes. And then Joe, I believe, brought in Danny Ford, who ultimately took over that program. So I want to make sure that all our friends in Arkansas understand that we rarely make mistakes, but we happen to make one there. Joe is up next in Missouri. Hello, Joe. You're on the air.
Thank you very much, Paul. You was talking about Arkansas there a while ago, and that's what I'm calling about. Bobby Petrino has took over our job here at Missouri State, the university where I'm close to. And Benzie left the SEC with a lie. I'm kind of thinking he's come into this Missouri State under a lie contract. The president, athletic director is the only two involved in hiring him, when they had already said that probably 2 weeks to the day that Dave Steckel was doing everything we want, blah, blah, blah. He's going to be the coach. And when, about 2 weeks to the day, they said they was going to have hire a coach within a week. And I don't know, you've been around. The president and athletic director were the only two involved in the hiring of this coach. Have you ever heard of such a thing?
Well, ultimately, the head coach and the athletic director and the president usually are the final arbiters. And I have said a lot of things about Bobby Petrino, a man I know moderately well. I sat in his lawyer's office not long after his firing from Arkansas and listened to him lie to me to my face for more than an hour about everything he had ever done. And I mean, I just don't care for the guy. He's entitled to try to earn a living. I would never try to stop him from that. But you guys there unfortunately have been dealt a bad hand. I mean, you got a scoundrel for your head coach.
Yes, and he's supposedly signed a 5-year contract at $250,000 is all he's going to make, and he's supposedly giving some of the money back so they can upgrade the assistant coaches, which has always been a problem. We haven't been able to pay assistant coaches anything, but he's getting the payout from Louisville, and supposedly they say that there was no communication at all between which Cliff Smart and him were acquaintance at Louisville during his first tenure. And it's saying now that there was no contact between either one prior to this decision. But it seems like he's coming in as a lie that there had to be some communication. You say you're keeping your coach, and then 2 weeks to the day, your coach and the president and the athletic director have decided to part ways, where they had all that time to determine if they was going to keep Steckel or not, which Steckel had a losing. I mean, he was sad what he done there at Missouri State, but it just seems like we're bringing in a guy that's trying to rebuild and try to.
Well, the problem, Joe, is this. Nobody in college football likes Bobby Petrino. Nobody wants anything to do with him. So good luck. It's not going to matter. I mean, I thought the most outrageous thing there was this, that someone floated the idea that the job had come down between him and Art Briles, which is like, okay, tell me which world leader during World War II was a better guy, Mussolini or Hitler?
Yes. Well, thank you for taking my call, Paul. And I just want to say, as a guy from Missouri, Millie trying to give you her number and address, you kind of, I'm resentful of that. I'm a little bit jealous of you.
I have to tell you, I have not been the same since. Millie and I had that brief dalliance in Rolla, Missouri. Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate it. Lance is in Tuscaloosa. Hey, Lance, you're on the air.
Good day, Paul. I'm here at this airport. I don't know if you can hear this plane or not, but listen, I tried getting in touch with you Christmas time and first of the year, and never could get with you. But man, I miss Shane. Cancer runs in my family, and I always enjoyed listening to Shane talk on the program. I thought he was right on target, and I just wanted to tell you that I miss him. I really do.
Well, for those who are unfamiliar, Shane, his moniker was Shane from Center Point. He was literally one of the most famous and best callers in the show's history. He came down with cancer and passed away in November or December, I should say, of 2011, and our world literally stopped the day he died. He died on a Thursday night. The next day, our entire show was dedicated to him, and remember being at his service a couple of days later and telling a couple of stories about Shane and the relationship that he had with our show. I mean, I think I-Man was there. I remember seeing a number of our callers were at the graveside, and it's been a long time, but there aren't many times when we talk about this show that his name and I'll tell you one quick story. You may have heard this one, Lance. Shane, we had a problem with Shane at one point, and I don't remember what. And Shane decided he wanted to be a sports columnist, just like I was.
I remember that.
So he started writing a column for, I think it was called the Western Star. It was a shopper in Bessemer, Alabama.
Right.
And he was good. I mean, he wrote some entertaining columns, and we would read them on the air. And one day Shane was convinced that he knew the inside track on, I think it was the Cam Newton situation at Auburn.
Yeah.
And he called the NCAA office one day and said, "Hey, this is Shane from the Feinbaum Show, and I've got a big scandal." Somebody called me from the NCAA, and I mean, to this day, it remains one of the one of the funniest things I've ever sing or heard.
But I miss the guy.
Yeah, we all do.
I really enjoyed him, and I finally got through to you.
Lance, one more thing. We were at Media Days one year at the Winfrey Hotel on Radio Row there, back when I was at Jocks, and Nick Saban came by our location, which is always a big deal, and Shane was hanging out with us. So Coach Saban walked over, and we had about a minute or two before we went on the air. And Shane just walks over and says, "Hey, Nick, I'm Shane." I'm like, Nick Saban would automatically know who he was. And you know what? He did know who he was.
How about that? He was. But I just want to tell you that, Paul.
Well, I'm glad you called. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
It means a lot. Appreciate that, Lance. That was really cool to hear. Mike is up next. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Joe. Hi, Paul. How you doing, buddy?
We are well, Mike. Thank you for the call.
Hey, look at here. I'm from born and raised in Vesper, Alabama. You're exactly a year older than me. And you remember an old guy named Joe?
Oh, yeah, sure.
You know who I'm talking about, but my dad and everything listened to you back when on the radio and all that kind of stuff, and back when you come from Tennessee and all that kind of stuff. And I just want to tell you one thing, Paul. The 92 championship game of Alabama with a little Dabo number 88 and all that stuff was, that's where Dabo learned all his stuff from. And another thing, too, Paul, like I said, I've been listening to you ever since you've been from Vesper, all the jock stuff and all. And another thing, too, Alabama would have 3 more championships for the last 3 games. They had 2 interceptions per game, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
And that's the reason Alabama lost, don't have 3 more rings up there. You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying, yes.
But I've been listening to you, like I said, ever since you've been here. And, like I said, jocks, everything, all the newspapers that you used to write and everything. My dad used to listen to you out there on your radio. And next thing I know, he'd, said bad words about you and everything else. But you keep doing what you're doing, because there's a lot of us, like I said, you're exactly 1 year older than me. And you keep doing. I hope we all get another 30 years of you. You're all family.
Well, listen, I thanks for the call, Mike. I can't promise that long, but people always ask me like what is your future plans? My future plans are exactly what they were this morning when I got up, to come in here and work and put on the best possible show that we can. Bruce Feldman will be joining us in a couple of minutes to talk about the staggering distribution by the SEC yesterday, and a lot of people wonder, will this ever end? The bottom line is, if you understand what Bruce and his colleague Andy Staples wrote in The Athletic, it's a long way from coming to an end. We'll take a break. More of your phone calls continue. Bruce will join us shortly. We are back after this.
Tune in to the ESPN Daily Podcast, bringing you a deep dive into a single story from one of ESPN's hundreds of reporters. Presented by Indeed. Download, subscribe, and review ESPN Daily. Available wherever you enjoy your podcasts.
Doesn't it seem like things are always getting more expensive? Groceries, the rent, even utilities. Cost of living is up, but Allstate can help lower your cost of driving with new lower auto rates. You get the same high-quality coverage and hands-on expertise from a local Allstate agent, now with new lower rates. You're in good hands with Allstate.
If you haven't quoted Allstate lately, it's the perfect time. Get a quote today. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Savings vary. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
When it comes to your bathroom, the shortest distance between outdated and updated is a trip to the Home Depot's Days of Doing bath event. Like vanities up to 40% off, faucets from only $49, plus a wide selection of online bath products. Can't make the trip? We can deliver. It's a good time to be a doer and a saver. Now at the Home Depot, how doers get more done. Limited time only. Event end dates vary by store. See store for details.
Hi, this is Barry Cole of Beret Jewelers. Like Coach Saban and the Bama football team wants to be the best at what they do on and off the field, Beret Jewelers works hard every day to be the best jeweler on the Gulf Coast.
So they have this illusion that they have all these choices. But the fact of the matter is if you want to be good, you really don't have a lot of choices because it takes what it takes. You have to do what you have to do to be successful.
Sometimes the hidden treasure is right in your backyard, and for diamonds and jewelry, it's here at Beret Jewelers. We offer a huge selection of Forever Mark diamonds and engagement rings, Breitling, Tag Heuer, and Omega watches, Pandora, and John Hardy jewelry, along with the finest jewelry craftsmen in the area. We also have 12 months interest-free financing and guaranteed best prices on all of our jewelry and services. Stop by and see me and my staff on 12th Avenue next to Bonefish Grill. I'm Barry Cole with Beret Jewelers, and I want to be your jeweler and roll tide.
Beret Jewelers, proud sponsor of the Paul Feinbaum Show.
If you're a small business owner, there's no better place to find the impact hire to help your business than LinkedIn. LinkedIn Jobs takes the time to learn more about who you're looking for and then recommends qualified candidates from their community of engaged and career-minded people, candidates who you likely won't be able to reach anywhere else. The truth is, over 70% of the U.S. workforce is on LinkedIn, and posting your job on LinkedIn gives you the best chance of finding and starting a conversation with your next star recruit. It's no surprise a new hire is made every 8 seconds using LinkedIn. So build your winning team by posting a job on LinkedIn and visit linkedin.com/sports to get $50 off your first job post. That's linkedin.com/sports for $50 off your first job post. linkedin.com/sports. Terms and conditions apply.
Well, I finally improved my credit score.
What? The band is about to be discovered. Rock gods don't need to worry about credit scores. We're supposed to think about how many guitars we've smashed, make ridiculous on-tour requests, tragically break up and blame creative differences.
Yeah, I'm not banking my retirement on a band that's never left your garage.
When it comes to financial stability, don't get left behind. Get tools and tips for saving at feedthepig.org. This message brought to you by the American Institute of CPAs, the Florida Society of CPAs, and the Ad Council.
Hey there, I'm a glue stick, so I have one job. I glue kid stuff. So sorry for being jealous of Geico, who does a ton more, like give you 24/7 access to thousands of licensed agents. And Geico has been around for over 75 years and has a 97% customer satisfaction rating. While I've just got mediocre adhesive skills, Geico also has an award-winning mobile app. Uh-oh, arts and crafts time. No eating the glue stick, Miss Lydia!
Geico. Expect great savings and a whole lot more.
Listen up. In 2016, a New Mexico House seat was decided by only 2 votes out of almost 14,000.
In 2010, a state house race in Vermont was determined by 1 vote.
In 2002, a Connecticut House seat was determined by just 1 vote out of more than 6,000.
In 1994, a Wyoming state house seat vote ended in a tie. The winner, chosen at random, went on to become Speaker of the State House.
Your voice matters. Use it.
Go to letsfreethevote.org to learn more.
This is Northwest Florida's all sports, all the time station. From Destin to New Orleans, sports fans come here for ESPN and local sports talk. ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. The greatest name in sports radio is ESPN. Wherever you have Alexa, you can hear ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. Just say,
Alexa, enable ESPN Pensacola 1330 skill. This is the Paul Feinbaum Show on Pensacola's ESPN and local sports station, and we're on Facebook at ESPN Pensacola 1330.
From that ledge, my friend, you could cut ties with all the lives that you've been living in.
Welcome back. Always great to have Bruce Feldman on for any reason, especially when he writes about something close to home like the SEC numbers yesterday. I thought I was reading a financial statement from Goldman Sachs and said it was the Southeastern Conference, and Bruce Feldman from The Athletic has written about it with Andy Staples. Bruce, thanks for the time. So you and Andy break it down. And not only that, you talk about where this could be going with a possible major change with a television agreement. Take us through your reporting and what it all means.
Yeah, well, so Paul, obviously, Greg Sankey issuing the revenue numbers yesterday. I mean, they're staggering to see, especially relevant to the rest of college football. And if you just look at what those numbers were a decade ago, the SEC numbers are up over $500 million, which is remarkable. So we're talking about basically $45 million per program is the takeaway. But I think the part, and Andy and I discussed this as we started working on this, is about to take a huge jump because we're working off of the $55 million old CBS deal, not the new deal that the SEC is about to do. And, what does that mean? Does that mean another 15? Does it mean another 20 million per team? And so what we really set out to do was kind of show how that money really is a game changer for these individual programs. And having spent, much of the last month of the season around LSU, you saw just such a big staff with analysts and support staff where you had so many different individuals who really were experts in their roles and how that helps get a team better prepared. And so, in the story, I think what we really wanted to do was show not just how that works, but also relevant to some of these Pac-12 schools, which, again, it's not like we're talking about small group of 5 schools. We're talking about also Power 5 programs. And when you have one of those that has an analyst budget of $200,000 total, and you have some SEC analysts who make that on their own, it just shows kind of the imbalance and the gulf between the have-a-lots and the have-very-littles. And, drilling down further, we get into, as people can see in the story, about just what it means in terms of the recruiting budget and these off-field roles where Ohio State, which is obviously in the Big Ten, where they're going to be on a big TV bill in terms of having a lot of money that the Big Ten and the SEC are getting, where everybody else is kind of getting left behind. And Ohio State, they have 11 people, full-time people in the recruiting operation. We're not talking about the on-field coaches. We're talking about graphics people and people in creative media. So it's a real different landscape, and those programs, certainly at the top of the SEC food chain, are the ones who are really leaving everybody behind at this point.
Bruce, I realize a lot of this is speculative right now with a lot of reporting, but nothing final. For those in the audience that don't follow this like we do, where is the CBS contract reportedly going?
Well, I mean, I think the Sports Business Journal has done a lot of reporting in the direction of, is it going all to ABC and ESPN? Are we talking about a deal that's going to end up going from $55 million that CBS has gotten quite a bargain in to maybe 6 times that in terms of the amount? We'll have to see what the final numbers end up coming out in this process. But again, I mean, the SEC was doing exceedingly well financially before this TV deal. And I think what you're talking about here is a brand with, it's not just the success, certainly, of the programs, and we're seeing this, whether it's Alabama win the national titles or just LSU just winning the national title, but we're also seeing it in the ratings. And when you look at the numbers and the eyeballs that these programs, these top programs are bringing in, just like they did this year, that drives the ticket up. And that drives, and so that translates into a lot of ways. And I think where people, can also see it is, it means more academic support. It means bigger training staffs. It means a lot of other things in terms of like the student-athlete side. But I think it also, it means these programs are able to travel better. And the coaching staffs can travel, a lot of times the private planes for recruiting. Whereas now you're not getting stuck in these small connections where, it's hard, it's less efficient. So I think you have to think in terms of just like what the practicality is of this. And I think when people see those numbers, I think it's mind-boggling. And then when you talk to people who are in the, who are coaches in it, and the programs that don't have that kind of money, saying, this is what we're up against. And if we had more of this money, this is how we would like to allocate it in terms of staffing, because this is what the programs we're trying to recruit against are doing.
Bruce, before you go, give us the 38,000-foot view of the SEC, and I'm assuming they are in the same similar boat with the Big Ten versus everyone else in college athletics when it comes to distribution and revenue.
Yeah, and I think you hit the key thing. I mean, you can put in Ohio State in the Big Ten. Certainly Michigan and Penn State have big, passionate fan bases. They mean that they're going to tune in to watch their program, and they're going to tune in not only to watch those teams. They're going to tune in when it's 38-7 against Northwestern, and they're going to keep watching. And so those numbers matter. And I think what those distribution deals are going to mean going forward is those are the ones. I don't want to say it's certainly Clemson is in the ACC, and Clemson is recruiting at an impressive level with, whether they won a national title this month or not. They're just really operating well. And the ACC now obviously has its own network. But I think in terms of, you have to keep in mind, where are the brands that people are flocking to? It used to be back, 20, 25 years ago, it used to be Notre Dame was a ratings machine. Now you're seeing it where it's Alabama, it's LSU, it's certainly Ohio State. And I think that's where these contracts are going. And live events is one of the few things right now that I think that people in the TV business know is a big, big market driver. And, you can have shoulder programming around it and all, but I think because of that, certainly the SEC and the Big Ten are in such a prime place. And I think when you look at the leadership, again, and Andy and I kind of juxtapose this a little bit as it relates to the Pac-12, where the leadership seems like it's kind of forgot what the main thing is, and I think that has left them behind at a really crucial time in this marketplace.
Some absolutely great reporting in The Athletic by Andy and, of course, Bruce Feldman here. It really gives you a much better understanding of why the SEC not only winning on the field, but winning off the field as well under the leadership of Greg Sankey. Bruce, thank you very, very much. I really appreciate you coming on.
Always a pleasure, Paul. Thanks for having me.
Bruce Feldman, the preeminent reporter in college football, joining us. And we are heading to a break. More of your phone calls when we come back.
Brought to you by Indeed, used by over 3 million businesses for hiring. Business owners and HR professionals can post job openings with screener questions and sort, review, and communicate with candidates from an online dashboard. Learn more at Indeed.com/hire.
If this were just any door, and this were just any ignition, connected to just any transmission, in just any vehicle, then perhaps it would be okay to buy it from just anyone. But this is not just any car. It's a certified pre-owned Mercedes-Benz. Every detail has been inspected and road tested by highly skilled Mercedes-Benz technicians. And it's all backed by an unlimited mileage warranty, which makes the decision of where to buy one simple. Your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer. The certified pre-owned sales event going on now through March 7th. Come in today and enjoy a credit of up to $1,500 towards your first 2 payments through Mercedes-Benz Financial Services. Because in the end, it's absolute confidence in genuine Mercedes-Benz parts, or it isn't. It's either Mercedes-Benz certified pre-owned, or it isn't.
See your authorized Mercedes-Benz dealer for complete details and limitations on credit towards your first 2 months' payment and certified pre-owned warranties.
Your ESPN Pensacola Sports Update. I'm JP. In the NFL, veteran tight end Greg Olsen and the Carolina Panthers have mutually agreed to part ways after 9 seasons. Olsen, a 3-time Pro Bowl selection who has played 13 NFL seasons, said he's still interested in playing in the NFL. At this time, I have not closed the door on any potential career options, Olsen said. I still have the love of football in my heart and will explore all opportunities presented to me. In the NBA, this year's NBA All-Star Game will mark a changing of the guard of sorts, as for the first time in a decade, there will be 9 players making their first appearance in the league's annual midseason showcase. In addition to the 3 starters named to their first team last week, Luka Doncic, Trae Young, and Pascal Siakam, 6 others were named by the league's coaches Thursday night as reserves for the February 16th game. Utah Jazz teammates Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, New Orleans Pelicans forward Brandon Ingram, Miami Heat center Bam Adebayo, Indiana Pacers forward Domantas Sabonis, and Boston Celtics forward Jason Tatum. In the MLB, Dusty Baker has been hired as the new manager of the Houston Astros. The deal is for 1 year and includes a team option for the 2021 season. The Boston Red Sox are deep into talks with the LA Dodgers about all-star right fielder Mookie Betts. The two sides have talked about possible trade combinations that involve veteran left-hander David Price. In college basketball, number 15 Maryland took down number 18 Iowa 82-72. Number 11 Oregon beat Cal 77-72, and Georgia State beat South Alabama 76-73. The UWF men's team lost a tough road matchup against AUM 72-66. While the women took down the Warhawks 58-53. In hockey news, the Ice Flyers were up 1-0 when the game had to be postponed due to poor ice conditions in Macon, Georgia against the Mayhem. The game will be rescheduled at a later date. Today, the Ice Flyers will look to continue their road dominance against Roanoke. And don't forget, you can catch me and Chad Brilliante for the Sunday NFL Tailgate Show from 3 to 5 at World of Beer. Come join us for the big game. And for your ESPN Pensacola Sports Update, I'm JP.
Owning a home is the American dream, but today's economy is challenging. Have you fallen behind on your mortgage payments? Many homeowners facing financial difficulty often feel lost and don't know where to turn for help. The airwaves are filled with offers of fast and simple relief. However, many find these offers often lead to damaged credit, higher debt, and ultimately the loss of one's home. If it seems like there's no way out, know there is legitimate help available. The National Foundation for Credit Counseling is a nonprofit organization that has provided answers and concrete solutions to consumers in situations just like yours for more than 60 years. Our certified housing specialists will work with you to review your finances and create a custom plan that's right for your specific situation. NFCC member agencies provide free and affordable help and meet U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development standards. Call 866-687-6322 or visit mortgagehelpnow.org.
It's time for the biggest game of the year. All football season is led up to this one game this Sunday. Come out to 200 South and watch the big game on the big screen. There'll be a Madden Xbox One tournament starting at 1:30, raffles, and an all-inclusive MVP package, complete with a bottomless tailgate buffet, unlimited select drafts, and call cocktails. 200 South is going to be big for the big game this Sunday. 200 South, home to World of Beer, Blend Lounge, Taco Agave, and Graffiti Pizza.
ESPN Radio is taking over ESPN News. You can now watch your favorite radio shows all in one place. From Golic and Wingo.
Oh, yeah.
To the Dan Levitard Show with Stugotz.
All right, I'm available every day, thanks.
To the Stephen A. Smith Show.
I just don't understand this guy.
To the Will Kane Show.
It's my job to tell the truth.
From morning to night, the best of ESPN Radio is now available on ESPN News.
Back on the show, and glad you are with us. David is in Virginia. David, you're on the air. Go right ahead.
How you doing, Paul?
We are well. Thank you for the call.
I wanted to talk about the Vols a little bit this year coming up. What do you think about us maybe sneaking up on a couple teams this year? Maybe Georgia, hopefully, maybe Florida.
Well, I think if you're realistic, I would think the odds of beating Florida in Neyland are better than Georgia in Athens.
Yeah, we pulled one off down there a few years ago that we wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, but I mean, you listen. History is great, but you got to be real.
Yeah. Well, everybody seems to be worried about our receiving core this year. Our receiving core is actually going to be probably more athletic with D'Angelo Gibbs being eligible. You know, he transferred in from Georgia, and we got Johnson redshirted last year, and We've got Palmer coming back, and we got a real speedy recruit named Jalen Hyatt, and we got that Jimmy Holiday that we flipped from all that school into Texas, not Texas Tech, Texas Christian, I think, and he is a burner. And all around, Ramil Keaton looks like he's going to be a very athletic receiver. I'm mostly worried
David,
about
I'm pretty upbeat. I think it's just a matter of maybe figuring out which one of those big games can Tennessee turn and can they hold serve. I think they can have a big year. Thank you for the call. We are heading to a break. 3 more hours to go.
At Sprint, we know how much you depend on your phone. So when you've got a cracked screen, it's the worst. We get it and we want to help you. It doesn't matter if you have Verizon, AT&T, or T-Mobile. Just drop by a Sprint repair store and we will fix your eligible Android cracked screen for just $49. Seriously, you don't even need to switch. See, we're doing things differently. It doesn't matter which carrier you use, Sprint will fix your eligible Android cracked screen for just $49. Whether you dropped it and chipped the corner while taking a selfie, or even if your 2-year-old shattered the whole screen, Sprint will repair it. That's a pretty great deal for a less than great situation. So, what are you waiting for? Visit sprint.com/fixmyscreen and visit a Sprint repair store near you. Now until February 9th.
Requires eligible Galaxy phone in working condition. Not all screens are repairable. Same-day service not guaranteed. Limit 1 per customer while supplies last. Not combinable with insurance claims. Restrictions apply.
This graduation music evokes fond memories for many of us. Communities in Schools is proud to play an important role in the lives of so many high school graduates. As the nation's leading dropout prevention organization, we work inside public schools to ensure that at-risk kids have the chance to see this day. Hear what some recent graduates had to say about Communities in Schools.
They've always had my back. They've always done anything to help me.
Communities in Schools is critical to the success of students whose ability to attend school is often jeopardized by hardships.
They've been there for when I've had any questions, any problems personally. Anytime I needed support, they were there.
At Communities in Schools, we not only help kids progress to the next grade, we support them on the path to graduation.
It means a lot to me to graduate. It's just a big accomplishment.
Communities in Schools never gave up on me. They told me I can do it, and I did it.
Communities in Schools proudly serves 1.5 million students every year. Help us give all 11 million at-risk kids the support they need and the same chance for a better future. To learn how you can lend a hand, go to communitiesInschools.org.
You're listening to Pensacola's local and ESPN sports station, your favorite ESPN radio shows, plus high school and UWF Argo football. ESPN Pensacola 1330.
Today in school, I learned a lot. In chemistry, I learned that no one likes me. In English, I learned that I'm disgusting. And in physics, I learned that I'm a loser.
Today in school, I learned that I'm ugly and useless. And in gym, I learned that I'm pathetic and a joke. In history, I learned that I'm trash.
Today in school, I learned that I have no friends. In English, I learned that I make people sick. And at lunch, I learned that I sit on my own because I smell. In chemistry, I learned that no one likes me.
In biology, I learned that I'm fat and stupid. And in math, I learned that I'm trash.
The only thing I didn't learn in school today?
The only thing I didn't learn today.
The only thing I didn't learn
is why no one ever helps.
Kids witness bullying every day. They want to help, but they don't know how. Teach them how to stop bullying and be more than a bystander at stopbullying.gov. A message from the Ad Council.
Stephen A. Smith here. If you're like me, you have a mortgage and a family who depends on your income, then you need to protect the ones you love with life insurance. Life insurance can help pay off a mortgage or send the kids to college. It's peace of mind. Think you can afford it? Chances are Select Quote can help you get it for less than $1 a day. Select Quote comparison shops up to 10 highly rated companies, including Prudential, Banner Life, and Mutual of Omaha, and others, to find you the company with the best rates. For example, Select Quote could find a 35-year-old man a $500,000 policy for under $21 a month. That's less than $1 a day. Select Quote's breakthrough technology allows them to quickly match you with the best insurance company to find your best policy. Plus, quotes are free. Start protecting your family today. Call Select Quote at 1-800-601-6992. That's 1-800-601-6992. Or go to selectquote.com/Smith.
Get full details on the example policy at selectquote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
Hey, this is Chad Brillante of the Sports Drive. After the devastating news, Kobe, his 13-year-old daughter, and 7 others lost their life in a terrible helicopter crash. My first ever job in sports, ESPN Orlando, was covering the Orlando Magic, watching Kobe dominate them to win Finals MVP. He was unreal, an icon. I found out about the news playing tag with my daughter in the backyard during my birthday weekend, knowing his last moments were taking his daughter to her basketball game. We pray for your family and friends during this tough time. Kobe, you'll be missed.
This is ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM and 99.1 FM, the only local station that talks sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From Gullick and Wingo to the Sports Drive with Chad Brillante. Plus talk football with Coach K at noon, sports call every Saturday. If you'd like to partner with us as an advertiser or a promotional partner, just give us a call at 262-6000.
You're listening to ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. All sports, all the time. WEBY, Milton, Pensacola.
All them dogs are counting down, about to put the anchor down. Hotty toddy, who's it gonna be? Cowbells and swamp, the Aggies romp. There's nothing like the SEC. The weekend's full of surprise.
Get him with the flex.
From Williams-Brice to Death Valley. On the Fine Mom Show, Paul's on the road. If he don't get the best of me, Paul. He'll make sense of it all.
What's going on, Fabo?
Kneeling up on Rocky Top, the Razorbacks are hard to stop. War Eagles soaring in the wind.
Let me talk, Tammy. Okay.
Welcome back. We are glad you're here. The second hour is live and underway. And great conversation. First hour, Bruce Feldman joining us a moment ago. And now a good friend of ours for many, many years, Professor David Ridpath, who has certainly been at the vanguard of so many courageous fights for independent rights, student rights against the NCAA, and now is seemingly involved in this conversation about curtailing coaching salaries through Congress. David, great to have you on. I know I'm not exactly sure your role in all this. As we say hello to you and say that it's great to have you on the program, I'll just sit back and listen to your thoughts on this before we get too deep involved. Good afternoon.
Well, Paul, thank you for having me on. And I think to start this out is to put it first in context. The bill that Congresswoman Shalala and Congressman Spano is sponsoring, the actual purpose of that bill is to establish a presidential commission to study intercollegiate athletics and the operations of intercollegiate athletics, much like the Amateur Sports Act did back in the 70s, which did a lot of great things for what we used to call amateur sports, meaning creation of the USOC, national governing bodies, and the ending once and for all of amateurism in the Olympic movement. It's not a cap coach salaries bill per se, in the sense that expenditures will be something that will be discussed. And when I talk about expenditures, obviously coach salaries are very low-hanging fruit, but we look beyond the salaries and look at the bonuses and other things that coaches are getting, academic bonuses. They're getting bonuses for winning 6 games, things that really add on to that bottom line. And this is a nonprofit educational enterprise, and even private schools are receiving federal funds. And I did listen to a little bit of your show yesterday, Paul, and I know I was supposed to be on yesterday, but I was traveling. But I did listen to a little bit, and some of your callers had said, well, cap the congresswomen's salaries. Well, in a governmental entity, salaries are capped, or at least they're in a range, as me working at a public institution. And we are talking about a nonprofit educational enterprise. And looking at the big thing here, Paul, there's really 2 things, and I know people don't want to hear this. If we talk about regulating, capping is kind of a strong word, but I would say regulating coaches' salaries, right? If somebody's already making $3 million or $8 million, I'm all for the free market, right? But, do they really need another $2 million of bonuses on top of that? And do we need to build buildings and other things like that other students don't have access to? And it's caused this arms race that really is showing no end. But the big thing is, Paul, if we're worried about free market or socialism or anything like that with regulating coaches' salaries, and Congress is the only entity that can do this. Let me preface this. I should have said this at the beginning. I'm not a fan of getting Congress involved in college sports, but we brought this on ourselves because of how we're running college sports right now as an enterprise within a nonprofit higher education environment. The biggest problem right now, Paul, there's one reason why coaches' salaries are so high. There's one reason why we're building athlete-only facilities. There's one reason why we're building, and I know you mentioned the lazy river yesterday, is because the labor is not paid, and the labor is capped. If we're outraged about potentially capping or regulating coaches' salaries, why are we not outraged when we're doing it with the labor? Because if we paid the labor, we would not have the salaries and the expenditures that we do now. These salaries that coaches are receiving is an artificial market, and we are the only country in the world that is doing this. So I think, Paul, this is me saying this, if people really are outraged by paying college athletes, then they should really support this study and possibly support regulating coaches' salaries. Or I will say, Paul, and typically my predictions have come true, one day we will have to pay college players if we don't do something to stop this runaway train.
David, there are thousands of things I'd like to say, but I'm more interested in gleaning information than debating, because you are very close to the intercollegiate world. You've been a faculty rep. You've appeared countless times in front of the NCAA. You've been in Congress. So let's assume that this starts down the hill or up the hill, literally in Washington. How does it work?
Well, I honestly wish I could say that, Paul, because that's really, the devil in the details. I mean, we have contracts, we have other things that are existing right now, but what people like me would like to see, Paul, and as I told you, I think my last visit to Charlotte when we saw each other in person, there's really very little that would affect our love of college athletics. I mean, I'm totally convinced that name, image, and likeness is not going to alter anybody's love or the competitive balance of college athletics. And I'm convinced if we paid players, it would be the same thing. We just have to deal with college athletics as it is, as a major business. And if we're going to keep it within the realm of higher education, where, again, these institutions are federally funded, and these institutions do have at least regulated salaries, at least ranges, that could be set for intercollegiate athletics also. And that enterprise could change. Now, would it be I don't want to say a generational shift, would it be a few years? Absolutely. But it is something that can be done. I mean, we've sent people to the moon. We've done a lot of complicated things. I think it's something that can be done. And let me say this too, Paul. We're not talking about, sending Nick Saban to minimum wage or getting paid like an adjunct professor. We have people on college campuses here at Ohio University, certainly professors that are making $1-2 million a year. You have presidents that are making a lot of money. We could go back to, and I'm not saying this would happen, Paul, but we could go back to the old John Wooden rule, and this was a UCLA rule that John Wooden implemented. But John Wooden himself refused to be paid $1 more than the highest paid person on that campus. Well, the highest paid person on any campus might be making $2 or $3 million a year. And, again, that's a nice salary for anybody. But if you're not going to pay the labor, you've got to be able to regulate what everybody else is making too. And it's getting out of hand, Paul. I mean, we have, coordinators making, $2 million a year. Where is it going to stop? And then again, you have schools that don't have the money that are trying to keep up. And I think you said it best yesterday, Paul. And this is why it's unfortunate that we have to bring Congress in to at least look at this. This may never happen, Paul. I do think it needs to be looked at. But you are correct, Paul, that yesterday when you said this, that the trustees, the presidents, the athletic directors do not have the backbone or the leadership ability to make these decisions. And unfortunately, we have to make these decisions outside because people like Jimmy Sexton are running roughshod over these institutions, and good for him. He's doing the best he can for his clients. But at the end of the day, the enterprise has not regulated itself. And sadly, we have to go to the only entity that can legally regulate salaries and expenditures in the environment we're in right now, and that's the Congress. And I know it seems crazy that we're going to go to Congress, but that's where we are today.
David Ritpavlis, who's a professor and certainly heavily involved in the college scene. David, on that subject, you have worked at many colleges, including Mississippi State. I have to ask you, having been in these athletic departments, why do you think these athletic directors end up acquiescing to the whims of an agent in trying to please public opinion? I can't think of too many other reasons why they would be doing it.
Well, you've hit the nail on the head. That's really the main reason. And these athletic directors, they're not hired and fired on the educational acumen of their athletes or, the life skills development of their athletes. These coaches are not hired up for that reason. They are hired for one reason and one reason only: winning. And if you don't win, you get fired. My guess is, Paul, this is, again, just maybe I'm reaching here, that if we had some greater controls and the money that's being made in college athletics went to fully fund other sports, went to educational programs, postgraduate scholarships, lifetime insurance, lots of things that we could do for the athletes, that conceptually, I would hope, as Bubba Cunningham said in that same article that Dennis Dodd wrote, would we actually be in a situation where if we signed a coach to a 5-year contract that we would stick with them for 5 years instead of firing them? And you brought it up yesterday again, Paul. Another expenditure is not even get beyond the salaries. We're paying more coaches not to coach than to actually coach because of these crazy buyouts. So there's so many things that we can do, I think, to make it better. And at the end of the day, Paul, I'm still convinced we will still watch.
Yeah, and we just had Bruce Feldman on, and he was responding and reacting to the SEC distribution yesterday, which I'm sure you've read. And you talk about $45 million a team, and a lot of that is TV network generated money, and I don't mind saying a great deal of it's coming from the network I currently work for. As a result of that, but it's about to get there's about to be a lot more money, as you know, with the reported leaving of CBS, obviously to ESPN and Disney. So I mean the money coming in is going to continue to grow, David, as you well know. So how do you knock that down when you have not only athletic directors making 7 figures? You mentioned presidents. I mean, you can't hire a top-flight president nowadays for under a couple of $1 million a year. I mean, it is a runaway train in many respects.
Yeah, I agree, Paul. We would have to do something major to stop it, and a structured, limited antitrust exemption would be able to do that. Again, Paul, if we still want intercollegiate athletics being run within a nonprofit educational enterprise where education is supposed to be paramount, which apparently, from what I hear from everybody, is the ideal that makes college athletics so great, but it's becoming so much less and less of a factor. So do we want to return it back to where we are? And also, when we talk about the runaway train, Paul, like I mentioned earlier, if we continue this runaway train, players will be paid. That will happen. And if we don't want that to happen, then we need to stop the train and say, how are we going to reframe the enterprise? And honestly, Paul, and I've said this in my most recent book, it might be systems, not just a system. Maybe schools like Alabama and Ohio University should not be playing in the same sandbox. Maybe we need to look at restructuring how we do things, whether it's a national sports policy, whether having the Power 5 break away, having a czar for football. I think we really need to think outside the box. And even to the point of, Paul, do we want to privatize college athletics to where you could actually take away some of these regulations that you have being in a nonprofit enterprise in a higher education environment? There's lots of things that we can do, but that runaway train, at least, Paul, in every story I've read, the runaway train always wrecks. And at some point in time, the chickens are going to come home to roost. And not to use so many metaphors, but it's going to happen.
And finally, before you go, there was a time, and you've been on both sides of this as a faculty rep and someone who has been heavily involved in the NCAA, where It doesn't seem to me, and you tell me if I'm wrong, that the NCAA really cares what happens anymore, at least in the area of enforcement. I mean, they put on a good front, but if you isolate the sport of college basketball, I mean, tell me or give me some reason to believe that the people in Indianapolis care what happens in that sport as long as the billions come in from CBS and Turner.
Well, I don't think it's even just the ones in Indianapolis. I think it's, I think it's countrywide. I think it's the fans, it's everyone. We really just want to watch the games at the end of the day. And, if the NCAA was truly an enforcement arm, a governing body, a national office that truly cared about these things, North Carolina would have been sanctioned very badly. Other basketball programs with this, this bribery scandal would have been sanctioned. So I agree. We're trying to put up a good facade. We're trying to say that it's all about these great things that Mark Emmert bloviates about, but it's not. And what I go back to, Paul, is let's deal with college athletics as it is, not with some mythological belief of what we think it should be. And if we deal with it as it is, I think we can really do a lot of exciting things. And as I always say, it's not going to damage people's love for it. We're still going to have millions, if not billions, of people watching our games.
Fantastic conversation, and there's so much to chew on there, but we'll table it until next week or soon when you can come back and we can start fleshing some of this out. Professor David Ridpath, fantastic to have you on. Come back soon.
Anytime, Paul. Thank you.
Listen, I know a lot of you were probably rooting for me to yell and scream about certain aspects of what he said, but I wanted to learn more about it, and now that we've heard him, we can figure out if any of our opinions have changed. We are going to take a break. More to come. It's been a pretty wild hour and 15 minutes. We have a long way to go, and we hope you'll stick around.
Capital One knows life doesn't alert you about your credit card.
Next stop, Graham Street. In Brighton, the khaki shorts. Your G&L energy bill went up 60% this month. Seems like you'd want to know. Stand clear of the closing doors.
So, meet Eno, the Capital One assistant that catches things that might look wrong, like increases to a recurring bill, then sends an alert to your phone and helps you fix it. Eno, another way Capital One is watching out for your money when you're not. Capital One, what's in your wallet? See CapitalOne.com for details. Limitations apply.
There's something out there for you and me, and the American road is calling, so what's it gonna be? Hey, it's an amazing day, traveling our own highway. No matter where it leads us, we can smile, 'cause it's meaning in the mind.
Marathon, fueling the American spirit.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores you've ever had. In '01, we stayed up all night telling ghost stories with the neighbors. Yeah, I know I've got a bit of wear and tear. And sadly, in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire. When a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Sparks from an improperly extinguished fire pit can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com, brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. See website for full details and safety information.
One of the scariest things that can happen to a guy is that first morning you wake up, you look in the mirror, and you start to realize you're going thin up top. 2 out of every 3 guys are going to start losing their hair by the age of 35. 35! You're still a young dude at that point. You're going to start losing your hair? Then think about it. A year from now, it's all gone. And everybody used to think as soon as you start losing your hair, that's it. It's genetics. It's father time. And there's nothing you can do about it. Well, guess what? That's wrong. 4hims.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men. Prescription solutions backed by science, written by a doctor, and delivered to your door. Thanks to science, baldness can be optional. Go to 4hims.com/ESPN right now and get started for just $5 while supplies last. This would cost hundreds if you went to the doctor or a pharmacy, so go to 4hims.com/ESPN. That's FORHIMS.com/ESPN. 4hims.com/ESPN.
Football season never ends on Talk Football with Coach K.
Stidham is tearing it up at New England. He may well be the incumbent to Tom Brady there.
Former head coach of the Buffalo Bills, Coach K brings his expertise as he breaks down the game, the players, the coaches, and the front office. Plus, high-profile interviews from the biggest names in football. Talk Football with Coach K every weekday from noon till 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 FM 99.1.
Imogen and I started Jewelers Trade Shop in 1956.
Our goal at Jewelers Trade Shop has always been to give our customers the best experience imaginable. It's something that my grandfather instilled in my father, and without a doubt, my father has passed on to me. Those basic core goals and values that shaped our business 56 years ago are still very much alive and a driving force behind Jewelers Trade Shop today.
For 3 generations, the story continues. Jewelers Trade Shop in downtown Pensacola.
When working at a growing business, you wear many hats. The new business hat, the buying toner for the copy machine hat, the sifting through tons of resumes hat. You can throw away that last hat thanks to Indeed.com. When posting your job, Indeed lets you add screener questions that give you a less time-consuming route to your short list of qualified candidates. So go ahead, dust off that extra long lunch hat. Hiring's better when you've got your short list. Save time on hiring when you post a job on Indeed. Get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
The week in sports, the weekend ahead. Saturdays are live and local on Sports Call with Davis Allen and Justin Patrick.
I'm against the fans deciding the starters because even Taco Fall, he's not even in the NBA at the moment. He's playing in the G League, and yet he, based on votes, could possibly still be on the All-Star team.
It's sports talk with a lot of chill. Every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
This is the Paul Feinbaum Show on Pensacola's ESPN and local sports station, and we're on Facebook at ESPN Pensacola 1330.
Pour me something tall and strong, make it a hurricane before I go insane. It's only 12:30, but I don't care. It's 5 o'clock.
Welcome back. Really some great guests already today with Bruce Feldman and Professor Ridpath. More to come, and let's get back to the calls at 855-242-7285. KC is in Las Vegas. You're on the air. Go right ahead.
This is the provocative potentate of SEC football.
I hope so.
It's nice to hear you, Paul.
Thank you very much.
Paul, I know the season just ended, but I am looking forward to this coming season, especially with the new coaches that's come in to the West, and with Coach O winning the national championship. It's going to be an interesting year. The competition just got a lot tougher. What do you think?
I agree with you. When you look at the openings in the SEC, Arkansas, it couldn't have gotten any worse. So even though we don't know much about Pittman, I like the feel of it, and the Mississippi schools improved dramatically. There's still a couple of spots out there that are blinking red lights, but those are individual decisions that schools have to make.
Yes, exactly. And but the West is going to be so
the West is brutal.
Tough. Yeah, very brutal. And I'm looking forward to the second week, Alabama and Georgia.
Oh yeah.
I'm looking forward to watching Ole Miss and Mississippi State with Lane Kiffin and Mike Leach. And then it's going to be interesting with LSU because, you know, they just won a national championship. And you and I both know that it's hard to get there, but it's much harder to stay there.
Yeah, I was with an LSU friend of mine earlier today, and he said, well, do you think we can hang on? I said, yeah, listen, LSU is going to be very relevant, but when you just take a look at the talent that departed on the field and in the press box with the two coordinators, I mean, I don't remember a team getting gutted to the degree that LSU just got through losing. So, I mean, I think they'll be very good, but they're trying to follow up one of the greatest seasons, if not the greatest in college football history, and losing that. It's going to take some I hope they get some voodoo going for them in a good way during Mardi Gras in a couple of weeks. Hey, thanks for the call. Appreciate it very much. Kelly is in Tampa. Kelly, you're on the air. Go right ahead.
Hey, Paul. It's Kelly from Tampa. Just wanted to talk to you a little bit about the Gators and UGA. As you know, Dan said, you know, the Gators, 7 points really separating the two. Just looking back over 2018, 2019, you know, the Gators lost in 18 by 19 points. They lost by 7 points in 2019. Gators came in 14th in recruiting in 18. UGA was number 1. In 19, Gators finished 9th in recruiting, UGA number 2. If you look at kind of where 2020 is right now, Paul, if we close in on Williams, the safety out of DeLand, Florida, or Gibbs or Clayton at running back, you know, we could finish, you know, right there at top 5, top 6. UGA probably still be number 1, number 2. So from recruiting, you can see the Gators really starting to close. But when you think about, you know, college football, 3 things that typically really matter: recruiting, obviously, quarterback play, and coaching. And if I think about, you know, 2020, where I think the Gators have a chance to actually catch UGA, I would say UGA is still winning at recruiting. Quarterback play with Kyle Trask coming back, 300 yards. Paul, I think, you know, with the transition there at quarterback at UGA, I would lean towards the Gators on that. Really comes down to coaching, right, between Kirby, Dan Mullen. I'd say Kirby's a good coach, but, you know, Dan Mullen's a good game day type coach, and he's bringing back all of his staff. You know, so when you really look at that, I do think the Gators are starting to close the gap. And could be the year, you know, where UGA is now saying, hey, how'd it go? Kirby saying, hey, it could be, you know, 7 points behind the Gators. I don't know. What do you think about that, looking at...
Yeah, listen, I don't know if you heard Buddy Martin earlier in the week, Kelly. I mean, he really believes the two are pretty close together. He used the word fear. Buddy predicted accurately the Gators' double-digit season this year, so I listened to him very closely. He's been around that program for 50 to 60 years, so... I am going to wait till spring and see the way the dust settles. I think there are a couple of question marks at Georgia that need to be answered. But if you ask me which rivalry are you watching most closely as we head into the next football season, it's the rivalry between Georgia and Florida. Bruce is in Florida, and you are next up. Good afternoon. Hey, Bruce.
Hey, Paul, it's good to talk to you again. It's been a little while since I've talked to you.
Thank you.
I've been listening this week, and it seems like, Paul, you are stirring the pot more and more between Florida and Georgia.
I absolutely deny that spurious allegation.
That's the same allegation like that allegation that was made against Dan Mullen's wife yesterday about kissing players. I thought that was low dog poor. And you
if you're trying to tell me, Bruce, that we sit here trying to program a show between now and next August, and that we would try to be promulgating a rivalry between Georgia and Florida, I have to lean on the jury in the other room to help me on this, guys. Please, I want somebody to back me up on this. Because I'm just I'm an organ grinder here. I come out here and do what I'm told by Jamari, and who's a Georgia graduate, by the way, and Danny Brams. I mean, can I go to the House managers right now and have a response to that?
Puppet masters. Yeah. We're the puppet masters in here. Yeah.
We try.
No, I mean, we're just, we have one mission in here. Our mission is to serve sports fans. It's kind of the ESPN mission statement. And we come in here trying to produce an entertaining show. And we have people not been entertained by the great calls we've had from Georgia and Florida fans going back and forth?
To be fair, Bruce, you say we're talking about Georgia and Florida fans a lot. You did call in to talk about Georgia and Florida fans, so that kind of just keeps it going.
Exactly.
It just kind of keeps it going.
I'm tired of seeing what y'all do every day, trying to stir the pot.
No, Bruce, we do not. You know why we don't? Because
I'm a Florida Gator. You guys are instigators.
Bruce, I have to tell you, you're the guys who's stirring the pot. You know why? Because you think you guys have caught up to the University of Georgia. And you know what?
Preach, Paul.
You have not.
Well, you know what, Paul? We are excited, and I'm not going to apologize.
I mean, I am trying to remember who was the coach of Georgia the last time you guys won?
Paul, look at who had the worst mess whenever they took over the schools. Was it Kirby or was it Dan Mullen?
Yeah, I don't think Florida's won a game against Georgia in 20 years, have they?
You know better than that, Paul. you know the history better than anybody.
Well, listen, I want you to know, Bruce.
Paul,
Bruce.
Mark Rich would out recruit him every year. It didn't matter. Florida develops players better than Georgia does. That's what Georgia's scared of.
Hold on. I believe I need to go to the other room. Jamari, you're Georgia. Are you scared of Florida?
No, not really. Can I ask Bruce this question? Who is the best Florida pro in the last 5 years?
The best Florida pro?
Yeah, pro player in the NFL right now.
Professional football player.
Ty Polite. There's been several.
Really good player. Is he better than Nick Chubb, who almost led the league in rushing this year for Georgia? Or Sony Michel, who has a Super Bowl? Or Todd Gurley's been to a Super Bowl?
Well,
these are developing players, you said. I mean, these are all Georgia players that count in the last 5 years.
Whenever SEC players get to the pros, I pull for all of them.
By the way, Bruce, we're not interested in who you pull for. The man asked you a question, and you are trying to obfuscate the question.
If Ja'Kai Polite is the best answer, then I think this discussion, Paul, is finally over.
Yeah, I'm going to have to rule you out of order, Bruce. Your time is up. I've been watching too much of this stuff going on down the dial. Anyway, we're heading to a break. More of your phone calls at 855-242-7285. More guests to come. We are coming right back.
Now that Human Resources Director Fernando Pino has Kronos for HR, payroll, talent, and time, he's completely crushing it. He even has his own hype song.
Supporting our entire workforce. Everyone has different hours, skill sets, and pay grades. Motivating and engaging our people every step of the way.
Kronos, HR solutions for the modern workforce and the people who support them. Learn more at kronos.com/HR swagger.
I'm on the top, I'm gonna rise up. I'm on the top, I'm gonna rise up. I'm on the top.
Are you paying too much for term life insurance? There's a tremendous price war among the major term life companies, and rates have dropped dramatically in the past few years. For example, for a man age 45 non-tobacco user, it's $1 million of coverage at $75 per month, level rate for the next 10 years. Or a man age 50 non-tobacco user can obtain $500,000 of coverage for a monthly premium of only $110 per month, guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. That's right, level rate guaranteed not to change for the next 20 years. If you're a smoker, we have great rates available for you as well. At Term Busters, we specialize in policies of $500,000 and above. If you're looking for a new or replacement term life insurance, call today for a quote at 1-866-929-1950. That's 1-866-929-1950. You're probably paying more than you should. Call Term Busters at 1-866-929-1950. That's 1-866-929-1950. Remember, 1-866-929-1950. Rates and availability may vary by state. Sample rate quotes for preferred non-tobacco underwriting. Exam required to qualify.
If you're a small business owner, there's no better place to find the impact hire to help your business than LinkedIn. LinkedIn Jobs takes the time to learn more about who you're looking for and then recommends qualified candidates from their community of engaged and career-minded people, candidates who you likely won't be able to reach anywhere else. The truth is, over 70% of the U.S. workforce is on LinkedIn, and posting your job on LinkedIn gives you the best chance of finding and starting a conversation with your next star recruit. It's no surprise a new hire is made every 8 seconds using LinkedIn. So build your winning team by posting a job on LinkedIn and visit linkedin.com/sports to get $50 off your first job post. That's linkedin.com/sports for $50 off your first job post. linkedin.com/sports. Terms and conditions apply.
Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday.
How about we add Sunday to that list? It's the NFL Tailgate Show at World of Beer.
Your plans just changed.
Yes, they did. Live show, games, prizes, NFL legends.
500 bottles of beer on the wall.
And you can try them all.
And no wrong choices.
Well, trying all 500 week one, that could be a bad choice.
World of Beer. Beer as you have never experienced it before.
Come on, bro. That was my tag. Your NFL party awaits you at World of Beer.
World of Beer.
Really?
The need for automotive mechanics will never disappear, and it shows no signs of leveling off. Georgetown Technical College is offering program scholarships for automotive service and collision classes. From brake maintenance to a bumper crumpled up like an accordion, the industry needs responsible mechanics to keep them safe and fix their problems. To learn about these programs' costs and schedules, as well as the industry salary, visit georgestoncollege.edu. georgestoncollege.edu. That's georgestoncollege.edu.
Hello, sports fans. Miles Bentley here, General Manager at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Pensacola. Growing up, I always loved sports. Nothing but net, out of the park, through the uprights. Sink the puck Bentley, that was me. But my love of the game couldn't beat my love for Pensacola and helping folks get on the road of dreams in a new Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Sure, I never went to the big leagues in sport, but we're all pro here at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Proud to be in Pensacola.
Talk football every day with Pensacola's own Coach K.
Credit a great performance by Garoppolo. And I love the way he throws the football. He's got all the things going for him.
Every weekday, noon till 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 FM 99.1.
The latest sports news is at ESPNpensacola.com and on Facebook at ESPN Pensacola. Plus, watch Chad Brilliante, Coach K, and Sports Call live on our exclusive YouTube channel, ESPN Pensacola 1330.
This is the Paul Feinbaum Show on Pensacola's ESPN and local sports station, and we're on Facebook at ESPN Pensacola 1330.
We've already had all those. Welcome back. Charlotte Wilder joining us from Sports Illustrated in Miami, of course, for the Super Bowl. But we want to talk to her about a piece she did recently concerning attendance. You may have heard it's not going all that well. Charlotte, thanks for taking time out, and great to have you on. So kind of take us through what you've learned, in, especially at a couple of schools that you visited recently.
Hey, Paul, thanks so much for having me on. Yeah, you know, it was a very eye-opening experience. I spent November going to college football games at schools that have not been selling out their stadiums. And I started at Florida, you know, a resurgent program under Dan Mullen, and coming back and doing better than they have in years, you know, with a 10-2 record this season. And they weren't, you know, the seats were fairly empty at a noon kickoff. Now, it was a Vanderbilt game, but we're kind of seeing that across the board at the FBS schools. And I later went to, the next weekend I went to Clemson, where, you know, in the 2018 undefeated season, they didn't sell out a single game.
Really?
And then to Ohio State, Penn State. Yeah, I mean, it's the numbers are a little shocking, I think.
Well, this is, I have to admit, I'm blown away. I mean, you said Clemson, right? The defending national champions, the little old Clemson, where nobody has a better fan base and more passion than them. They did not sell out a single game against all the great opponents they played.
No, in their last championship season, they didn't, which I was just totally shocked by. This year, I think they sold out 3 or 4, which was better. But I mean, still, that's a national championship team. Caliber teams got there, and people are going, but not the way they used to. College football used to be, it was like church on Sunday, college football on Saturday. That's what you did at these places, and for a number of reasons, that's been starting to not be totally true all the time.
Okay, Charlotte, I'm going to ask you the reason why, but I'm going to put a qualifier in. You're not allowed to blame it on television since I work for ESPN.
Well, no, what was really interesting, Paul, is that when I started this, the reason that I wanted to go to schools and actually talk to students and to, fans who were there on the ground is because I had a very hard time believing that technology was the reason for this decline. I mean, TVs have been pretty good for 10, 15 years now in HD. I wasn't buying that was the reason because the numbers really only started falling in the past 4 years or so. And what I found is that college kind of actually affects college football, at least from student attendance. I mean, it's more expensive than ever. It's getting much harder to get into. Classes are getting harder. So you have kids who are either, coming more focused on academics, or it's so expensive that, at some of these places it's like $280 for season tickets, and kids just, on top of all of that mounting debt, they're not willing to top it with that.
Charlotte, I'm on a college campus every Saturday in the fall, and I can tell you are correct. And I wonder because you talk to a number of students. The students I talk to don't like the experience, no matter how much baby talk they get from their administrators in trying to, we're going to make sure the Wi-Fi is better, like that's really going to change anything. I mean, young people, and you're a million years younger than I am. I'm not trying to answer your question, but they want to engage, they want to interact, and they don't want to do it in a 95-degree setting with a bunch of drunks.
Yeah, I mean, what was really interesting, though,
they'd rather be at a bar with a bunch of drunks.
Yeah, I mean, at Ohio State, that is definitely true, and I think that student habits and the way they socialize is a harder tide to turn against than people think. I think peer pressure is kind of a hell of a drug. And so if your friends are going to hang out at a bar or a frat and watch football instead of going to the game, then you're probably going to stick around with your friends. But what I did find is that a lot of students said that when there were very good games, when the games were super competitive, like Florida-Auburn this year, they were like, we all wanted to go. No one could find tickets. I think it's that there are a lot of blowouts these days. I mean, the margin of victory has increased in the past 4 years by something like 7 to 10%. I might be wrong on that. I need to look at my numbers. Don't quote me on that one. But a significant margin. So, if you're at Ohio State and you buy the Big Ten package, and you know that 2 of those games are Maryland and Rutgers, and they're going to be blowouts, you might not buy the package, because why would you go sit there when you know that, your school's going to score 73 points against the Terps,
I wonder if some of these students don't like getting yelled at either. We had this the other day with Coach K. Nick Saban has admonished students, pretty much threatening. I know I'm being loose with my words here, putting ankle bracelets on them if they don't stay to the end of the game. But, Alabama talked about technology to make sure they were there.
Yeah, I find that kind of funny. I sort of liken that to, do you ever have those friends who, get mad at you if you can't hang out with them? And you're like, this doesn't make me want to hang out with you, It sort of feels like that kind of vibe where Saban's like, I'm mad at you for not coming, and the kids aren't going to be like, okay, well, that makes me want to go. I think that I think the incentive was that if you stayed, they put a geo-tracking app on kids' phones, and if you went to the game, you scanned in, you stayed till the fourth quarter, your odds of getting playoff tickets increased, which this year wasn't really a problem, but it's just sort of bizarre to me. I think it really starts more with like lowering the cost of tickets and making sure there are more competitive games.
I had an athletic director at a very prominent school tell me not long ago, or during the season, I should say, that this is one of the biggest problems, if not the biggest, that they face. And he frankly said, there's no solution. It may be too late. I'm interested as we wrap this up, what you hear, whether it's on the record or privately, from administrators, and is there really a solution?
I don't know. I mean, I think that once you get into the scheduling arms race where, we have games scheduled out into the 2030s, it's a little tough to reverse. Scott Strickland was pretty open with me about scheduling being a problem and about, needing competitive games. I think a lot of athletic directors are aware of that. But I don't know. I think you could start by making the ticketing process as smooth as possible. Some kids have to stand in line, jump through hoops, download this app. The app doesn't work. So I think it's sort of like the usability of getting the tickets, lowering the cost, and then for the other stuff, I mean, if someone can figure out how to make college affordable, maybe then more kids will go to football games. But that seems a little bit outside the pay grade of a sports writer to be able to say that.
Well, keep working on that, Charlotte. There's a lot of upward mobility if you can come up with a solution.
All right, Paul. I will. I'll put my thinking hat on. I'll get back to you.
Hey, listen. Thank you so much. Look forward to talking to you again about another project you're working on. Enjoy Miami, assuming that's possible.
Oh, listen. It's just such a hardship to have to walk in the 80-degree weather to get from building to building. I'll tell you that much.
I sympathize with you greatly as it rains and snows outside our building in the temperature and the wind is in the 30s. We envy you, man. But thank you so much for being on. We'll talk soon, I hope.
Of course. Sounds great, Paul. Thank you for having me on.
You've had a great conversation with Charlotte Wilde. It's a real problem, and she has peeled back the onion very effectively in her SI piece. We're heading to a break. More to come. More of your phone calls at 855-242-7285.
How do you explain the joy of getting any size soft drink for just $1 from McDonald's? Well, it's like...
1, 2,
3. Yeah, like that. Get $1 any size soft drink from McDonald's. Joy included. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Prices and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer or combo meal.
Ah, the copperhead snake. It hisses before attacking. But that's not a copperhead. That's the Sullivan's RV freshwater tank overflowing into their black one, which is backing into their vent pipe, making for a very different kind of attack. One that arrives just in time for taco night. It's wild out there. When it gets too wild, Progressive has your RV covered. Quote today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates.
Your ESPN Pensacola Sports Update. I'm JP. In the NFL, veteran tight end Greg Olsen and the Carolina Panthers have mutually agreed to part ways after 9 seasons. Olsen, a 3-time Pro Bowl selection who has played 13 NFL seasons, said he's still interested in playing in the NFL. At this time, I have not closed the door on any potential career options, Olsen said. I still have the love of football in my heart and will explore all opportunities presented to me. In the NBA, this year's NBA All-Star Game will mark a changing of the guard of sorts, as for the first time in a decade, there will be 9 players making their first appearance in the league's annual midseason showcase. In addition to the 3 starters named to their first team last week, Luka Doncic, Trae Young, and Pascal Siakam, 6 others were named by the league's coaches Thursday night as reserves for the February 16th game. Utah Jazz teammates Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, New Orleans Pelicans forward Brandon Ingram, Miami Heat center Bam Adebayo, Indiana Pacers forward Domantas Sabonis, and Boston Celtics forward Jason Tatum. In the MLB, Dusty Baker has been hired as the new manager of the Houston Astros. The deal is for 1 year and includes a team option for the 2021 season. The Boston Red Sox are deep into talks with the LA Dodgers about all-star right fielder Mookie Betts. The two sides have talked about possible trade combinations that involve veteran left-hander David Price. In college basketball, number 15 Maryland took down number 18 Iowa 82-72. Number 11 Oregon beat Cal 77-72, and Georgia State beat South Alabama 76-73. The UWF men's team lost a tough road matchup against AUM 72-66. While the women took down the Warhawks 58-53. In hockey news, the Ice Flyers were up 1-0 when the game had to be postponed due to poor ice conditions in Macon, Georgia against the Mayhem. The game will be rescheduled at a later date. Today, the Ice Flyers will look to continue their road dominance against Roanoke. And don't forget, you can catch me and Chad Brilliante for the Sunday NFL Tailgate Show from 3 to 5 at World of Beer. Come join us for the big game. And for your ESPN Pensacola Sports Update, I'm JP.
Prescription products require an online physician consultation and are only available if the physician determines a prescription is appropriate. See website for full details and safety information.
One of the scariest things that can happen to a guy is that first morning you wake up, you look in the mirror, and you start to realize you're going thin up top. 2 out of every 3 guys are going to start losing their hair by the age of 35. 35! You're still a young dude at that point. You're going to start losing your hair? Then think about it. A year from now, it's all gone. And everybody used to think as soon as you start losing your hair, that's it. It's genetics. It's father time. And there's nothing you can do about it. Well, guess what? That's wrong. 4hims.com is a one-stop shop for hair loss, skincare, and sexual wellness for men. Prescription solutions backed by science, written by a doctor, and delivered to your door. Thanks to science, baldness can be optional. Go to 4hims.com/ESPN right now and get started for just $5 while supplies last. This would cost hundreds if you went to the doctor or a pharmacy. So go to 4hims.com/ESPN. That's FORHIMS.com/ESPN. 4hims.com/ESPN.
To give batters a different look, pitchers throw a changeup.
Your idea of a different look is sunglasses.
That's true. But La Quinta Inns and Suites is really taking the different look thing to a new level.
Definitely a major league makeover, starting with a bolder, brighter lobby full of comfortable spaces to let you settle in.
Or chill out in front of a big flat screen like Wingo would.
Oh, you know it. It's a changing La Quinta look to help you get in the zone and look sharp when you hit that big meeting.
Prepare to win at business with La Quinta Inns and Suites.
Book now at LQ.com.
Sergeant R.J. Anderson changed course from college student to Army soldier. Then tragedy struck.
My world turned upside down, being told I would never walk again. Now I'm excited about my life, thanks to Paralyzed Veterans of America. With their support and adaptive sports programs, my fire is lit again. For veterans with spinal cord injury or disease, PVA is our partner for life, assisting as our needs and challenges change. Thanks to PVA, my life is back on course.
To learn more, visit PVA.org, a public service of Paralyzed Veterans of America.
Feinbaum now, 855-242-7285. That's 855-242-PAUL. This is the Paul Feinbaum Show.
Welcome back. Really glad you're here. Let's try to get back to the calls. And we've had an amazing number of really good guests tonight. Sometimes Friday, you're just all over the place, but today has been fantastic. Joe is up next in North Carolina. Hello, Joe. Good afternoon.
Hi, Paul. It's been a while since your previous guest was on, but I had some comments about the whole state of amateurism in the NCAA. Sure. I guess I'll get straight to my point because this is where it all comes from, I guess. Major League Baseball has a very thriving and stable farm system. And why a young man or a sneaky lawyer perhaps hasn't been able to sue both the NBA and the NFL on access for anybody, a 15-year-old, if they wanted to go play professional football and they were ready to do so, why NBA and NFL have not been forced into creating their own farm systems. Now, I know the answer to the question. It's that the NCAA provides that resource for them at no cost. But the idea of a student who may not be a qualified college student, someone who's not eligible for admission to colleges and universities because of whatever reasons, is not allowed to go and play professionally, that to me is a bigger issue than whether or not an existing college student can profit off their image and likeness.
That's a really interesting point. I'm not sure I've heard it enunciate quite like that. Joe, thank you very much. I really appreciate that.
Well, you're welcome. Like I said, I really would like to see college university presidents get some guts and just turn around and tell the NBA and the NFL, I'm sorry, we're now going to have student athletes who are amateurs, and you're just going to have to figure out how to see them developed.
It's interesting, though, this is not new, but when it comes to money, guts seem to be left at the door.
There's some of the most gutless people that are out there, college administrators.
I find no disagreement with what you have said. Joe, thank you very much.
You're welcome, Paul.
I mean, unfortunately for them, and I know quite a few, they're in a fundraising business. They're no longer educators, in spite of what they say at freshman orientation. Dan is up next in Louisiana. Hello, Dan.
Thanks, Paul.
Thank you.
Paul, I have to rebut with two T's the guy from Alabama who pulls for Auburn. You heard what he said yesterday, but he really didn't have any facts, and I think he was biased as well,
What specifically didn't you like, or found a disagreement with?
Well, he was talking about how, we call in and we brag on LSU and, this and that, and the facts are on my side. He's just totally biased because his team, there's a power shift in the West, and his team is inferior. Witnesses. The whole nation witnessed what happened this year with LSU and have witnessed what's happened with Auburn, Georgia, Florida, all of them. So I believe that he's full of it.
Well, listen, you have left no stone unturned in making your point. Hey, thank you. We're up against a break. 2 hours to go.
When it comes to your bathroom, the shortest distance between outdated and updated is a trip to the Home Depot's Days of Doing bath event. Like vanities up to 40% off, faucets from only $49, plus a wide selection of online bath products. Can't make the trip? We can deliver. It's a good time to be a doer and a saver. Now at the Home Depot, how doers get more done. Limited time only. Event end dates vary by store. See store for details.
It's time for some straight talk. You know those football players who are all talk, no show? Well, big wireless carriers aren't much different. Well, Straight Talk Wireless doesn't give you the hype, just the savings. For just $45 a month, you'll get the unlimited plan with 25 gigs of high-speed data, then 2G. No contract. All on the same 4G LTE networks as the big guys, but up to half the cost. Savings delivered right to your wallet. Only at Walmart. Savings may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
This graduation music evokes fond memories for many of us. Communities in Schools is proud to play an important role in the lives of so many high school graduates. As the nation's leading dropout prevention organization, we work inside public schools to ensure that at-risk kids have the chance to see this day. Hear what some recent graduates had to say about Communities in Schools.
They've always had my back. They've always done anything to help me.
Communities in Schools is critical to the success of students whose ability to attend school is often jeopardized by hardships.
They've been there for when I've had any questions, any problems personally. Anytime I needed support, they were there.
At Communities in Schools, we not only help kids progress to the next grade, we support them on the path to graduation.
It means a lot to me to graduate. It's just a big accomplishment.
Communities in Schools never gave up on me. They told me I can do it, and I did it.
Communities in Schools proudly serves 1.5 million students every year. Help us give all 11 million at-risk kids the support they need and the same chance for a better future. To learn how you can lend a hand, go to communitiesinsschools.org.
You're listening to Pensacola's local and ESPN sports station, your favorite ESPN radio shows, plus high school and UWF Argo football. ESPN Pensacola 1330.
I thought I was too old.
I thought I was too young.
I didn't think I had what it takes.
How would I find the time?
I figured I'd get around to it someday.
Besides, it's probably too expensive.
Too difficult.
Too complicated.
Then one day I sat down at the piano.
Drums.
The keyboard.
Guitar.
Bass.
Ukulele.
I went into a music store and tried some percussion.
Tried a clarinet.
A sax.
And I learned a few simple notes.
Simple chords.
Simple rhythms.
Before I knew it,
I could actually play a song.
A pretty simple one, but I did it. Me. I couldn't believe it.
why make excuses when you can make music?
Why wait?
Just play.
This message brought to you by the NAM Foundation.
Stephen A. Smith here. If you're like me, you have a mortgage and a family who depends on your income, then you need to protect the ones you love with life insurance. Life insurance can help pay off a mortgage or send the kids to college. It's peace of mind. Think you can afford it? Chances are Select Quote can help you get it for less than $1 a day. Select Quote comparison shops up to 10 highly rated companies, including Prudential, Banner Life, and Mutual of Omaha, and others, to find you the company with the best rates. For example, Select Quote could find a 35-year-old man a $500,000 policy for under $21 a month. That's less than $1 a day. Select Quote's breakthrough technology allows them to quickly match you with the best insurance company to find your best policy. Plus, quotes are free. Start protecting your family today. Call Select Quote at 1-800-601-6992. That's 1-800-601-6992. Or go to selectquote.com/Smith.
Get full details in the example policy at selectquote.com/commercials. Your premium could vary depending on health, issuing company, and other factors. Not available in all states.
To protect her home and family in a disaster, Karen was willing to wade through water, mud, and insurance paperwork.
Yeah, I can do this.
You go, Karen! By simply understanding and updating what her insurance covers and doesn't cover now, she'll be better prepared no matter when disaster strikes. Learn other simple ways to protect your home and family before a natural disaster at ready.gov. That's ready.gov. A message from FEMA and the Ad Council.
This is ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM and 99.1 FM, the only local station that talks sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From Gullick and Wingo to the Sports Drive with Chad Brilliante. Plus talk football with Coach K at noon, sports call every Saturday. If you'd like to partner with us as an advertiser or a promotional partner, just give us a call at 262-6000.
You're listening to ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. All sports, all the time. WEBY, Milton, Pensacola.
All them dogs are counting down, about to put the anchor down. Hotty toddy, who's it gonna be? Cowbells and swamp, the Aggies romp. There's nothing like the SEC. The weekend's full of surprise. Get him with the flex. From Williams Bikes to Death Valley. On the Fine Mom Show, Paul's on the roll. If he don't get the best of me, call Paul. He'll make sense of it all. What's going on, Babbo? Kneeling's up on Rocky Top. The Razorbacks are hard to stop. War Eagles soaring in the wind. Let me talk, Tammy. Okay, go. Tigers rocking in Missoula. Wildcats are grinning too. Talk about the tide that's rolling in. The weekend's full of surprises. From big upsets to robberies. On the Fine Mom Show, heads are gonna roll. If they don't get the best of me, we'll call Paul. Yeah, it makes sense of it all. Yeah, call Paul.
Don't take those calls. I could give you my address and phone number if you're ever in this neck of the woods.
This is the Paul Feinbaum Show. It's not Jerry Springer, right?
Welcome back. It's 5 o'clock, at least where we are. I know that I hear some clinking of ice in glasses all across the country. Welcome back. The weekend has arrived, and we're still here for 2 more hours to help sober you up in case you started early. Bruce Feldman earlier, fantastic guest. We had Professor Ridpath on. We had Charlotte Wilder on from the Super Bowl talking about her deep dive into attendance, and more of your phone calls at 855-242-7285. Always a great Friday night when you hear the dulcet tones of Jeff in Columbus, O. Jeff, welcome to our show.
What's going on, Paul?
Jeff, we are doing great. How about you?
Good, man. You can toast to that, Paul. I mean, I've no reason to sober up now.
No, I've got a little flask under the desk.
Yeah. Are you enjoying that Pappy I sent you, that bourbon, that high-end bourbon?
In fact, I had some at lunch today.
I like it. Hey, Paul, I agree 100% that Congress should not be involved in restricting anyone's earnings potential. But I want to bring up a topic I've talked with you about before, and you seem to scoff at me before. But I think what Congress may need to get involved in is forcing these schools with what you say is runaway money. I agree. The only way they're going to curb it is for schools that want to be Division I to provide the opportunities that college athletics was originally based on, and that's to provide opportunities for kids to go to school, earn a scholarship based on their athletic abilities when they may not be able to get into a lot of these schools otherwise. Do you agree that was the basis why intercollegiate athletics was, really became part of, colleges?
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm on the bus so far. I'm not sure how long I'm going to ride or if I'll try to hop off at the next stop.
You got to listen to the facts, Paul. You got to listen to me. Ohio State has 30 varsity college athletics sports.
Here we go.
Alabama has 18.
Okay.
LSU, 18.
Hey, by the way, for those of us uneducated down here in the backwoods South, can you tell us some of the sports between 18 and 30 that I'm not familiar with?
Well, you may be familiar with them, but there is no reason.
Start telling us which one. What are those sports that you're so proud of?
I'm not proud of them, Paul. You're missing the point because you're afraid to ask your boy Sankey why they won't have sports. Why are you afraid of asking Sankey a valid question?
I'm not afraid of asking Sankey anything.
You seem to be because you'll never ask him. Why won't the SEC?
I would like to know, like they do on the impeachment trial,
you put him on
when you put the questions and give them to the
him?
Chief Justice. I would like to know 5 questions that you would like for me to ask Greg Sankey.
I want to ask why the SEC continues to print money like the Big Ten schools, like your guy Feldman said. I mean, I'm proud Ohio State's in the upper echelon and sitting in the penthouse with Alabama and all your boys down there. That's good.
You haven't answered my question yet.
Almost 50% more.
You still haven't answered my question about. You haven't given me a good. Okay, what's the second question?
Okay, I'd ask him why does not the SEC schools offer a conference championship and scholarship and probably the most popular youth sport, men's soccer? Why? It's absurd. And then you've got sports like women's lacrosse, boys lacrosse that are so popular now, you can't go and play.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Jeff,
sport.
where you live, and I have friends who have played lacrosse, and it's a fantastic sport. It is not a particularly popular sport in the South.
Okay, why did when Florida...
Soccer lacrosse isn't.
Go do some research. When the University of Florida added women's lacrosse, they won the national title.
Okay, great.
Don't give me that.
Hey, you're talking about the University of Florida, which happens to put a different premium on sports in some schools. So keep going, Jeff. I'm really getting bored with the call.
Printing all this money... Just all I'm saying, add 5 more sports with the money instead of paying.
Okay, you mentioned lacrosse.
Just $10 million.
You've mentioned lacrosse and soccer. Soccer, I'll buy soccer. Lacrosse, I don't buy. Anything else?
Okay, I'd add women's lacrosse. And why can't you add men's wrestling? About as basic of a sport as you can get.
Well, there was a time.
Ohio State from down your way.
There was a time when I think there is 2 schools in the SEC that have wrestling.
And I would ask Sankey, why did the SEC, unlike the Big Ten, drop men's sports for Title IX.
Hey, by the way, can you I hate to be can you cite me which year Florida won lacrosse?
Well, they were way up there. I don't know the year they won it, but they were.
Jeff, I don't mean to be a parliamentarian here, but you stated that I don't know what I'm talking about, and that Florida won lacrosse. Okay, I'm just asking you to give me your notation. Could you cite your source on that?
I don't have a source, Paul.
So you made it up. You made up that argument.
It's from memory. I'll look it up. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I'm able to admit it, but you got to admit you're afraid to ask Sankey why the SEC won't add more sports and make the landscape more balanced.
So do you want us to have a pistol and a rifle team down here? Is that what you're asking?
Go ahead and have it. They have one at Kentucky. See, that's what's weird about the SEC. You've got certain schools have to compete in Conference USA like Kentucky does in men's soccer and rifle. That's weird to me. That's bizarre. Look it up.
I can't wait.
Men's soccer at.
By the way, you do know Auburn has an equestrian team and have won the national championship, don't you?
Hey, that's great. Why
I just cited. By the way,
do that and get an opportunity
Jeff,
to go to college
the difference
between
you and me is I cited something factual. You just made something up.
Well, okay, tell me Florida wasn't competitive in year 1 or 2 when they added women's lacrosse.
No, that's not what you said. You said that Florida won a national championship in lacrosse, and we are currently looking for that trophy right now.
Okay, maybe I misspoke a little bit, but they were very competitive immediately.
You lied and made it up, Jeff. That's not really part of the conversation here, just making stuff up.
I just admitted I made a mistake. Why don't you admit a mistake that you're afraid to ask Sankey the tough
That is not a mistake.
Does Florida have a women's lacrosse team?
Jeff, I don't really.
You don't care.
I don't really know.
I'm asking you a question. Those players care.
I'm assuming they do because I've never seen them play.
Soccer players at Kentucky care. Why doesn't Alabama have a men's soccer team?
Because
they don't want to spend the money on sports other than football, which is the cash cow, and you know it.
Jeff, don't be so bitter about it, okay?
Because you twist it.
I'm not Jeff, by the way, I am not twisting anything. You're the one who made up a lie. Well, you didn't make up a lie. You made up something that's not true, which where I come from is a lie.
Next time I talk to you, I'm going to tell you where Florida finished in year 1 or 2.
No, I don't care where they finished. I don't care where they finished. All I know is that you admonish me for not knowing that they won the national championship in lacrosse, which they didn't.
Okay. But they finished very high.
And you did that because it was a lazy, disingenuous way to make your argument, figuring he'll never know the difference.
Okay, no, it wasn't at all.
All I know is that everything you have said, in this argument is a specious claim because you have violated the integrity of your argument by lying about something.
Okay, I'm past that, Paul. Why don't you get Gene Smith on and ask him what it's like to run an athletic department with 30
I'd like to get Gene Smith on and ask him this question. You know the question I would like to ask Gene Smith? Why did you enable a wife beater on your staff? That's the question I would like to ask him.
Okay.
Why did you enable someone who the head football coach and the athletic director and the president knew was an abuser of women? That's what I would like to ask Gene Smith.
Okay, ask him that too. I don't care. I mean, if that's where you want to go, but today's conversation, why don't you get Bruce Feldman back on, who I hope is listening, and he'll know I've got a valid point. I guarantee Bruce Feldman would say it's a valid point.
I hate to ask you this. What is your valid point? What valid point have you made here? The only thing I remember you saying is something that wasn't true. By the way, I think Florida was I mean, if you had just been honest and said Florida made the Final Four in lacrosse, I would have said, you know what, that's really interesting. But no, you just propagated a lie here.
Why are you sticking on one misspeaking?
Well, because when you lie about one thing, you'll probably lie about something else.
It wasn't a lie. If you want me to lie, I'd go up with a good lie. It wasn't a lie. It was a mistake.
If you want me to lie, I'll come up with a good lie. I mean, I'm just trying to have a truthful conversation.
You know where the
here.
conversation's going, Paul. And I think you're afraid to stick up and ask the valid question.
Hey, Jeff,
why doesn't the SEC offer more opportunities?
Why
athletic scholarships.
Jeff, why would you think
Jeff,
you know me pretty well. You've been listening to the show for what, 10 years?
I don't know. I don't want to say because I'll be wrong and I'll be accused of lying.
Well, I'm not.
Come on, Paul.
I want you
know
to
the conversation.
I want you
money.
to tell me, Jeff, why you think I would be afraid to ask someone a question.
Because I've asked you 2 or 3 times, and you promised me the next time Sankey be on, you would ask him, why don't they, when you go to SEC spring meetings, why don't you ask Sankey, when is the SEC going to offer more conference championships and more sports?
Well, because, listen, the SEC excels.
I'd like to hear what he says.
Do you follow softball? Do you follow gymnastics?
Follow them all.
In women's sports, those are the SEC is dominant in those sports. Maybe because
they're dominant. I agree. And one reason they're dominant, they've got more resources.
Jeff, do you run a Jeff? Do you
12 more?
I don't know what you do for a living. Do you run a business?
I'm not going to tell you, but I know what I do successful.
If you ran a shoe store, just for the sake of argument, and you had like five lines of women's shoes that were best sellers, whether Jimmy Choo or whatever, would you try to sell 14 lines of shoes that nobody wanted that were dogs? Would that be a good use of your inventory?
But you're missing the point, Paul. It's about opportunities for scholarship.
I hate to break this to you, but college athletics are big businesses. I know that comes as a shock for someone who's a fan of Ohio State. Jeff, I hate to run. I didn't mean to beat up on you because you told a lie on the show trying to make your argument stick, but we will take a break. More to come. We're back after this.
Guys, waking up over and over to pee is not okay. But now you can reduce those nighttime bathroom trips with the ingredients in Super Beta Prostate P3 Advanced. We're talking about less urges to pee at night, less bathroom trips during the day, and better bladder emptying.
It's like taking 3 prostate supplements in one.
You can try a full 30-day bottle of
P3 Advanced. Free. Just pay shipping and handling.
No strings attached, no obligations, and no commitments to buy. This is a 30-day supply, absolutely free.
Call 1-800-253-7136.
Super Beta Prostate is the best-selling brand in major retailers like Walmart. But for this no-strings-attached free bottle, you must call now.
Call 1-800-253-7136.
Don't miss out on this unprecedented free offer.
Call 1-800-253-7136. 1-800-253-7136.
I spend a lot of time in the backyard, and I'm the center of attention at summer barbecues. In '96, I made some of the tastiest s'mores you've ever had. In '01, we stayed up all night telling ghost stories with the neighbors. Yeah, I know I've got a bit of wear and tear. And sadly, in '09, it was me, your backyard fire pit, that accidentally started a wildfire. When a summer breeze carried one of my embers into some dry brush.
Sparks from an improperly extinguished fire pit can start a wildfire. Spark a change, not a wildfire. Visit SmokeyBear.com. Brought to you by the U.S. Forest Service, your state forester, and the Ad Council.
Only you can prevent wildfires.
Hey, America. We need to have a little talk. I don't know if you've noticed, but we got a lot of food in this country. A lot of peaches, a lot of corn, a lot of apples, a lot of everything. We've got so much food that we can't even eat it all. So if we got all this extra food, how are 17 million kids in America struggling with hunger? I just don't get it. That's why the Feeding America nationwide network of food banks gathers surplus food and gets it to the hungry kids who need it. They can get you food even if you live in Idaho or Alaska or somewhere crazy like that. This isn't complicated. We got extra food and we've got hungry kids. Feeding America's done the math. Now it's your turn. Support Feeding America and your local food bank at feedingamerica.org. I know you got internet on your phone, so what are you waiting for? We can't do it without your help. Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hear ye,
hear ye. I bringeth thee a message from... a message from the king and his new trumpeter, Stephen. The king wishes me to convey his favor to thine team and thine tailgate. Not yet. He invites thee to let the Bud Light flow forth. And he also wishes me to tell thee that he toasts thee. Waiteth until the end, Stephen! With game day's favorite light lager and the slogan of his kingdom... Oh, dilly dilly. Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, AB, St. Louis, Missouri.
ESPN Radio is taking over ESPN News. You can now watch your favorite radio shows all in one place. From Golic and Wingo.
Oh, yeah.
To the Dan Le Batard Show with Stugotz.
All right, I'm available every day, thanks.
To the Stephen A. Smith Show.
I just don't understand this guy.
To the Will Kane Show.
It's my job to tell the truth.
From morning to night, the best of ESPN Radio is now available on ESPN News.
From the all-time leading running back Emmitt Smith to Hall of Fame linebackers like Derek Brooks, Pensacola is full of NFL legends. Well, how about joining some of the NFL legends every Sunday down at World of Beer, 200 South Palafox for your ESPN Pensacola NFL tailgate party. It all gets kicked off at 10 o'clock. Stay around for the best games, prizes, and more at your favorite destination. It's the NFL Tailgate Show on ESPN Pensacola 1330 FM 99.1.
His football career started as a quarterback at Pensacola High. It culminated as the coach of the Buffalo Bills. Now, Coach K. Stevenson talks football every day at noon on Talk Football with Coach K.
Kareem Hunt got pulled over last week for speeding.
This guy's been in trouble over and over and over again. Now, if they get him out of this, he will get in trouble again.
Noon to 1, weekdays on ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
This is the Paul Feinbaum Show on Pensacola's ESPN and local sports station, and we're on Facebook at ESPN Pensacola 1330.
Anyway, welcome back. You may remember one day in New York we had our next guest. Actually, we just... This is a little inside the Beltway moment here. So I'm introducing my next guest. You look down to see where he is on your console, and as I said his name, he disappeared. So this is what they, if you ever watch one of the, what's the name of that show on Apple TV, Morning News, where the morning show, where the anchor is talking slowly while someone is in their ear telling them, I think we have it now. I think we have it now. I think we do. Richard Johnson is back. I learned that from watching broadcast news many years ago. Richard, nice of you to join us. I was mentioning you were in our studio in New York. We had a fantastic time, and it's been too long. How are you?
I'm doing good, Paul. Good Super Bowl Friday. How you doing, man?
So we have a million things to ask you, but I think I asked you what you did during maybe the Alabama LSU game. I can't remember. What's it like with you guys during the Super Bowl? What happens?
Honestly, man, we're gonna fire up that live Slack I was telling you about, Banner Society Slack, and we're gonna have fun watching the Super Bowl. I got way too many people coming over to my tiny New York apartment, and we're gonna watch the game, eat some chicken, just like everybody else.
And when you say tiny New York apartments, what I would consider tiny in my college days would be a penthouse compared to what you get for $1 zillion a month in New York, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, look, I got friends that got full mortgage payments that are more than my rent. I mean, it's tough living out here, but it's a life you choose.
Well, anyway, I caught one of your stories this week. We were talking about salaries and Congress trying to put a cap on things, and you did, I think, an amazing. I don't know how you dug all this up, a deep dive into the evolution of coaching salaries. Take us through that process.
Yeah, one of the most interesting things about college football is how in 2020, I guess in our myopic nature in 2020, we think that we all have these like novel arguments or novel discussions about the sport. And look, we've been doing this thing for 150 years at this point in time. There are quite a bit of things that just are not new. And some of that is complaining about too many bowl games. But another one of those things is talking about how coaching salaries are way too high. I mean, it has quite literally almost always been like this. I mean, Amos Alonzo Stagg at the University of Chicago was making $6,000 in 1892. Now, I went back and used the Consumer Price Report and priced some of these salaries out in 2018 at the time buying power, and that $6,000 that Amos Alonzo Stagg was making then was worth like $150,000 back in 1892. There has always been this absurd separation between what highly paid college football coaches make versus what the common man or woman makes. I'll bring it to your audience and hit them home. Like Bear Bryant, when he was doing the Bear Bryant show, that famous Sunday highlight show that became so formative for a lot of Alabama fans, he wasn't doing that just out of the goodness of his heart. He was doing it because he was getting paid.
Bear Bryant getting paid. I thought you thought he was a benevolent soul.
I mean,
but you don't remember this because you weren't born. But he also had to eat potato chips and drink Coca-Cola, which, by the way, had bourbon in it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, look, Bear Bryant was secure in the bag. I'll tell you that right now.
So I find it amazing. We had a professor on earlier who was very much a part of the Donna Shalala team wanting to limit coaching salaries. So when did they make the big turn? When did they start going? I mean, as some of the critics would say, out of control. To me, it really doesn't matter what any of these guys make. But when was the big turn?
I think they really and truly exploded in the 1980s, because in the 1980s, that's when that Supreme Court case happened with like Georgia and Oklahoma, and they got TV rights. They divorced the TV rights from the NCAA, and schools and conferences then became able to negotiate television rights as entities in and of themselves. Obviously, then we get into like the CFO era and the BCS and what we have now, where the SEC dispersed, what was it, $650-some-odd million yesterday.
Give or take a few million.
Yeah, to all 14-member schools. I mean, look, the bedrock of this cannot be overstated enough. The bedrock of this is this. When you, as an athletic department at Florida, at Alabama, at LSU, at Florida State, when you do not have to pay your labor force, when you do not have to compensate your athletes, that money has to go somewhere. Now, that money goes to beyond coaching salaries. I mean, that's the facilities arm race. That is everything that makes these college football programs as opulent as they can be. But obviously, a really, really big part of the pie now is coaching salaries. Now, coaching salaries, the early 80s, that's when this stuff starts to get reported. That's when the money really, really starts coming into the sport in a way that it hadn't really before that. And by the time you get to the mid-90s, Florida is paying Steve Spurrier one of the first $1 million contracts so that he doesn't jump to the NFL at that time. And obviously, the NFL itself explodes. You've got that competition. So it's the competition that spurs in any industry salaries and money and balloons those things. But the early 80s, I think, is where we can really pinpoint when college athletics kind of started growing up from a fiscal standpoint.
Talking to Richard Johnson from Banner Society. And now we all know what is going on. I'm interested where you sit on this, because the so-called Donna Shalala proposal, and we heard Professor Ridpath on this, would curtail a lot of things. I find it somewhat amusing. I mean, you have chancellors and presidents at private schools, more so than public schools, making $5-6 million a year. We have offensive and defensive coordinators making major seven-figure salaries. I know as a highly paid journalist, where are you on what Shalala is attempting to do, at least down one lane in Congress?
Right. I think you hit on a good point. The facilities boom and the salary boom of coaches and athletic directors and the things that we see in college sports mirror that of what we see on the institutional side at a lot of these universities. And I think that is one thing that really gets lost. Like you said, I believe Gordon Gee, former president of West Virginia, these guys and girls make figures, 7 figures. There is a lot of money in higher education in the United States at the highest levels. And college athletics is not an outlier, but like studies have shown time and time again, going back 30, 40, 50 years, that when your football team is good, when your basketball team is good, it becomes, they always say that athletics is the front porch of the university. Admissions skyrocket when athletics do well. And that is why a lot of these universities, more so than anything else, I think, put up with and will pay out the nose for, a Nick Saban or a Jim Harbaugh or a Dabo Swinney or whatever. I think the dirty secret is if football went away tomorrow, a lot of these endowments at a lot of some of these very popular Southern schools would shrink a lot more than people want to realize.
No, just look around. Boone Pickens, who died recently. The amount of money that he put into Oklahoma State, and I don't mean to disparage Oklahoma State in Stillwater, Oklahoma. I've been there, and if you haven't, Richard, make sure that you put that on your bucket list. It wouldn't have had that type of money, and a lot of these schools. Jerry Jones, what he's given to the University of Arkansas. You can go down the list, and it's because of one thing: trying to win in college football or basketball, depending on where you live and what part of the country you're in. Yeah, absolutely. I saw Stu Mandel, who works for the Athletic. He has a college mailbag column, and somebody asked him, if he had $10 million, what would he do with it to build a staff? And I looked at the question and I was like, look, man, if you want to compete with Alabama, LSU, Clemson, Oklahoma, Ohio State, you need more. Your salary pool has to be bigger than $10 million. On its face, you're going to have to pay a coach at that level $5.5, $6 million. You're going to have to pay your coordinators $800,000, $900,000 because, Dave Aranda was pulling such a salary at LSU, not necessarily because he was such a talented defensive coordinator, which he is, but it was because you want to pay these coordinators so that the only job they'll leave for is a G5 or Power 5 head coaching job. If I've got bulletproof coordinators, I don't want to lose them. I don't want them taking a lateral move. If they leave me, they got to take a step up. So, okay, you're paying both your coordinators like $1.8 million between the two. That's like $8 million just gone to the head coach and the coordinators. Now you're going to need another like $5 million to hire the rest of your staff, the other 8 assistant coaches. All right, that's your 10 assistant coaches. You want to compete with Georgia and Alabama? All right, we'll have a party because you got to fill out the rest of those staffs with analysts, with assistants. You got to have a staff of 30-some-odd guys, kind of the shadow coaching staff that Alabama kind of made so famous or infamous, no matter how, or depending on which side of the fence you land on. But, it takes money to keep up with the Joneses, and it takes a lot of money to do it if you really want to win national championships. Always great to have you on, Richard. Other than chicken, what's the second most favorite food that you'll be serving at the Super Bowl party Sunday? The lady friend is bringing some guacamole. She'll be home making some guacamole. I'm not a big guac fan, but you know how it is. You got to try it and say you like it. So that'll be my side dish. I cannot wait. If I'm in the neighborhood, I'll just drop by. I'll bring some. I'll bring some fruitcake left over from Christmas that I couldn't give away. Bring a fruitcake. Bring some cold ones, man. I'll have a seat for you right on the couch next to me, Paul. Richard, thank you. Great to talk to you again. Come back soon. Have a good weekend, boss. You got it. I couldn't even think of what fruitcake. Fruitcake's so bad I couldn't think of what it was. Anyway, we're up against a break. More to come. Another 90 minutes to go. We look forward. We've had amazing guests from Bruce Feldman to Professor Ridpath to Richard. We had Charlotte Wilder down at the Super Bowl talking about attendance. It's all yours the rest of the way. 855-242-7285.
At Capital One, you can open a new savings account in about 5 minutes and earn 5 times the national average. Banking with Capital One means 5 times the savings to help pay for your perfect honeymoon.
Not a fan of...
Or 5 times the savings toward your family's perfect vacation.
Big fan of water rides.
It's time to help make your savings goals come true. This is Banking Reimagined. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Rate comparison based on FDIC national rate. Capital One NA, member FDIC.
Take a great exploration vehicle, add available intelligent adaptive cruise control with stop and go, lane centering, and speed sign recognition. And available intelligent four-wheel drive with terrain management system and selectable drive modes. And some more highly advanced features for doing highly advanced stuff. Then you have the 2020 Ford Explorer, completely redesigned with more technology than ever. It's the greatest exploration vehicle of all time.
Driver assist features are supplemental and do not replace the driver's attention, judgment, and need to control the vehicle.
Are you looking to hire an IT specialist or a logistics expert, a medical technician, or a security professional? Well, there are some very qualified candidates out there. America's Wounded Warriors. These men and women returning from battle are eager to get back to life at home and a good job. Some have wounds you can see, and some have wounds you can't see, like post-traumatic stress disorder. For these accomplished professionals, Wounded Warrior Project has developed the Warriors to Work program, a career counseling service that helps wounded warriors translate their military experience to the civilian workplace. These warriors have world-class job skills and a unique perspective on teamwork. And to ensure proper placement for each individual, Wounded Warrior Project works with employers to find just the right candidate for the job. When your company is looking to hire talented, highly trained employees, contact Wounded Warrior Project at findwwp.org. Welcome home the brave.
If you're a small business owner, there's no better place to find the impact hire to help your business than LinkedIn. LinkedIn Jobs takes the time to learn more about who you're looking for and then recommends qualified candidates from their community of engaged and career-minded people, candidates who you likely won't be able to reach anywhere else. The truth is, over 70% of the U.S. workforce is on LinkedIn, and posting your job on LinkedIn gives you the best chance of finding and starting a conversation with your next star recruit. It's no surprise a new hire is made every 8 seconds using LinkedIn. So build your winning team by posting a job on LinkedIn and visit linkedin.com/sports to get $50 off your first job post. That's linkedin.com/sports for $50 off your first job post. linkedin.com/sports. Terms and conditions apply.
Football season never ends on Talk Football with Coach K.
Stidham is tearing it up at New England. He may well be the incumbent to Tom Brady there.
Former head coach of the Buffalo Bills, Coach K brings his expertise as he breaks down the game, the players, the coaches, and the front office. Plus, high-profile interviews from the biggest names in football. Talk Football with Coach K every weekday from noon till 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 FM 99.1.
Hi, I'm Danica Patrick. Watching my nieces grow, play, and learn is amazing, but not every child gets to be carefree. 1 in 6 kids in the U.S. are hungry. This breaks my heart, and it's something that Feeding America is working to change. Each year, the Feeding America network of food banks rescues billions of pounds of good food that would have gone to waste and gives it to families in need. To help, visit feedingamerica.org.
Brought to you by Feeding America and the Ad Council.
To give batters a different look, pitchers throw a changeup.
Your idea of a different look is sunglasses.
That's true. But La Quinta Inns and Suites is really taking the different look thing to a new level.
Definitely a major league makeover, starting with a bolder, brighter lobby full of comfortable spaces to let you settle in.
Or chill out in front of a big flat screen like Wingo would.
Oh, you know it. It's a changing La Quinta look to help you get in the zone and look sharp when you hit that big meeting.
Prepare to win at business with La Quinta Inns and Suites.
Book now at LQ.com.
Coming up on Sports Call this Saturday, we'll be remembering the legacy of Kobe Bryant, gone too soon at the age of 41, and we'll be getting ready for the big game on Sunday between the Chiefs and 49ers. That's this Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
The week in sports, the weekend ahead. Saturdays are live and local on Sports Call with Davis Allen and Justin Patrick.
I'm against the fans deciding the starters because even Taco Fall, he's not even in the NBA at the moment. He's playing in the G League, and yet he, based on votes, could possibly still be on the All-Star team.
It's sports talk with a lot of chill. Every Saturday from 11 to 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
This is the Paul Feinbaum Show on Pensacola's ESPN and local sports station, and we're on Facebook at ESPN Pensacola 1330.
Do not miss your chance to blow. This opportunity comes once in a lifetime. You better lose yourself in the music the moment you own it.
Welcome back. This has been a rather tense show, so let's get some levity here by going to Columbia, South Carolina.
Looking good, Mr. Feinbaum.
Cat Daddy, what is up with you on a Friday night?
Well, I tell you ought to tell that boy from Ohio State that, what's his name, Jeff? He needs to go to Washington, D.C. and hang out with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer the way he carries on. But I got a great story for you. I heard you talking earlier in the show about Danny Ford.
Danny Ford.
Well, about 4 years ago, me and Velveeta and my nephew sitting at church. And we heard the preacher was about ready to start. We heard the back door open. My nephew turned around and looked, and he punched me in the side. He said, "Uncle, that's Danny Ford coming in our church." And I turned around, and sure it was. Well, the sermon was about to start, so we had to sit there for an hour and wonder, why is Danny Ford coming to our church? Because we're mostly Gamecock fans. Well, the sermon was over, and the preacher walked over, and everybody went straight over there to him and asked him what he was doing. He was there with another gentleman. I don't remember his name, but he said that they had decided to go and visit all the churches, different communities around the state of South Carolina to bring some harmony and love and bring folks together. I thought, man, that's a wonderful thing. And the preacher thanked him and everything. And I looked around, and all these people are smiling at him, and some even got his autographs. But you know what's so significant about that, Mr. Feinbaum?
No.
That is the first and only time I ever seen a Gamecock fan smiling at a Clemson coach.
What a story. Thank you, Cat Daddy.
I appreciate him doing what he was doing. He was just trying to help bring the communities together. And I thought,
I fully understand. Hey, thank you very, very much. Coach is up next.
Hey, Paul, how are you?
We're doing great. How are you, Coach?
Well, I got a Danny Ford story for you.
Don't we all?
That's not why I called, but I did get to meet Coach Ford the latter part of his years at Clemson, and he had this old pickup truck, and it was decorated with tobacco juice. It was awful. You wouldn't want to sit in it for anything, but he was a piece of work. But hey, I'm calling about Jeff's call. What was the point? Was the point that they can't win a national championship because they got too many sports?
He has been on this kick trying to claim some disparity between the SEC. I mean, 18 sports to me seems like an awful lot. And I thought he was just being less than honest. Let's go over the sports that we don't have down here. And listen, you're from the athletic world. Neither one of us are ever going to disparage any sport. Any young person that participates in athletics is doing a very good thing. But considering that only football at some schools make money, and at others basketball participates, and the rest of them, as you know, do not bring a profit. Just to have a sport so you can say we have as many as Ohio State is absurd.
Well, back in the younger days, we did a study at one time just to see how many athletic departments really make a profit, and it was very, very few. And now some of them I know probably are doing paper losses and so forth and show a loss, but it is a business, like you said to Jeff, and I just didn't understand. If they're proud of having 30, great, that's great, but this is a business, and you
Jeff is very emotional. And listen, Coach, I would have an inferiority complex too, which he does have, if I supported Ohio State.
Yeah, well, maybe they need to cut 12 sports, and they can
maybe they do.
Football
it still won't help them avoid losing to Iowa and Purdue and getting and choking a game away against Clemson, though.
Well, again, I think it was all about football, but if you look at their football budget compared to SEC football budgets, it's right in line.
You better believe it. Thank you for the
call.
call. Great to have you on. Bob is in Tennessee. You are next up. Hey, Bob.
Hey, Paul. Excuse me, I'm still laughing about Cat Daddy. I like that guy.
He is funny.
Anyway, the reason I called is to talk about Jeff. And, where do people get off telling other people what they ought to do? That's just insane. And I wanted to commend you on your restraint. That guy sits on the phone and screams at you for a while, and you exercise great restraint. I'd have told him something a lot worse than what you told him. Anyway, the other thing is that you did not do something that I'm surprised you didn't. When that guy was on from, was it Ohio University, talking about coaches' pay, he made the statement that there are more coaches being paid for not coaching. I'd like for him to back that up with some proof.
Yeah, well, that's impossible to.
You're right. So that's all I got to say, Paul. But it's me again, and I just watching your show, and some of this stuff I just can't abide what people say. My gracious.
Well, I really appreciate your call, Bob. Thank you. Great to have you on. And we are heading to a break. More of your phone calls, and a long way to go. We're having quite a time here on this Friday afternoon, about to be Friday night.
As a new decade dawns, write a new chapter in your career story as an elite tanker driver with Schneider. Schneider has added new tanker driving jobs, including dedicated lanes and expanded regional and over-the-road options. Enjoy new driver tablets, a new hazmat endorsement process, and newer equipment. Plus, the higher pay and paid tanker training you've come to expect from Schneider, a 50-year leading bulk carrier. Start now with a top tanker driving job. Find what you want at SchneiderJobs.com. That's SchneiderJobs.com.
There's never been a better time to be a doer. Not with the Home Depot in your corner. And new digital tools on our Home Depot app, like image search. Snap a picture with our app, find just what you need. And our product locator will not only tell you how many we've got, it'll lead you right to them in the store. Oh, and if you can't make it to the store, we can deliver. From time-saving tools to game-changing innovations, it's a good time to be a doer at the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
Your ESPN Pensacola Sports Update. I'm JP. In the NFL, veteran tight end Greg Olsen and the Carolina Panthers have mutually agreed to part ways after 9 seasons. Olsen, a 3-time Pro Bowl selection who has played 13 NFL seasons, said he's still interested in playing in the NFL. At this time, I have not closed the door on any potential career options, Olsen said. I still have the love of football in my heart and will explore all opportunities presented to me. In the NBA, this year's NBA All-Star Game will mark a changing of the guard of sorts, as for the first time in a decade, there will be 9 players making their first appearance in the league's annual midseason showcase. In addition to the 3 starters named to their first team last week, Luka Doncic, Trae Young, and Pascal Siakam, 6 others were named by the league's coaches Thursday night as reserves for the February 16th game. Utah Jazz teammates Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert, New Orleans Pelicans forward Brandon Ingram, Miami Heat center Bam Adebayo, Indiana Pacers forward Domantas Sabonis, and Boston Celtics forward Jason Tatum. In the MLB, Dusty Baker has been hired as the new manager of the Houston Astros. The deal is for 1 year and includes a team option for the 2021 season. The Boston Red Sox are deep into talks with the LA Dodgers about all-star right fielder Mookie Betts. The two sides have talked about possible trade combinations that involve veteran left-hander David Price. In college basketball, number 15 Maryland took down number 18 Iowa 82-72. Number 11 Oregon beat Cal 77-72, and Georgia State beat South Alabama 76-73. The UWF men's team lost a tough road matchup against AUM 72-66. While the women took down the Warhawks 58-53. In hockey news, the Ice Flyers were up 1-0 when the game had to be postponed due to poor ice conditions in Macon, Georgia against the Mayhem. The game will be rescheduled at a later date. Today, the Ice Flyers will look to continue their road dominance against Roanoke. And don't forget, you can catch me and Chad Brilliante for the Sunday NFL Tailgate Show from 3 to 5 at World of Beer. Come join us for the big game. And for your ESPN Pensacola Sports Update, I'm JP.
Well, here we are again, and I got to tell you, Jim, this match has me really concerned.
That's right, Ron. In one corner, we have a powerful heavyweight, a train, weighing in at a whopping 6,000 tons. And in the other, this hasty lightweight challenger, a car, at just 1.5 tons.
This does not bode well for the car or the people in it.
Ron, this is one of those rare moments where I actually find myself at a loss for words.
This driver can't think he can beat a train.
I can hardly bear to watch.
It's no contest. Every day, people are injured or killed trying to beat a train at rail crossings. Trying to beat a train is more dangerous than you think. See Tracks, Think Train. For more safety tips and information, visit ctracksthinktrain.org.
When working at a growing business, you wear many hats. The new business hat, the buying toner for the copy machine hat, the sifting through tons of resumes hat. You can throw away that last hat thanks to Indeed.com. When posting your job, Indeed lets you add screener questions that give you a less time-consuming route to your short list of qualified candidates. So go ahead, dust off that extra long lunch hat. Hiring's better when you've got your short list. Save time on hiring when you post a job on Indeed. Get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
Hello, sports fans. Miles Bentley here, General Manager at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Pensacola. Growing up, I always loved sports. Nothing but net, out of the park, through the uprights. Sink the puck, Bentley, that was me. But my love of the game couldn't beat my love for Pensacola and helping folks get on the road of dreams in a new Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Sure, I never went to the big leagues in sport, but we're all pro here at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Proud to be in Pensacola.
Call Feinbaum now, 855-242-7285. That's 855-242-PAUL. This is the Paul Feinbaum Show.
Welcome back. Really glad you're here, and it's been a fun show. We still have plenty of time, and Eugene is calling us next. Hello, Eugene. You're on the air.
Hey, Paul. Thank you for taking my call today.
Thank you very much, Eugene.
I'm enjoying your show so much, as usual, and it's a great Friday, that's for sure.
It is.
Paul, I wanted to talk about Jeff calling up from Columbus, Ohio. You know, I don't know what his point was, but I do know this. That school has about 100,000 students, I think, and so maybe the athletic department there needs to create sports to give people scholarships for. They got so many people up there going to that school. Maybe they just need a whole lot more sports. I don't know.
Yeah, I just find it to be a specious argument to act like the SEC is not fulfilling its requirement to provide opportunities for student athletes.
I agree with you. I sure do. I remember when Georgia had a wrestling, sport. They funded wrestling, and they had a pretty good team. And then Title IX came in and gave women a whole lot of opportunities. Right. That was great. So, look, each athletic department has to decide which sports to fund. That's just that's called doing business profitably.
Yeah, and he didn't like my point, but everyone's that's in business. You think Walmart just runs a bunch of has a bunch of products on the shelf that don't sell?
No, not for long, that's for sure. Hey, one last thing, Paul, I wanted to run by you. You know, is this idea about Congress looking into trying to put a cap on what coaches make. I'm not for that. I think that's kind of silly. But I got an idea of what they ought to do. I really appreciate them taking a good long look at these drug ads that are on TV that drive me crazy. These drug companies take tax deductions for these interminably long drug ads that just make me want to cut the TV off
Eugene,
altogether.
you're a smart guy. You know, if Congress started threatening the drug companies, they wouldn't have any campaign funds.
That's for sure. They're all in the pockets of the drug companies. It's the truth. That'll never happen. It's sort of like telling the congressman to vote for term limits. He's never going to do that either.
I like, congressmen who say they're not going to take their salary and they're not going to take any campaign contributions over $5.
I like that. You're right on line.
Yeah, this is probably not the best day to talk about the credibility of Congress, is it?
I heard that. That's for sure. Well said. Hey, Paul, have a great weekend, man.
Thank you. Really nice of you to call. Glenn is in Florida, and you are next up. Welcome to the program.
Hi, Paul.
Hi there.
I just wanted to call and tell you I have a very newfound, increased respect and admiration for you after listening to that god-awful call from, I'm going to call him Hysterical Jeff from Ohio. Because for you to put up with that, someone yelling at you all that time who clearly had no point to make, and clearly was never going to listen to a word you said. I just got to say, is it hereditary? Did you get your patience from some saint that's in your family history?
I would say, and I say, there was nobody more important in my life than my late mother, but I got it from my father. My mother would have killed the guy.
Yeah, well, I'm that mother.
She was from Brooklyn.
I must be more like your mother.
Yeah.
Because it hit me right away. I kept thinking, maybe he'll pass out because he hasn't taken a breath yet.
Well, I mean, I tell you, Glenn, and my father was a very mild-mannered man who unfortunately passed away when I was 15. And my mother was from Brooklyn, and I had to learn to raise my voice just to be heard about whether I wanted chocolate milk or not, because she was very. She would listen. There's everyone who knows me knows that I miss her every day of my life, but she was a typical mother. The daughter of an immigrant who grew up under very difficult circumstances, who knew how to make a point, but occasionally loudly.
Yeah, well, I'm one of 7 kids, so yeah, I understand that, having to make your point loudly on occasion. If you don't move fast, you don't eat. And
no, you're right. But I owe her everything, because she taught me, by listening to her, I did learn the ability, because I never got a chance to talk in my house. I was the youngest. And, and my mother once said, I don't think I spoke for the first 4 years of my life.
Oh, Paul. Oh, well, I was luckier than that. I was the second oldest, so I got a word in edgewise. I learned quickly that when you did speak, at least around my daddy, you better say something important. I remember.
The good news is, while everyone else was talking, I ate.
Yeah, well, see, that wouldn't have worked in my house. Eating always came before talking, which was kind of amazing. We had always had family meals, but nobody spoke. Everybody ate.
That's funny. No, it was, yeah, I mean, a lot of great memories. But I was, it's amazing for somebody who makes a living doing what I do. But she said I was the quietest.
You're making up for me.
I was the quietest baby that she ever met.
Well, I got to tell you, I have an anecdote about that. Why don't we have, what did he say, lacrosse?
Yeah.
I was talking to a football coach friend of mine when I was in college, and I'm sitting out there. I said, I was in the student union, and I saw bits of this sport on TV that they were calling lacrosse. You ever heard of that?
It's time for some straight talk. You know those football players who are all talk, no show? Well, big wireless carriers aren't much different. Well, Straight Talk Wireless doesn't give you the hype, just the savings. For just $45 a month, you'll get the unlimited plan with 25 gigs of high-speed data, then 2G. No contract. All on the same 4G LTE networks as the big guys, but up to half the cost. Savings delivered right to your wallet. Only at Walmart. Savings may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Our new PXG Gen 3 irons are the best golf irons we've ever made by a long shot. Gen 3 irons deliver game-changing distance, outstanding accuracy with a feel so soft, it's like spreading warm butter on a hot biscuit. Oh my! Gen 3 irons are sold only at PXG stores, PXG Fitting Studios, PXG.com, and at select custom fitters like Club Champion. To find out where to get your set, visit PXG.com or call 844-PLAY-PXG today.
This graduation music evokes fond memories for many of us. Communities in Schools is proud to play an important role in the lives of so many high school graduates. As the nation's leading dropout prevention organization, we work inside public schools to ensure that at-risk kids have the chance to see this day. Hear what some recent graduates had to say about Communities in Schools.
They've always had my back. They've always done anything to help me.
Communities in Schools is critical to the success of students whose ability to attend school is often jeopardized by hardships.
They've been there for when I've had any questions.
questions, any problems personally, anytime I needed support, they were there.
At Communities in Schools, we not only help kids progress to the next grade, we support them on the path to graduation.
It means a lot to me to graduate. It's just a big accomplishment.
Communities in Schools never gave up on me. They told me I can do it, and I did it.
Communities in Schools proudly serves 1.5 million students every year. Help us give all 11 million at-risk kids the support they need and the same chance for a better future. To learn how you can lend a hand, go to communitiesandschools.org.
You're listening to Pensacola's local and ESPN sports station, your favorite ESPN radio shows, plus high school and UWF Argo football. ESPN Pensacola 1330.
Do you let other people order for you at a restaurant?
He'll have the saumon lyonnaise.
No, I won't. Or pick the movie you're gonna see? She'd like a ticket to Attack on Rage Mountain.
Really?
Yeah, come on. So why would you let others make all the important decisions about how your life is going to be when you get older? I mean, is it okay with you if your kids decide where you're going to live? My kids? Are you out?
Are you kidding?
Or perfect strangers choose who will be taking care of you?
Not gonna happen.
No, Better visit longtermcare.gov, the trusted information site that helps you find your own path forward without selling you anything. It takes you step by step through everything you need to consider about aging and all your options. Longtermcare.gov. Stay in charge by planning now or pay later.
How about a mohawk?
How about a mohawk?
How about I put my foot right... Oh, hi, honey.
Hi, this is Barry Cole of Beret. Like coach on and off the field, Beret Jewelers works hard every day to be the best jeweler on the Gulf Coast.
So they have this illusion that they have all these choices. But the fact of the matter is if you want to be good, you really don't have a lot of choices because it takes what it takes. You have to do what you have to do to be successful.
Sometimes the hidden treasure is right in your backyard, and for diamonds and jewelry, it's here at Beret Jewelers. We offer a huge selection of Forever Mark diamonds and engagement rings, Breitling, Tag Heuer, and Omega watches, Pandora, and John Hardy jewelry, along with the finest jewelry craftsmen in the area. We also have 12 months interest-free financing and guaranteed best prices on all of our jewelry and services. Stop by and see me and my staff on 12th Avenue next to Bonefish Grill. I'm Barry Cole with Beret Jewelers, and I want to be your jeweler and roll tide.
Beret Jewelers, proud sponsor of the Paul Feinbaum Show.
You've seen him on ABC's Blackish and his Netflix special, Cold Hearted. Now, see him live. Deion Cole.
See, some of y'all got stuck in relationships. You married on the level you should have been passing in life. What you should have done was told him, boy, you are amazing, but I'll be back. And then go through the rest of these levels.
Saturday, February 8th, Beau Rivage Resort Casino. Tickets on sale now. Visit BeauRivage.com for tickets. Schedule subject to change. Some restrictions may apply. Must be 21.
This is ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM and 99.1 FM, the only local station that talks sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From Gullick and Wingo to the Sports Drive with Chad Brillante. Plus talk football with Coach K at noon, sports call every Saturday. If you'd like to partner with us as an advertiser or a promotional partner, just give us a call at 262-6000.
You're listening to ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. All sports, all the time. WEBY, Milton, Pensacola.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Coming up today on the Sports Drive, we're going to have some fun as Will Kennedy, UWF Argonaut voice, will join us here. National champions, woo, and JP. I know he loves that intro. It's a Friday, coming back for more Super Bowl week. I'm still calling it that.
Just become the NFL's all-time leading rusher. Across the middle, it is caught for the first. It's Baldwin shaking free and sprinting down the sideline for the touchdown. His third of the day. Doug Baldwin.
Derek Brooks, who ran back 3 interceptions for touchdowns in the regular season, does it to cement the Super Bowl. Boxing's elite, the new WBA heavyweight champion of the world, Roy Jones Jr. Baldwin beaten. The result has come up on screens that Gatlin's taken it. Goodness me, it was a blue American vest. 992 for Gatlin. 992 by the American champion to take gold.
Another Watson. is wearing a green jacket at Augusta. And this time, his name is Bubba.
Bubba scores on a 34-yard touchdown run by the Doak Walker Award winner, Trent Richardson, who broke a lot of Emmett Smith's records back in Pensacola, Florida.
And welcome to the Sports Drive right here on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM, simulcast on Blab TV. I'm Chad Berliante alongside JP, Jeff Price, and Will Kennedy, the voice of the national championship. UWF Argos right there. Winning the game, we were right there. I got the first selfie, but this guy actually called the game and did the body of, like, all the work right here. And, you know, the funny part is, well, football wins a lot of championships, but this is the first time for UWF. They've had so many titles, and, man, it's great to talk to you. It's good to see you. I know you
Good to be
you
back.
were here today,
Yeah.
and great to see you over here.
Swinging.
Sorry about your Astros, but we'll move on from that. Yeah. We're in the same boat as the Red Sox, so don't feel bad.
We're still riding that one out. Yeah, no, it's still, you know, people keep asking me on campus, like, how does it feel? And I'll talk to some of the football guys, the coaches and players, and it's still surreal in a lot of ways to have that national championship and to kind of still be riding that. And they just got some new stuff in the bookstore today, some Nike stuff that has the national championship on it. So people were rushing out to get that. So still just a lot of, you know, excitement around that and building on that. But, yeah, you're right. It's number 10. It's the 10th national championship, and we're going to hang a banner coming up next week on Thursday night between the men's and women's basketball games. They'll hang banner number 10 for football right up there with the rest of them. Baseball a couple years back, tennis has won them, golf. So it's a good time to be an Argo.
Well, you've done this longer than I have. Sorry to age you, but I mean, it's the truth. When I sit next to Jeffrey D, he really likes it when I say that to him. But he just celebrated his 60th. They had a Jeffrey D sign at game day, by the way, and the Gators beat Auburn. So good. But when it comes down to watching teams do what they did, I try to relate some stuff, just like, and you know, thoughts and prayers go out to everybody listening. I'm going to get my my promo change with Kobe Bryant, making people cry on a Friday when it was on a Monday. I'm sorry about that. So I'll get that changed. But I want to say that with Kobe Bryant this week, he's a polarizing figure. And when you say things like there wasn't many Kobe Bryants, during his time, there wasn't any Kobe Bryant. There was Michael Jordan before him, and then Kobe Bryant. I always say if LeBron James had the Kobe Bryant type status, which means that every night he was going to give that Kobe Bryant effort, he'd be the best player of all time. But there's only a few. You can't teach that. There are intangibles in everything you do. There are people that are not good at their job, but they bust it so hard that they end up getting raises and becoming CEOs because they never stop working hard. And the difference is Kobe Bryant had the skill, and he had the mentality of the guy trying to make the roster for 4 years in basketball when he played on JV his whole entire life, and he was 5'7" as a white guy with a bowl cut, and he was playing in high school basketball. That Kobe Bryant was the guy that was the star with that mentality, and it was, I mean, amazing to see that.
You know, what's weird, though, is he is kind of a bridge player, you know, where you had in the generation right before him, you had Magic, Bird, Jordan, you know, Tim Duncan, all these guys kind of transitioning. He kind of falls between some of that. But, of course, he looked up to MJ. And so a lot of what Kobe did was based on a Michael Jordan blueprint, and Jordan worked like that, too. I mean, people don't realize, you know, Michael Jordan was the guy who didn't make his high school team. You know, I was joking with somebody the other day. I said, you know, the last person to hold MJ under 20 was Dean Smith, you know, and so even in college, he wasn't the top dog for the North Carolina Tar Heels. It was Sam Perkins. It was James Worthy. And so I think Kobe kind of modeled after that. And, yeah, you know, LeBron's just a different player, though. And I think that's the difference is if LeBron wanted to score 50 or 60 every night, he could do it.
Yeah, he could.
I mean, there's no doubt about it. Physically, he's a different cat, you know. And so it's just, yeah, it's a different mentality. And there's a lot of that today. I think the players are a little bit different than they were when Kobe came up. Also the son of a player, you know, grew up around basketball, saw the professional game and how it was played. I talked with some of our basketball players, our men's team guys on Monday, you know, fresh off the news from Sunday. And, I mean, you don't it's weird, you know, for somebody that's my age, you know, that kind of grew up with some different guys. Kobe, for them, you know, for the current players, is just he's their idol. He's who they looked up to. He's their Magic. He's their MJ. And, yeah, it's been a tough week. It's been a tough week for basketball, I think, for for a lot of things. I still remember. I'll age myself since you're talking about
That's all right.
I said to somebody the other day, it's one of those things you'll remember, and I told some of the kids this, you'll remember where you were when you heard the news, what was going on. I feel the same way. I can still remember back in 92 walking around a corner and a guy on my hall in college turning around and saying, "Did you hear about Magic Johnson?"
Yeah.
Like, what? Magic's got AIDS. And it was like, oh my God. And so you remember that for the rest of your life. And so, sports, entertainment, kind of all crossing, news, all these things. Kobe is more than just a basketball player. And so, yeah, it's one of those. This has been one of the longest weeks.
It has been.
And as you mentioned, it's a Super Bowl week. It's just been a weird week, sports-wise.
It has, and I think it's going to continue to be that way. But I think overall, for me personally, it's the first time it seems about a decade where I have no ties to this game as a salty Patriot fan, but I think that's better for everybody else anyway.
Speaking of cheating, sorry.
There was actually
competitive advantage.
There was a poll done. Yeah, I was going to say, if Belichick would have
hold on. I want to make this clear.
Listen.
They call it the Patriot way. That's how they disguise
it. No doubt. I was just saying,
way.
the Astros and Red Sox are just simply modeling what they've seen at the NFL level, at the highest of levels. You know?
Realize that the Patriots hired all those guys, though, that got caught.
Oh, yeah.
They got them on staff now.
Oh, yeah.
It's perfect for them.
A.J. Hinch is their new offensive coordinator. Get your trash cans, boys.
You can see them all. Jose Altuve in the slot out there. I will say, though, if you look right now at the game, there's a big difference, and I want to bring this up, and we'll get to a lot today. Today's show is going to be mainly around the Super Bowl. We're going to be out there at World of Beer for the big game. When we say that, we say big game, but just clarifying, it's like a little lesson for people. But we're going to be out there for the big game at World of Beer and have some fun at 3 to 5. So, Will, you're invited. He's like,
awesome.
I had a party. But
no.
Absolutely.
You know what's funny is that has changed so much, and just so people at home will understand. Used to be you could say Super Bowl wherever you wanted to, whenever you wanted to, and that's just a testament to the power of the NFL.
Let's just blame Roger Goodell.
Yeah.
That's what I do.
Big game.
That's the Ginger Hammer. We just blame him for. But the funny part is I just invited Will Kennedy to an establishment that is a public place downtown. That everybody like, hey, you're welcome to go
that
to World
I can
Beer.
walk to from my house. Could be dangerous.
Thank you very much, by the way. Nothing like showing up to Ed Spears and Stephanie's party, by the way. These guys are up there, and I'm like, yeah, I'm stopping by. And my wife was dressed like Cinderella, so I was like trying to show her off to town. Everybody else is dressed in like normal clothes from the mall ball. And I show up at like 2 a.m. and they're like, yeah, we're all going to bed.
No. Apparently they didn't. But that's a whole other story for another day.
Wait a second. That's not. Now there's more to this story. But I will say, if you look right now at the Super Bowl, there's a lot of times where you saw Austin Reed, freshman of the year, an honor that was deserved. You had a guy in Pete Shinnick that won Coach of the Year again, which is obviously deserved. And I put a vote in, by the way, for play-by-play man of the year. But I will say, look, if you're the champions, you're all champions. Do you get a ring, by the way? Do you get a ring?
We'll see.
We'll see.
We'll see.
I'm voting for Will Kennedy to get a ring right now. If not,
we'll let the players get them first, and then I'm down the list. But no,
if not,
we'll see.
Cordova Lane's 25 cents gumball machine. I got a beautiful one right there. It's blue too. It's turquoise.
We have 3D printers at the university. I can get some students to print me one if necessary.
If they don't give you a ring, wear a crown. Wear a UW. I'll get you a crown
I'm straight,
walking around here.
I'm straight walking into the broadcast booth next year in Ric Flair robes. I mean, that's how it's going to work.
But, Will, you see it all the time with sports. What they did, I hope people understand, more than ever, that this is not normal. Like, this is not only not normal, it never happens this way. So people need to understand, to go to 2 national titles in 4 years as a program, and you don't have to be a math major to know that's half, but to be able to do that is not supposed to happen on top of a team that has never lost on the road in the playoffs in the history of their program outside of a neutral site game at Texas A&M Commerce. But every single road game, what are they now, 8-0? I think they're 8-0 in 2 years in the postseason in games on the road every time as an underdog. Yeah. Think about that in perspective.
And that's not including the championship game. It'd be, you'd be sitting at 10 games in the playoffs, so 9-0, but with 2 of them being at neutral sites. Yeah, it's phenomenal. And I really think the answer to the question is like, how does that happen? Well, there's 2 things. One, it's Coach Pete Shinnick. And you got a guy who's built programs in other places successfully, and obviously this is the next level of success from when he was at UNC Pembroke and took them to the playoffs in a record time. And then the other thing is Dr. Judy Bentz, who was the driving force, the former president at UWF, kind of behind making football happen. She pointed out something right the night before the game, and she said, and I didn't realize this was true until I looked it up and heard some other people talking about it. what college football team in the state of Florida has the most Floridians on it? That would be the Argos. 94
awesome
kids from the state of Florida. So they and she said, that's why she wanted to have football, is look at all this talent around us in the Panhandle, throughout the state of Florida. And if you can, you can keep that next level guy, and everybody gets caught up in, oh, he's a 5-star recruit, he's a 4-star recruit. There's a lot of really good 2 and 3 stars that are going to pan out to be something different. By the time they're done playing, they are, they're, if you were rating them with stars, a lot of them that came in as 2s are going to be 4s and 5s when they're done. And so, it's summed up by a guy like Quentin Randolph out of Navarre High School. Q, who walked on, had some trouble, had to sit out a season academically, and then by the end, this is a kid that legitimately is going to have a shot. I've spent years around the Panthers and around the Titans and the Saints and the Cowboys. I mean, he's got a good shot to make a practice roster. 6'2", 190 pounds, has all the physical traits. You've seen the highlights, goes up and mosses people on catches. I mean, that's the next step. So national championship, who's going to be the first guy to make an NFL roster, and those are the next steps that are – it's really exciting. Everything's brand new. But you're right, though, Chad. It just doesn't happen. It's never happened before. But the cool thing is this is something, now they've had that taste. They want it to happen again and again. And I think – this is a program that's going to be there. They're going to be there year in and year out, considered a national championship contender. Probably will be the number 1 team ranked in the country going into next year. Have a guy who's going to be up for the Division II Heisman in Austin Reed, who you mentioned, who was freshman All-American. I mean, really, what's funny is you lose Tate Latio, you lose Quentin Randolph, you lose some guys off the offensive line. This coaching staff doesn't look all that worried. I mean, not saying they're not out recruiting hard, and we're not going to miss those guys, but there is talent at the next level. Every running back comes back, plus they got 2 new ones. It's like, what is going on over here?
I think it's funny, too, and JP, he's a UWF alum and a guy that, you look right now at the way that when they formed – I remember sitting there at Seville Quarter, and guys like Devin Gibson – and then Anthony Johnson Jr.'s of the world, Quade Weimer-Skirch, who came over from Georgia Tech back home. But you had players from all over town. Quentin Randolph, like you said, from Navarre. But you had local kids that made an impact, and not all the way across the board. But you had a lot of kids that I remember they were just like, I'm happy to play in front of the people in town. Like, they were just happy to continue their career and live at home. Maybe get Florida Bright futures, who knows? They were happy to be home. And then they started winning. And it was like, and I remember when they first won, when they got to the first national title, it took the final game. And this year, without everybody saying it directly, we had talked that day. Remember, and you said, clear cut, if they don't win this game, they're not in the playoffs. And if they win, they're in the playoffs. It wasn't official yet, but we knew that.
Yeah.
And they go out there in a hard-fought battle that they trailed in the third quarter. We were on the sidelines right there. JP and I were talking to Dan Shugart. We were staying back. You were working. We were just chilling, eating popcorn. And I remember watching that play, and the team, I was like, this team can score with anybody. There was times, but they were never stopped. And to revert that to the Super Bowl, Patrick Mahomes, Kansas City is on the best rosters of all time in Super Bowls. I'd put them maybe in like the bottom percentile. But I will say, from a standpoint of Patrick Mahomes and that offense and the speed, until someone proves that you can stop that dude, I'm picking them to win. And I'm not – I know more people are taking San Fran right now, but you saw it, and sorry to bring up your Houston Texans. Look, I'm salty as a Pats fan.
I can't even be mad at that game, Chad. Like, I as mad as I am at Bill O'Brien and the fact that, by the way,
GM,
they just made him the GM, which, like, hey, why not? Like, we blew our one foot off. Let's just shoot the other one, and we won't be able to run or walk anymore. But what Patrick Mahomes can do, and you saw it in that game, I mean, they can score points so fast and in bunches. And then, frankly, they've upgraded their defense to a point where they're not the best defense in football, but they are opportunistic. They get turnovers. The Honey Badger, they've got guys out there that can make those plays. So you're seeing, as much as everybody talked about Lamar Jackson this year and he deserves to be the MVP, he'll win the MVP, I kept thinking Patrick Mahomes is the better quarterback. There's no doubt about it. He got hurt at one point in the season, but he's not doing what he did last year as far as the gaudy numbers, but he's just as good, if not better. I think we've seen him progress. And you just felt like that game with the Pats last year in the playoffs, they were that close. And, really they've got what it takes. I love this matchup, though, because on the other side of it, you've got a guy in Jimmy G, who's looking to solidify his, not just his reputation, but does he deserve all that money? Was he worth it? Well, we've seen him win games back to the regular season with the Saints, and then now in the playoffs, playing really well. But that defense they've got, so it's the classic thing, the San Fran defense, probably the best in football against the best offense, the best quarterback in football. What I find interesting, though, is I think it speaks to it. It's the quarterback league, right? You mentioned Austin Reed. The game, even at the lower levels, is becoming all about your quarterback. Can your quarterback do these kind of things, throw the ball deep down the field, throw all these routes? I mean, when I was a kid, it was unheard of to throw the ball 40 or 50 times in a game. Now it's routine, on the regular basis. I think we're going to see that in this Super Bowl. As much as the game sometimes changes, and teams get a little uptight and try to do the traditional things, I think we're going to see them slinging around quite a bit.
Well, the one stat that, and I've picked the 49ers to win it just because more along the lines of the defense travels in these games. The top two defenses are 15-5, but I think you could throw a lot of stats out. The other stat that's still magnificent with Patrick Mahomes and that team, because Kansas City, you're right, their defense hasn't always been very good. Offensively, they've been fantastic. He's never lost a game by more than 7 points.
Oh, no. Yeah, I mean, in every game, right?
Yeah. But see, I think that stat is useless in this game because I don't think it's going to be more than 7 points either way.
Folks at home, that's not a Texas Tech stat. I don't know what happened there, but I feel like those guys need to go back and we have like a witch hunt of being like, you guys can never coach again. How did you have this kid and you were 6-6?
No, it's Cliff Kingsbury. He's coaching the Cardinals.
But I mean, did they even have a defense?
Here's the thing, though. He was raw, though. Patrick Mahomes was raw in college. I mean,
a lot of catch-up.
As much as, you could sit there and say, I've seen a progression of guys. Like, I thought, Aaron Rodgers, I've never seen arm talent like this. He can do all these things. And I don't know if we'll see this again. Boom, Patrick Mahomes can do all that and probably some other stuff. I mean, it's just going to be, to see who the next one is and the next one is. And they just work at the craft. Austin's out there throwing all the time. And, they're working on some of these weird throws. You think, wow, he just improvised that. No, they practice this in pregame. They throw these throws to their receivers and have them go and make these plays. But I think, Mahomes gives them it's just that wild card, And defensively, if you're the Niners, you've got to worry about him running too. I mean, you've seen that in the last couple games in the playoffs with the Chiefs. He'll run for 50 to 100 yards if you're not careful. It's like Russell Wilson, except if Russell Wilson could throw it 180 yards down the field in one throw. He's got that. But I love the matchup, not just the guys on the field. The fact that you've got Andy Reid, hasn't won, hasn't been able to make this happen.
Win or lose, he's going to have a cheeseburger.
Been around for forever. And then you've got Shanahan, the coaching pedigree, the legacy, the young guy. There's a different vibe on that Niners side. I mean, they look like a bunch of dudes hanging out at a club. They're all the way they're dressed and just kind of, hugging each other after the game. It's just a different feel. And it's going to be interesting to see kind of, how much the master and Andy Reid and the pupil, how close are they as far as the coaching is concerned. Andy Reid's one of his Achilles' heels has been clock management and some other things. If it comes down to a close game, like you're saying, man, it could be interesting down the stretch.
Well, and I think, too, from a standpoint, and we got to take a break, but on this note with Kyle Shanahan, he's sort of like the guy, maybe you knew him as the partier in his mid-20s, and you're like, that dude, we always had to pick him up, or he was hanging out on the side of the porch, like passed out, always was the guy buying Whataburger. But whatever it was, he actually grew up and became that guy. So you go back to a reunion like 20 years later, and he ends up getting drunk and acting like an idiot again. You're like, there's that dude. And he's like, but I've had but no matter what he says, nobody's going to buy it. Kyle Shanahan is a genius.
Oh, yeah.
Kyle Shanahan took Atlanta. Think about it. Think about it smartly, folks.
When he
left, it was over.
Yeah.
Kyle Shanahan, now that we're realizing this, Dan Quinn was good, but Kyle Shanahan was the reason they were good. He leaves, he takes over San Francisco, and they become real good. And the difference is he's an awesome coach, but everybody goes, that's the guy that lost 28-3, right? He went backwards twice, man. I
Chad's
watched
trying to
that.
turn Kyle Shanahan into Lane Kiffin over here, and I'm not
No,
quite sure.
no,
with the party.
But
you
know what I'm
have been
saying.
one of those guys.
But you do agree with me, right? Right now, if you say Kyle Shanahan, the first thing that comes to mind is, oh, that's the guy that blew that lead as a coordinator. He ruined Atlanta's chance. No, he gave them a chance.
Yeah, he put him in the seat.
He is a brilliant dude. Did you see the video last week, by the way, of Kyle Shanahan on the sidelines? He got it from his dad, where he talks to the referees, and he says, okay, George Kittle's going to run an out route, and about 3 yards out, this guy's holding him. He goes, watch for it. And he's the one calling the plays, so he knows he's running out route. And the second the guy holds him for Green Bay, the ref just immediately is looking at it and throws it. And he goes, boom, because he's seen it. He calls
Tony
plays
Romo'd
before. He did. But he's not getting paid to do that outside of coaching and telling the refs, which is even better than what you do in the booth. We do have to come back from a break. Will, do you have a?
Yeah, let me hit you real quick. So again, banner.
Please don't, by the way.
For the people out there, banner hanging on the 6th, February 6th, coming up Thursday night between the men's and women's game. Probably about 7 o'clock. They're going to hang that banner. So if you want to come out and kind of celebrate football, and then the Mardi Gras parade on the 22nd downtown. That's the Sunday afternoon parade. Coach Shinnick and the team will be the Grand Marshal. They'll be out there. So it's kind of a chance for the city to celebrate the title. And then we're doing an on-campus parade on the 13th.
Awesome.
5 o'clock in the afternoon. So that's going to be kind of cool.
Is that a dry parade?
Yes. I
wasn't asking that on behalf of.
I'm going to leave. Let me leave you with this as you guys talk about football, because somebody asked me this today. So, quarterbacks, and we're talking about the quarterbacks in the Super Bowl. Running backs. Christian McCaffrey with the Panthers, and I was in Charlotte for 4 years. When they drafted him and brought him in, obviously fantastic talent, 1,000 yards rushing and receiving. He's in this position. He wants $18 million a year. He may hold out. The Panthers are going through this transition. So the discussion I've had the last 2 days with people is any running back worth that in an age of quarterbacks? And if you pay a running back that, can your team move forward and survive? The top 10 running backs in the league, somebody sent me this, out of the top 10 paid-wise running backs in the league, only one made the playoffs. So,
the answer to that is –
there's a discussion for you.
The answer is no. I'm going to tell you that.
Your Zekes,
and
your Saquon Barkleys, those guys, they're not in the postseason.
Ask Eric Dickerson that. But I'm just saying, or ask Barry Sanders, or ask anybody pretty much. There's a list of Walter Payton's running backs that never sniffed a championship. If you're the best quarterback, think about it. Damian Williams is serviceable. Damian Williams is not looked at as a top 20 running back in the NFL. However, he's perfect for Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, you got Williams and Mostert going. Who?
Exactly.
Yeah. What?
Exactly. If you have the right – exactly. So your point, you can only do so much. And the difference between a good running back and an okay running back is very close. Very close. The difference between it's pretty much like driving a Camry or a Taurus, like the new ones. You're like, they're both serviceable vehicles. They've been around for a long time. If you are the guy, though, the difference between a Patrick Mahomes and a Ryan Finley who started is you either have the Maserati or you have the broken down car that has 3 wheels, but you're still driving on the highway as it goes with sparks.
And the way I frame this for people out there is, who had a better career, Terrell Davis or Barry Sanders? And people will say, Sanders, highlights, numbers. Terrell Davis won 2 titles. He got his career shortened by injuries.
That's a fact.
Figure it out. My 2 top running backs of all time, too, Bo Jackson and Marcus Allen. And people, Jim Brown, all these other things. It's like, one, I've never seen anybody do what Bo could do. He just didn't get to do it for very long. And then if you want to dive into numbers and what a guy could do, there's never been anybody better than Marcus Allen.
Well, Will, I really appreciate your time. You were up here anyway, and I appreciate everything.
Appreciate you, fellas.
But I will leave with this, as I do every segment, I think to take it on behalf of JP.
Here we go. Hang on.
And Will saying it. Until Sunday ends around 9:30, I think you were exactly saying this, the Patriots are still champs. We're going to break. Cut his mic. All right, thank you. Coming back for more.
I'll see you, World of Beer.
See you, buddy. Good to see you.
Sometimes our light shines bright. Sometimes it's dim. But we all have a light inside of us, waiting to be discovered to illuminate our own path. At Bright Bridge, we light the way for individuals in need, empowering those looking for a second chance, bringing forth a brighter future. Bright Bridge Ministries. Learn more or donate today at brightbridgeministries.org.
It's time for some straight talk. You know those football players who are all talk, no show? Well, big wireless carriers aren't much different. Well, Straight Talk Wireless doesn't give you the hype, just the savings. For just $45 a month, you'll get the unlimited plan with 25 gigs of high-speed data, then 2G. No contract. All on the same 4G LTE networks as the big guys, but up to half the cost. Savings delivered right to your wallet. Only at Walmart. Savings may vary. See terms and conditions at straighttalk.com.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Trucking is a tough business. Owner-operators, don't leave your hard-earned money on the table and make it tougher on yourself by operating outdated equipment. Upgrade your business without breaking the bank. Lease a new or gently used truck from SFI Trucks. Average 9 to 10 miles per gallon and save more money with technologies like APUs. No or low money down options are available no matter your credit score. And leave your worries behind for years with SFI's extended warranties. Learn more at sfitrucks.com.
Hello, sports fans. Miles Bentley here, General Manager at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Pensacola. Growing up, I always loved sports. Nothing but net, out of the park, through the uprights. Sink the puck Bentley, that was me. But my love of the game couldn't beat my love for Pensacola and helping folks get on the road of dreams in a new Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Sure, I never went to the big leagues in sport, but we're all pro here at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Proud to be in Pensacola.
The Paul Feinbaum Show.
Everything you wanted to happen hasn't happened.
Oh my gosh, that's all any of y'all want to talk about is Alabama.
You're really not understanding the conversation, but anyway, we can move on.
Alabama's dynasty has just begun.
Hold on a second, Charles. Somebody wants to talk to you.
I don't want to talk that compelling moron. He's nothing but a lame-headed old man.
2 till 5 every weekday afternoon. ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
You're out of your freaking mind, cowturd.
You're listening to Pensacola's home for hometown sports. ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM 99.1 FM.
And welcome back, Sports Drive with you on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. Simulcast on Blab TV. Chad Brillante alongside JP. Thanks again to Will Kennedy, the voice of the UWF Argos, for joining us. Emmanuel back in our Blab TV studios, doing a great job as always. 850-623-1330. If you're looking for a party, well, World of Beer always has it, but now they're going to have the big game out there. And when we're not talking about World of Beer, it's called the Super Bowl, if you wink, wink. But it's going to be Sunday at 3 to 5.
Oh, no, we're getting calls. Oh, they're already calling us.
Roger's on me right here. What a load of there's some things when
they're listening.
He's always listening. Only person that ever I felt was listening, you know.
Indeed, yes. There's no guarantee they're not listening today.
She may or may have not run for. Oh, never mind. But I will say, after that point, I felt like after the whole entire case. Yeah, exactly. There you go. You got it now. By the way,
I don't want it.
It's the only person, by the way. But I will say, with the game coming up here, we got some fun. And by the way, Mr. Pollo, if you're looking for a great place for a tailgate party, Mr. Pollo is the place right there. Eduardo Juan, he's a big Patriot fan. They're actually going to the game. He's feeling a little under the weather. But if you haven't been by, it is the best chicken. This place is amazing. They've got amazing chicken, amazing sides, everything. And go by there. Check out their food. It is awesome. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, you know I know. There you go. So, no, it is awesome, by the way. And it's you think chicken, everybody's like, oh, yeah, everybody has chicken. Oh, Popeyes has chicken, Chick-fil-A, whatever. This is just, there's something, the spices and everything about it, man, it's so good. And if you've been there, you know exactly what we're talking about. Not only that, though, man, I could go for some mac and cheese and coleslaw right now.
Let's do a little cash it or smash it before we get out for the break into our Super Bowl 54 topic.
Does it involve chicken? No chicken?
We can put that on there.
Okay.
What's the best chicken, Mr. Boyle? It is. I mean, it really is. I mean, I lived down in South Florida for a while. I got a relative who's Portuguese. He knows what he's. I'm actually 25% Portuguese. Let's go ahead and get to cash it or smash it. Golfers wearing Kobe Bryant jerseys. It was pretty cool. However, would you like to see, cash it or smash it, golfers to go to more of a natural attire? Maybe like a backwards hat with looking like the guy wearing a T-shirt, like he's playing on one of those like $5 courses that has a chain link fence, guys drinking a PBR. You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, well, it's like you go to your local courses and stuff, some of the not higher echelon courses, but just a general course. I remember going out when I was younger to the course over there by International Paper.
That's right, yeah. You lived on the 16th. You never paid. You just walked out. Okay, never mind.
Shh. That's a different story. Okay, anyway. No, but people going out there, just regular old clothes, whatever, having a good time. I don't care. But here's the thing. I'm not going to speak too much on it because I was never an intense golfer. So, where like baseball, there's the unwritten rules and things like that. There's things that people do that aggravate me no matter what, wearing, whatever. I'm not going to get into it too much. I wouldn't mind it. I'm not going to be against it. But at the same time, I'm not that diehard golfer, which is like you got to keep the integrity of the sport, and that includes the attire you wear. So I don't know. I'm going to step back on that one.
Look, golf, you got to respect people for what they do. One of my co-hosts, Marty Stanovich, runs the first tee in Northwest Florida, does a great job. I've had a chance to play with a number of local golfers here, guys that have great swings, and the Jerry Pace of the world, the Bubba Watsons, Heath Slocums, Joe Durant. There's so many great golfers, Boo Weekley. But I will say that if you're a golfer, it's a certain look. It's a certain attire. Like, don't judge people. If you're a basketball player, it's okay if you're a basketball player to, like, go to the club with, like, a cutoff shirt and a pair of, like, cutoff capris, and people will be like, oh, man, that's like that NBA guy. You try that tonight? Like, go to a nice place, like go to Jackson's or go to somewhere like that and wear, like, a jersey with a pair of capris, and people are going to mock you and laugh. I'm sure if, like, a guy like Shaquille O'Neal or Shaq or same guy, but if you went like any, by the way,
I was
trying to go with another player and said the same as that guy, but I was going to say anybody in LA, if you go out to Beverly Hills at one of the nice clubs, if you're wearing an outfit, you probably are not going to get anybody making any kind of like comments if you can do that because you're a certain person. When it comes to golf, it's a certain attire, but some of the guys for this week wearing the Kobe jerseys because they were doing it today, Justin Thomas, Alabama's own, Roll Tide. A lot of these guys are doing that. I'm fine with that. I'm completely fine with that based on the circumstances. Just like when Jay Williams, when Big Papi, when they curse on national TV, and everybody's like, I'm sorry. And they're like, no, it's all right. Because in moments like that, it's okay to say something. If you know you're not saying something for the wrong reason, then it's okay.
Well, Big Papi can get away with anything anyway.
Yeah, that's true.
I know what you mean. Yeah. It's Big Papi.
He got away with living. I mean, it's
no,
true.
But it wasn't. No, the guy thought it was somebody else.
Yeah.
It's just,
it's about 1,000 in that case.
There's so many people that look exactly like that monster that hit bombs at Fenway.
I love the whole entire like Dominican Republic government though was like, get away. Like they probably like sent the whole army. This is Big Papi. He's my favorite player of all time, by the way. You can see now like the circumstances, the way we live life. Protein shakes. But I will say that overall, if you talk about somebody that has been able to really embrace the whole culture of what it is, when it comes to basketball, it's a different breed like that, and we gotta accept that. But golf, I don't want to see them go. Golf, respect the people that actually watch golf. Some of us tune into
that's what I'm saying.
Some of us tune into the majors. Some of us watch, wear our green jacket for a couple days out there at Augusta. But these guys, they watch the Golf Channel. My brother and more importantly, Blair O'Neill, people like that. And they end up watching these tournaments that are ones that you don't even know exist outside of the people that watch golf on an everyday basis. So let them enjoy the sport that was based on that. So I do agree. It should be kept sacred that way. But some people don't like you still have to wear long pants. It's 100 degrees. You still have to button up. Yeah, it's golf. It's a different. You go to a workforce and you have to wear a certain outfit. If you show up in board shorts. If you're a lawyer, show up in board shorts and see how the judge takes it. If you're really good at your job,
please video it too.
Please video that.
Send it over.
We'd love to see that, by the way. But if you're really good, that would be pretty cool to win a case like that with the surfboard still and like a cut off tank top with like one of those shirts that's a clear cut, like one of those tourists like Floridian on the shirt. Like, hey, by the way, this guy's completely innocent. Here's your paperwork. I'm gonna go surfing, by the way. Hang 10, bro. And the other guy's like, dude, that was awesome. For golf, I would like to keep it sacred.
I mean, you've been around the game a lot more than I have, so I respect other people's opinions that it's their sport, that they know a lot about it, are knowledgeable. Look, I like golf. I watch it. I don't watch it as much as some people, but I definitely,
That means you don't watch many.
Well, no. What I'm saying is I keep in touch with it, meaning I watch highlights. I check it on ESPN. If I'll be honest with you, if there's a baseball or football game on, I'm not watching golf.
No.
I'm not. It's just I'm just throwing that out there. Like some people are diehard golf people. I respect that because I'm a diehard baseball fan.
Homework this week, I want you to videotape with
I am done with homework ever since I got out of college.
I was going to say, you'll put a selfie for 40 minutes of watching the tournament and talk about it, by the way. No, you don't have to do that. I don't, because I won't watch it either.
I was going to say, I know.
I was going to say, you know me, you could do it for maybe 1.5 minutes, and you know that I'm not getting past 1.5 minutes. So, that's the guy that reads the Cliff Notes in college. We're coming back for more, and I still failed. Coming back for more. It's a Sports Drive on ESPN Pensacola and Blab TV.
Imogen and I started Jewelers Trade Shop in 1956.
Our goal at Jewelers Trade Shop has always been to give our customers the best experience imaginable. It's something that my grandfather instilled in my father, and without a doubt, my father has passed on to me. Those basic core goals and values that shaped our business 56 years ago are still very much alive and a driving force behind Jewelers Trade Shop today.
For 3 generations, the story continues. Jewelers Trade Shop in downtown Pensacola.
Diabetes, high blood pressure, anxiety meds, everyone's on them. If you're a 50-year-old male, maybe a bit beefy, and you may even have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. Call Term Provider. Speak with Big Lou at 800-285-4954. Big Lou will find a term life policy for you even if you have type 2 diabetes, are overweight, or have high blood pressure. Term Provider has helped thousands of people like you who think they can't afford term life insurance. To buy $1 million of affordable term life for you, all you need to do is call Big Lou at 800-285-4954. Lou will make sure the scales are tipped in your favor. Call 800-285-4954. Big Lou will answer your call and work to fit you into a term life policy that you can afford. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds, too. Call 800-285-4954. 800-285-4954.
Wednesday, Thursday, or Friday.
How about we add Sunday to that list? It's the NFL Tailgate Show at World of Beer.
Your plans just changed.
Yes, they did. Live show, games, prizes, NFL legends.
500 bottles of beer on the wall.
And you can try them all.
And no wrong choices.
Well, trying all 500 week one, that could be a bad choice.
World of Beer. Beer as you have never experienced it before.
Come on, bro. That was my tag. Your NFL party awaits you at World of Beer.
World of Beer.
Really?
Bowling is a sport that will last you a lifetime, and at Cordova Lanes on Airport Boulevard, every night there is something exciting happening. Like on Tuesday and Thursday, it's penny a pin. Bowl 100, pay $1. Or how about starting your weekend off right by reserving a lane for just $25 at Moonlight Bowling. Enjoy a fresh-made pizza and the lowest pitcher prices in Pensacola. So what are you waiting for? It's time to roll your way into Cordova Lanes and experience fun like never before.
Today in school, I learned a lot. In chemistry, I learned that no one likes me. In biology, I learned that I'm fat and stupid. In English, I learned that I'm disgusting. And in gym, I learned that I'm pathetic and a joke. The only thing I didn't learn in school today is why no one ever helps.
Kids witness bullying every day. They want to help, but they don't know how. Teach them how to stop bullying and be more than a bystander at stopbullying.gov. A message from the Ad Council.
You're listening to Pensacola's home for hometown sports. ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
I am so high, I can hear heaven. I am so high, I can hear
Happy Friday, everybody. Welcome back to the Sports Drive on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM, simulcast on Blab TV. If you're hosting a Super Bowl party and you're trying to find that perfect food, please don't serenade me right now. Sometimes I really wish, by the way, that we knew we weren't on TV cameras, because that would have been just fine behind the scenes. But now that we're up there, you're singing to me. I don't need to be singing.
Beautiful song. And you're welcome, by the way. You're welcome.
Not accepting it.
You're welcome.
But I will say that if you're looking for the perfect food for an awesome weekend, Mr. Pollo, right there on 9th Avenue, perfect place to go grab some food. It's going to be awesome. They've got the best chicken, all the sides, so check it out. They'll have the full catering menu ready to go for you guys, and it's easy and convenient. If you have not been there, amazing.
Yeah, load up and go check it out.
9th Avenue, right there next to the subway. Right there at that crazy four-way stop.
Yeah, near Walgreens and everything right there.
Place to go. Looking right now at the Super Bowl. We got some Super Bowl facts to get to right now, so let's get to that. All right, best commercial ever. These aren't facts at all. These are actually opinions. But let's talk about the best.
Isn't that how it always is?
This is how it works, right?
we don't bring facts at you.
The best commercial ever in the history of Super Bowls. We're going to go down the best of all time in Super Bowl. If we can form our perfect Super Bowl, let's do that.
I think that if we're going number one all time on my list, I got to go old school with it, and it's the Mean Joe Green, the Coke Mean Joe Green one.
They're coming. I think they're bringing that back.
I hope so.
I think this year they're bringing that back.
Well,
I'm not just randomly throwing that out like 30 years later.
Last night, me and Autumn were sitting there watching, and it was the kind of like the best Super Bowl commercials ever.
Mm-hmm.
And I saw that one, and of course you remember it, but it's just then they did a story, and the guy that gave Mean Joe the Coke, like they've had a relationship ever since he was little.
Yeah.
And then Mean Joe starts talking about it, and the guy goes, "Listen, that you believe it or not, Mean Joe, but that changed my life." And like Mean Joe Green's crying, like just because of the impact it had. It's so crazy though. I mean, he goes, "See, Mean Joe's not that mean."
Yeah, there's a lot of those guys that have. Really, I'm not going to say no talent. That's very mean of me to say, so I'm not going to say that. But people that haven't really done much outside of one thing, but they make so much money, like a Flo, you know what I'm talking about?
Yes.
Or, you watch that, and you're like, seriously? Like, she probably lives, like, the most lavish life. And you're like, what do? You're like, people are like, oh, this commercial again. Like, I understand that people get an opportunity, but there's some people that, like, they do one. Can you hear me now? Good. Like you do one or two things and you're set for life. Some of those people from those commercials have been set for life. And it's pretty cool. I mean, to get that opportunity. I know for a fact that the most money I've ever made on one single thing was being the voice of CVS Pharmacy in Humboldt, Texas. That's right. As I was able to go out there and go, if you'd like to make a call, please press 1 for the operator. If I'm on number 19, you've waited too long, and just press 0. Like, should have pressed it. You know, like when you get annoyed, by the way, you always press 0 and it'll take you to someone. But there's like 15 steps. If you'd like to call the operator.
You were the guy, huh?
I did just say 19, but you could have pressed 0. Plus, what you need to do is hang up, dial again, and do this again for 45 minutes.
You're wasting your time.
Best commercial ever. I like I'm going to go with, I probably remember Puppy Monkey Baby for the wrong reasons, by the way. But I will say that my favorite commercial of all time, just because it was like one of the originals, was the Clydesdales out there playing football.
Yes.
Like to me, that's all about like
the streaker one, where the sheep comes up and he's a streaker and he just starts. Yeah, that was a good one too.
That was the best. The one with the cat wrangler was pretty funny. I thought way back in the day. We're dating ourselves too on that. I think that was like 15 years ago. I think the one with last year with Morgan Freeman was pretty cool with the fire and ice with the guy from Game of Thrones.
Yes, I don't remember his name.
Don't call him an elf. But Peter Dinklage or whatever. Yeah. But one of like the Game of Thrones fans, like, how dare him? But yeah, that was a pretty cool one. Like the fire and ice Mountain Dew. I thought that was a good one. Best flavor Gatorade. We're going through each one of them.
All right, so this is complicated. This can be complicated.
Someone's like, this is
I'm just
where
kidding.
The show's going, by the way?
No. I've always been if you're playing, if you're out there, I don't like drinking a Gatorade a whole lot anyway if you're playing.
That's right.
You're
not a fan of electrolytes.
But,
I know that.
Jeez. I got to go, though, lemon lime. I like lemon lime's solid no matter what, but that's definitely a playing Gatorade.
Okay.
Cool blue if I'm not playing.
Pretty much my answer is anything but cucumber.
Ugh,
that was disgusting.
horrible.
That was horrible. I know. Like if you're gonna
Even
eat
with
cucumber,
alcohol, it was terrible.
Nothing to it. Nothing to it. Celery.
Too much to it.
That's
Ugh.
why there's not celery and cucumber flavored anything. You know, think about it, because you only eat that when you're like trying to tell people or feed it to your rabbits. But I will say,
my rabbit wouldn't take it.
I like the mountain ice. Mountain ice is my favorite.
Ooh, that is a good one.
That gets you after a while though. So moving on from the best flavor game, national anthem. If you could pick one person to sing it, one person to sing the national anthem.
Give me Epic Sax Guy. You would have the whole stadium
confused
at first, but then you just dance along.
Was this Kenny G, by the way? Like behind Kenny G, Daft Punk. Okay, if you combine them,
Kenny G,
Daft Punk, and Mariah Carey. Now that's a combo.
What a
right there.
smorgasbord right there. Gee, that is a buffet.
Now you've taken something that is supposed to be all about standing and put your hand on your heart into a mockery. So we're not going to do
but
that.
Now you're just
Daft Punk with like fake glasses has nothing to do with it. Let's go. I'm going to go normal right there. If I could bring anybody back, Johnny Cash.
Ooh, that is a good one too.
I was going to say I thought I won that one. I think
you didn't win it, but that's.
I won that award. Thank you. All right, let's go to the next one here. Halftime show. If you could choose any halftime show.
And then listen, I grew up listening to classic rock and things like that, and just being taken over by these guys. They're two of my favorites: Led Zeppelin and Jimi Hendrix. Mm-hmm. Jimmy on the guitar there, and then Led Zeppelin. That I want to see that combo. And not that they would ever probably work together like that, but I'm just saying that would be an awesome halftime show. You're talking about rocking. Because at halftime, look, I like all types of music. I don't want to listen to rap. I don't want to listen to country.
Yeah.
I want to rock. I mean, I want a show at halftime. All right.
I want to rock. No, I would have to say best halftime show would be Red Panda. Have you seen her, by the way? Did the unicycle? The person with the juggling. You know what I'm talking about. Red Panda.
I do. But.
So Red Panda is driving around there, but instead of a bunch of bowls, it's footballs, like 40 footballs on her. But then on top of that, in the middle of the ring, is just somebody rocking out just to a guitar solo right there with Eric Clapton and his whole crew. A lot of smoke in the crowd. I will say overall, a little hazy situation. All right, best city to host the Super Bowl.
Ooh,
not for personal reasons.
Well,
not like I would love to go here to have a.
I like. So here's the thing.
I'm going Nashville.
Yes,
and Las Vegas with the new stadium.
Yeah, Vegas, but if I have to go right now, a stadium, whatever. I mean, but see, I didn't want to say Nashville because I'm particular to Nashville, but you know what though is Miami's a good matchup. It's a perfect place too because of it's always a party down there. It's always the nightlife and all that kind of stuff. You know, you could say New York.
So most people that's going to be in that stands all year. That's a fact.
Yeah, you know it's funny, but Autumn had mentioned yesterday. She goes, "Oh, it'll be the first time that the people in Miami will be happy after a win." You know, like they don't get that too often.
Yeah, except when I got off the plane there. Then, we're going to continue best Super Bowl moments right here as we continue through best announcing team, QB matchup, whatever you need. We're going to talk about the game itself, Mahomes versus the number one roster, and also break down some more of a big weekend ahead in college football, not really, college basketball, and then you have XFL football just a week away. Locally, we'll talk some more UWF Blue Wahoos. It's the Sports Drive on ESPN Pensacola and Blab TV.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Hello, sports fans. Miles Bentley here, General Manager at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Pensacola. Growing up, I always loved sports. Nothing but net, out of the park, through the uprights. Sink the puck Bentley, that was me. But my love of the game couldn't beat my love for Pensacola and helping folks get on the road of dreams in a new Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Sure, I never went to the big leagues in sport, but we're all pro here at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Proud to be in Pensacola.
Bowling is a sport that will last you a lifetime, and at Cordova Lanes on Airport Boulevard, every night there is something exciting happening. Like on Tuesday and Thursday, it's penny a pin. Bowl 100, pay $1. Or how about starting your weekend off right by reserving a lane for just $25 at Moonlight Bowling. Enjoy a fresh-made pizza and the lowest pitcher prices in Pensacola. So what are you waiting for? It's time to roll your way into Cordova Lanes and experience fun like never before.
I'm Little Teapot, short and stout.
Here is my handle and here is my spout.
No, Dad, like this. When I get all steamed up, then I shout, tip me over and pour me out.
This is WWE superstar Roman Reigns. It only takes a moment to make a moment. Take time to be a dad today.
Visit fatherhood.gov, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Jackson Pace Pharmacy has exciting news for ED patients. Viagra 100 milligram generic is finally here. Get it today. 30 tablets for $80, less than $3 a pill. You heard right. Viagra 100 milligram generic is less than $3 a tablet. A prescription from your doctor is required, so stop by Jackson Pace Pharmacy and cash in on the savings today. 2256 West 9 Mile Road in Pensacola.
This is Northwest Florida's all sports, all the time station. From Destin to New Orleans, sports fans come here for ESPN and local sports talk. ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. The greatest name in sports radio is ESPN. Wherever you have Alexa, you can hear ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. Just say,
Alexa, enable ESPN Pensacola 1330 skill. You're listening to Pensacola's home for hometown sports. ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
And welcome back. Sports Drive with you on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. Simulcast on Blab TV. Having some fun with you, as always. You can be part of the show. 850-623-1330 is the number. I hate when we have like a really good college basketball game on at the end in studio. Just because, like, not to say anybody in the car right now outside of a few people. And if you're driving, you're probably like, yes, that is the school I went to, by the way. It's Penn versus Harvard. We all look up to him.
Yeah.
You ever thought of do you buy the guy, by the way, like that wears like the Harvard jacket that walks around? I'm not 100%. No. I'm weary of that. Like, I feel like he's trying to prove something. You know, he's looking around for the ladies at the bar. He's single. He has no ring. He's just like, you know, but he's like clearly trying to sport. You're trying to sport the Harvard or Penn jacket or like Ivy League to make them look like, ooh, that guy's got to be somebody. You don't go to there. You don't go to Harvard to become like a guy that works at the grocery store. Like, first off, if you work at the grocery store, good job. I mean, first off, that's a hard-working job. But this guy's trying too hard. If you went there, you're more than likely
If you want the ladies, Chad, you got to wear the Arizona State T-shirt.
No.
The ultimate party school.
Oh, you go to Arizona State. You don't wear the shirt. You go there, and you have your picking. But I will say,
just or Penn, like this guy dribbles, and he just runs right into his own guy. Like, straight up, they hit faces. Like, runs into his own guy.
All right, let's continue through here. Best announcer team ever.
Anybody but Joe Buck, please.
No, that's not an answer.
Give me a second on this one. You go ahead on this.
I would say I just want to get back to, I know it's one of them passed, but I want Pat Summerall and John Madden to call every game. I know there was a time, but like they had the perfect chemistry.
They did. Yeah.
Because unlike like the Bill Walton part of it, you had so many people you had so many different people that were at that point where if you look today, Bill Walton makes his antics, but like Dave Pasch plays with him. He's like, "No, Bill, you're an idiot." Like Pat Summerall just ignored John half the time. He's like, "Well, you got over here. You got to boom, 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 boom. Get him over here. The wide receiver and the tight end. He comes over. Yeah, I love popcorn. And popcorn's amazing." Like, yeah, and then all of a sudden, Pat Summerall's like, 3rd down and 10, and like it was perfect like combination of like the subtle transition. Pat Summerall and John Madden. That's what I'm gonna go. You got to go with the duo. You got to go with the guys that have done it before. Pat Summerall and John Madden.
I mean, I tell you what, though, I really do like when you're talking about some of the best to do it. If we're talking about the best, I like Tony Romo a lot and what he's done. Can I get a guy that hasn't done it, though? Is that okay, or does it have to be a guy that is proven?
No, that works.
Okay. That works what?
I gave you like 30 seconds at least.
No, I'm asking, though. Like, you said that works.
Anybody. You don't have to. It doesn't have to be football. It could be anybody. Morgan Freeman?
Give me Bill Walsh and Booger McFarland. Your face.
I mean, if you're going to go down that path.
No, give me Chris Berman and John Madden.
If you're going to make a mockery.
Give me Chris Berman and John Madden, though. That would be the most exciting game ever with nothing, even if there was nothing going on in the field.
Bill Walton and Dick Vitale calling football. No play-by-play guy.
Everybody's a diaper dandy.
Yeah. It's like it's 4th and 1, and they're like, "It's unbelievable. If you want to talk about it, diaper dandies here, 2 of the teams right here best." And I was seeing the colors with me and Jerry Garcia in 1974. We were in Miami for the game. I was riding a bicycle on to the 50-yard line. And I remember looking over. I had a son named Luke on the field. We were eating peaches. And I remember looking over to the booth and saying to myself, "Where am I? I'm high." And like you're like, all right, back to the 4th quarter here. Like they would have no clue what's going on. I mean, that would be, but from an entertainment standpoint, you'd probably have to mute it after a while. I would say mute it after a few seconds. Looking at some of the other things going on, let's get to some of the things going on. Luka Doncic out for the Dallas Mavericks. Is he the best young player in the game?
I'm going to go, yeah. He's out for 6 games, by the way. The next 6 at least. They announced that.
Thank you, Dr. Baker Mayfield. I appreciate that.
By the way, I know we'll get to that.
Officially diagnosed here, by the way.
Did you see his interview today?
Luka?
No. Baker Mayfield with Rex Ryan? Oh, okay. We definitely need to get to that one. They had an interview today.
Wow.
Face to face, baby. It was good. To the people I just can't stand a whole lot of. So
that seems like a little juice right there.
Yeah, we'll definitely talk about that. I know we got about a minute left here. I'm going to save it because I want to be able to talk about it. But, yeah, there you go. But, yes, Luka, for sure. I think he's one of the best. I hope that this ankle injury is not something serious, something like lingering. We've seen this happen with guys before. With an ankle, because you use your ankles in basketball constantly and everything, jumping, whatever. You like that? I'm like an aficionado of NBA here. But, no, I hope it's not something extremely serious.
When we come back, we're going to talk some more on the Super Bowl coming up here, and we'll get to more. We'll be out at World of Beer for the big game, so come out and join us as well. It's all coming back. Second hour of the Sports Drive right here on ESPN Pensacola and Blab TV.
This is ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM and 99.1 FM, the only local station that talks sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From Gullick and Wingo to the Sports Drive with Chad Brillante. Plus talk football with Coach K at noon, sports call every Saturday. If you'd like to partner with us as an advertiser or a promotional partner, just give us a call at 262-6000.
You're listening to ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. All sports, all the time. WEBY, Milton, Pensacola.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? Stayed all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
Coming up, we'll get to more on the Super Bowl. We'll talk some of the big stories going on, including who is the best coach in the hiring during the college football offseason. It's all coming back. Little XFL coming at you on this Friday afternoon.
Has just become the NFL's all-time leading rusher. Across the middle, it is caught for the first. It's Baldwin shaking free and sprinting down the sideline for the touchdown. His third of the day. Doug Baldwin.
Derek Brooks, who ran back 3 interceptions for touchdowns in the regular season, does it to cement the Super Bowl.
Boxing's elite, the new WBA heavyweight champion of the world, Roy Jones Jr.
Baldwin beaten. The result has come up on screens that Gatlin's taken it. Goodness me, it was a blue American vest. 992 the Gatlin. 992 by the American champion to take gold.
Another Watson is wearing a green jacket at Augusta. And this time, his name is Bubba. Scores on a 34-yard touchdown run by the Doak Walker Award winner, Trent Richardson, who broke a lot of Emmett Smith's records back in Pensacola, Florida.
And welcome back to the Sports Drive on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM, simulcast on Blab TV. I am Chad Brillante alongside JP, watching the end of this Harvard-Penn game. That's your typical Friday night kind of rodeo going on right now.
What a joke.
That's not what a joke. I mean,
that shot.
Big Goon trying to shoot up a shot. 58-58.
He shot a 10-footer from 28 foot out.
Penn was up by like 20 points.
Yeah.
Terrible at home, but they're smart enough to come back. Looking at the I don't know what you're talking about. Looking at the game, more important than the Super Bowl coming up here, I want to make it clear. Ryan Fitzpatrick is coming back. Now, does that mean saddle up, baby, for season number 84? But Ryan Fitzpatrick, cash it or smash it, will be the starting quarterback for Miami, or is he going to mentor? Drum roll, please. Tua.
Wow, that was quite the drum roll.
I know.
I think he'll be the starting quarterback. I'm going to cash that, and the only reason I say that, we talked about it on Coach K's show today too. I don't see them throwing Tua out in the fire like that. And I know, listen, if Tua's healthy enough, Coach said if he's healthy, he needs to play day one. I just don't see that happening right now. I think for Tua, it would be best if he could maybe sit at least half a year, get acclimated and get healthier. Because it's going the longer the time he has, the better he'll be. It's just your body heals up. So Coach K just said though, he's like, I don't like the doctors. Fired many a doctor in my day. I was like, all right, well I'm gonna back out of that conversation.
Look, it's one where I think that if he's healthy, we can't really judge right now where a guy is going to be at this point without the proper research. You can say what you want, but an injury that Tua's had, a lot of people have come back stronger. So if he's back to him normal, think about him. At like 75%, him at about 75 to 80% was the closest thing to taking out Joe Burrow in the final minutes. Like if they get that onside kick, they could have dethroned LSU at that point because they would have been number one and they'd have been undefeated. So we got to understand that they're still, just because a couple bad games, think about it. He didn't lose to Auburn. Remember that. He wasn't on the field. So the one game we're judging Tua this season, the last moment, was a game that they fell. It was a crazy mishap. It was like what happened to Kansas City to Houston in that first quarter. It was just like that. That you just look up at the scoreboard and all of a sudden it's 24-0.
Yeah.
That doesn't make Patrick Mahomes a bad quarterback. He had a bad mishap. And then they came back, and they almost won. But Joe Burrow made the big plays, as he did all season, in order to get that. The biggest play of that game was, I think it was 3rd down and 8. And they were bringing the blitz, and they just put the LED lights out there, and everybody was going crazy. And they're like, we got this. It was going to happen. And then all of a sudden, like the next thing you know, you had Joe Burrow like coasting it for a 9-yard gain, and he slides for the first down. And everyone's like, crap, dude, where's Zach Mettenberger when you need him? Like, but I mean, or now Joe Walrus Russell. But I will say, he would have fallen over people for like 9 yards, like right through. Just made the noise of a yak for him.
I was about to say, that was an interesting noise.
That was a yak noise, by the way. But I will say, if you talk about a guy like Joe Burrow, he always made those plays. Yeah. And I think that for Tua, let's not judge. These people are like, he's not going to be good. That's okay to have an opinion, man. But for me, I've watched a lot of his games and watched some of the games, too, that you probably were not watching. Like the games when they would play Ole Miss or Western Carolina. I like to, triple box it, hot box it up there, and that was the wrong word. But put it up there. Sorry about that. But put them all up there,
Chad's hotboxing it.
Drop it like it's hot right there. Four different screens going on. Like, I like to do that. But for a guy like Tua, there was not too many moments in his career where I look back and I'm like, oh, man, he blew it.
Well, he has tremendous accuracy.
He lost one game this year for them.
Well,
and it was a huge game, but let's be clear with that. People, I don't like when people judge somebody by one moment, because his career, if it wasn't for Tua, Alabama would have one less national title when Jalen Hurts was goose egg 13-0 at halftime, and it was clearly Tua, not only with his arm, but with his legs, remember, in that game against Georgia, coming back and winning that game. 850-623-1330 is the number. Let's go to the phone lines. Caller, who's this?
This is Darren in Milton, Florida. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you doing today?
I say to the Alabama quarterback should stay. That's my opinion.
Well, I think that's an understandable opinion right there. He's going to go pro, but I will say, though, I think that it was a big-time split between a lot of people when that happened. And one thing about Tua is, the money, I think, based on that, I don't think he's going to personally, regardless of all of our opinions, I don't think he's going to fall farther than 6, because I think now that Phillip Rivers is adios out of L.A., it's either going to be Miami or it's going to be the L.A. Chargers at number 5 or 6. So at this point, even if we think about it, that's so much money. When you're a top 10 pick, you're going to get the kind of money that is very hard to pass. But you're right, from a standpoint of if he wanted to be the number 1 pick or sort of make everybody not talk all about Joe Burrow, it might have been okay. And they would have been the favorites probably to win the national title if he came back, because Trevor Lawrence would be up there as well with Clemson, and you would have Justin Fields with Ohio State. But then, you lose Joe Burrow, so that opens up the playing field. I would say that it wouldn't have been a bad move, but no, personally, I think because of that, and he said it himself, if he fell anywhere past about 15, he was going to come back. But I'm sure he's gotten a lot of people telling him that he's going to be about 5 or 6. I appreciate the call.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's keep the phone lines going. 850-623-1330. Caller, who's this? Got to punch him up, bro. You got to punch him up, I think, on the board. All right, there we go. There he is.
All right.
Beautiful point. Valid point right there. All right. I would say, I get both sides, but you got to come back if you're. You got to come back.
You
if
only
you don't feel,
come back if you have something to prove to yourself. He has nothing to prove to us. He has nothing to prove to the NFL. I just think that the money he's going to make, it's phenomenal.
Get him out of here for the right reasons. Let's go to the phone lines. 850-623-1330. Caller, who's this?
Hey, it's Jim over in Pensacola.
Hey.
I was the one that you didn't pick up a minute ago. Hey, all right, so I'm listening to Tua thing. I work in healthcare. I work with a lot of orthopedics. Here's the thing. 2 things. One is I don't think Alabama was willing to take a risk with him coming back, because that's, another year before you can sign another good quarterback. And it's to Saban's advantage to move him on, because he can't sit around with the Alabama faithful being as rabid as they are. He can't sit around and wait on a guy to get well. And then the second thing is, Tua's a good athlete, good quarterback. He's small, but he's not the athlete that Bo Jackson is, even at Bo's age. And Bo's had 3 hip replacements now, and he can't play pro football. Of course, he's old. So just some ideas. What do you think?
Well, I think first off, to the standpoint of looking at what Alabama has as a backup plan, I think Nick Saban would have loved to have him back, just based on it's either going to be Mac Jones or it's going to be
Bryce Young.
Bryce Young, who has talent, but it's a high school talent, and he's small too. The thing about a smaller quarterback is it's really tough to tell. Look at Emory Jones had high ranks from Florida. There's been a lot of smaller quarterbacks that have had very good rankings, and they didn't work out. And it was because it's a different game where you take a couple blows from a bunch of 6'5", 270 hybrid-type guys coming around the edge. High school is very rare where you get a guy that size coming around and crushing you. So the smaller quarterbacks, the ones like Trevor Lawrence, think about how many shots Trevor Lawrence took by LSU. If you had Bryce Young taking those hits, do you think he would have survived that whole game? I mean, that's, to me, you got to look at all that. So that, to me, is really important. And I just look at Nick Saban's.
The second thing is, is Bryce Young the quarterback from California?
Yes, he is.
State?
Yes.
Okay. Is Bryce Young going to sign if Tua's coming back with a bad hip and they redshirt, and Bryce Young may not play for 2 or 3 years? See, that's another question.
Yeah, that's
Alabama. Alabama moves players along. If you can't function, he gets rid of them. There's a guy. Trying to think of his name now. Ended up playing at Auburn and played a lot of running back.
Did we lose him? Yep, we lost him.
All right. Well, if you can give us a call back, Auburn played running back. I would say with a bad hip would be Bo Jackson. I think that's where he was leading with that. That was really good. But that was different. Bo Jackson didn't play with a bad hip the whole time. He played at the point where he had a bad hip when he got hurt in Oakland. That was a little bit different from a standpoint.
Well, the one thing he said, too, with Bryce Young is Bryce Young signed his letter of intent in December. I mean, this was before Tua had even played his last game, but even talked about making his decision.
Yeah.
That's where I think Bryce Young was going to come anyway. And for Saban, I think you bring back Tua, but because of what he's done. Now, yes, if he's going to be hurt, he's going to be hurt. But I think regardless, like the Bryce Young thing, I think Bryce Young does go to Alabama because Bryce Young, Alabama is where he wanted to be. He liked Alabama. It was a place he fell in love with. He understands he was going to have to battle for the job. I mean, Bryce Young, listen, he's considered a dual threat, but he's not really a dual threat. When I look at him and watch his film, he's a guy that he definitely wants to throw the football, and he can. But I don't know. I mean, this is I personally. I mean, I'll throw everything aside. If Saban could have Tua back with the relationship those two had as well, this went deeper than football. Saban would love to have him back. I mean, it's just Saban put the hints out there that Tua was coming back. That's why I started to believe it.
Well, I think he was hoping. He was putting the feelers out. Look, if anybody can convince somebody, without having to say anything, it's Nick Saban. Like, Nick Saban's one of the very few guys that can say a few things and get someone to believe you. Like, yeah, that's why he could tell you. He can make you feel like a fool asking a certain question. I've been in a media room where a guy asked a question after the game. Hey, it was a big 4th down and 1. You're at your own 35 and you went for it. Do you regret that decision? And he was like, are you kidding me? And the guy was like, oh, shoot, man, I feel bad. And you're like, that's a legit question, man. You're at the 35. But Nick Saban could convince you to be that kind of guy to tell you that. I will say that for a guy like Tua, though, let's remember how great this guy was. I hope people don't understand how we can immediately switch something over into what we want to believe. And I'm saying this because when Tua, before he got hurt, and before he lost to Clemson last year, his track record was to go through an entire season after winning a national title. He won the national title against Georgia. They were down 13-0. And it wasn't like you could be like, well, he's got a great receiving core. No. It was like 3rd down and 9. And remember, he spun through 3 guys in the Georgia Dome and picked up a 1st down. It was 2nd down and 27, and he makes a perfect pass to Smith, a relationship that would grow into one of the best of college football. So I hope people understand how great this guy was. For his first 14, 15 games, this guy didn't lose. He was amazing. But people want to judge by the last moment they remember. And one of the last moments was a moment where you had a guy that was pretty much a bad moment where he fumbles at the goal line, and he still came back and had like 450 yards and 5 touchdowns. And remember, they were a 5-point favorite. They had not lost a game. His stats were pretty much flawless. He was actually in the lead, not Joe Burrow, but he was in the lead for the Heisman that week. So one bad game, and all of a sudden we're like, up. And also the game against Georgia, once again with a high ankle sprain, where he played a so-so game, and Jalen Hurts came in. Those are the only 2 games we look back and we're like, ooh, I don't know about that. And it was 2 games he was hurt. So if the doctors, not Mayfield, but if a real doctor tells the guys out there
shameful
that he deserves to go back out there and play, then we need to trust him. That's my opinion. If the doctors are saying that he's healthy, like he's good to go when he comes back, because remember, he doesn't have till the draft in April. He has until August or September. And frankly, for that matter, if he's not 100%, we've talked to a lot of coaches about this, if he's not 100%, then you don't play him until next season. So he has a year and a half to rest and get ready. And from a talent standpoint, if we're just judging that, you got to look at this guy as one of the best players.
Well, I mean, we've had our argument before on this. I'm not going to get into it, but I think that if there's any doubt that when you look at that injury for the Dolphins, but you can call me crazy, that's fine. You don't draft this guy. You draft somebody because you need a rebuild. I mean, much like the Cincinnati Bengals. Yes, I know the Dolphins won 5 games, but are we just saying, well, because they won 5 games, they're almost there? No, in your goal in the NFL to go to the Super Bowl and win the Super Bowl, like not be mediocre. I mean, listen, this is a time for the Dolphins. This is a crucial time. And Chad, I know you're not going to want to say this, but realistically, your division is on the way down right now. Now, I'm not saying it's down all the way. I'm not saying the Patriots aren't going to be the Patriots next year. What I'm saying is there's a decline now. It's your opportunity to build up, get your roster where you need it, and you can take over this division for the next few years. Now, after a couple of years, of course. But what I'm saying is it takes more than just the quarterback. There are going to be other quarterbacks out there. Then instead of taking a guy, once again, I'm saying this, if there is a question at all that he could be healthy or whatever, if it's not 100%, you don't take the guy. I know that people will ridicule me for that, but I'm thinking long term. I'm not. Yes, talent, absolutely. He goes out there, whatever. But the other thing we're talking about with the hip and all that, it is such a different animal because you're talking about there and going up against 260-pound linebackers that are going to hunt you down, 300-plus defensive linemen. That these guys are bigger, faster, and stronger than ever. And to put a guy in a quarterback of all things. I know that the league is protecting the quarterbacks, but this guy's already got wear and tear on his body already. So it's just that's just my thing is for the Dolphins. Now, I say that the Dolphins have made bonehead mistakes before, but people can say what they want. That's my personal opinion of it. If there's ever a doubt, go for the sure thing to build your team up because Tua is not going to take this team this year to the Super Bowl next year. And there's just so much that goes into it. When I look at all the injuries he's went through so far, I hesitate, and I know that I sound crazy with it, but man, those injuries, there's been so many of them. And what do you think is going to happen in the NFL? I mean, that's just me.
Okay, but everything, I think what's unfair is to base somebody on the unknown. And what I mean by that is
his injuries are known. He's had them in college.
But okay, so here's the point to my conversation here. He was injured. He came back from an injury, and he went on to be the Heisman favorite until he got beat by a god pretty much of college football. Best season ever. Okay. Joe Burrow had the best season in the history of college football.
So do you go for 1 year? Or are you saying like
No, I'm going for his career. So besides being hurt, we had Tank for Tua shirts out there in Miami.
That has nothing to do with it, though.
No. I'm talking about if you're Miami, this is my answer to this question. I'm not sitting here today telling you that Tua Tagovailoa is going to be one of the greatest quarterbacks in NFL history. I don't know that. He could be hurt in a couple years, and I would not be shocked at all. He might not make the NFL into a great guy. This is the question I'm asking you. 2 questions to the point of the call and to the point of the Dolphins and the Chargers. If you're the Dolphins and the Chargers, and you're 5 or 6, and you have a bearded Ryan Fitzpatrick that has grandchildren, or the Chargers that your backup plan is who? You're going to bring back Dan Fouts? You have nobody right now. Do you take Tua? That's the only. I'm just asking the one question.
Well, here's the thing. So, me personally, no, I don't.
Okay,
I don't. Right. But
I fired you as the GM.
That's fine. But the way that the background that you have for your team, I'm not ashamed to be leaving that, because what have you proven to me as a team? When you look at the Dolphins and stuff, what have they done? That's what I'm saying.
That's what I'm saying. For 25 years, and they have an opportunity to get somebody.
They have an opportunity to be able to ride the ranks. And what I'm saying, you're not understanding my whole point to this from a outside perspective. If there's any doubt, I don't take him. If I'm the Dolphins, if there's any doubt, if the prognosis is, well, yeah, he looks pretty good, but we're still unsure right here, you don't take the guy. Because he's already been hurt so many times. Chad, what is going to happen when he gets in the NFL? What is going to happen when he gets behind that Dolphins offensive line and he's getting pounded? What's going to happen when you're sitting here saying, well, we need to sit this guy for a year, but you got no fans in the stands and people are like, play Tua, play Tua. You're going to play Tua.
Okay.
I mean, what you're going to do, then this is my whole thing behind it.
What's your backup plan?
If he can sit, we're not worried about backup plans right now.
It's been 30
we're going to
years.
spend that number 4 or 5 pick on a guy that's going to get hurt?
Well,
that's a great. You're right. That's a great plan. Let's do that. What I'm saying is, if he could go sit, this has been my thing, my argument from the beginning. If you can tell me Tua can sit for at least a year, if they will do that, then yes, I am okay with that.
Dolphins have waited 30 years to be good. 40
but the thing
years
is, Chad, we know what's going to happen. Ryan Fitzpatrick, he's going to go out and he's going to struggle a little bit or whatever. Or fans are going to want to go, hey, we got this first round draft pick right here. And Tua, who went and won a national championship at the highest level, why are we playing this bum in Ryan Fitzpatrick? Thanks, Ryan. We were glad for last year when Josh Rosen was here, but Tua's behind you. Sit down. We want to watch him. That's what I'm saying. If they would sit him for at least a year, I'm on board with this. But we know the Dolphins are not going to do that because they're the Dolphins. They've made these mistakes before. And the one thing is here, this guy in Tua, you make that mistake now, it ends his career. It can end this young man's career.
Well, he's already going pro, so somebody's taking him.
I know. Well, yeah, absolutely. But what I'm saying, it depends on the situation. I'm saying if you're the Dolphins, you look. Yeah, if you're the Chargers, go take him, sure, because you're built to win some games right now.
We got to take a break, but we're going to come back because even though we have fun with this, we are going to fight during the break. I've got a sword, but I will say that I completely disagree with this because this is the draft. If you're somebody, this is the draft to get a quarterback for your future. And it's Joe Burrow, Tua, and possibly your guy Justin Herbert. I think these are 3 really good quarterbacks. Next year you got Trevor Lawrence, and then you got a bunch of bums. I'm sorry. I'm not buying in this.
Well, we'll
Love
see
thing.
because Joe Burrow was a bum too.
Go get Jordan. Look,
Joe Burrow was a bum.
Here's the thing with all quarterbacks.
So I'm not going to buy the.
We sit here and analyze for hours, and then the quarterbacks that end up being good are people like Patrick Mahomes and Jared Goff that we never heard of in college. So we can do all we want, and then in 6 months we look like fools, and we just shut up and nobody remembers. We're coming back for more Sports Drive, ESPN Pensacola. I'm right, and Blab TV.
2020 is here. Can you believe it?
Yay, new year, new me.
I don't know about you, but I'm so excited. I got my new year started with a refi on my home with Harvesters.
Really? You're excited? I tried to talk to my credit union before the holidays, and they said it would be nearly 2 months before I could get started on mine.
Sounds like it's time to talk to the team at Harvesters.
Harvesters Federal Credit Union is here to make your home refi the New Year's resolution you know you can keep. Apply online, in person, or over the phone today with Harvesters Federal Credit Union.
Offering free appraisal and $500 closing cost credit through 131.
ESPN Radio is taking over ESPN News. You can now watch your favorite radio shows all in one place. From Golick and Wingo. Oh, yeah. To the Dan Levitard Show with Stugotz.
All right, I'm available every day, thanks.
To the Stephen A. Smith Show.
I just don't understand this guy.
To the Will Kane Show.
It's my job to tell the truth.
From morning to night, the best of ESPN Radio is now available on ESPN News.
What if people had a battery level icon? Like on your phone. You'd see a lot of us in need of a recharge. Thank goodness there's 5-Hour Energy. Because just one sugar-free, vitamin-packed 5-hour energy shot can get you all the way back to 100% fast. And isn't life better at 100%? 5-Hour Energy. Get back to 100%. For more information, visit 5hourenergy.com.
It's the crew of Airship Pirates' second annual Milton Mardi Gras Parade, Saturday, February 8th, starting at 5 p.m. Sponsored by Sandy and Bubba's Milton Chevrolet and Sandy Sansing Milton Dodge. There will be a huge number of floats, and catch the inaugural parade after party at Jernigan's Landing with live music, food, crafts, kids zone, and a VIP area sponsored by Cat Country 98.7. Parade and after party admission is free. Chairs and coolers are welcome all along the route. Laissez le bon temps rouler with the first major parade of the Mardi Gras season, Saturday, February 8th, starting at 5 p.m.
Hear ye, hear ye. I bringeth thee a message from... a message from the king and his new trumpeter, Stephen. The king wishes me to convey his favor to thine team and thine tailgate. Not yet. He invites thee to let the Bud Light flow forth. And he also wishes me to tell thee that he toasts thee. Waiteth until the end, Stephen! With game day's favorite light lager and the slogan of his kingdom... Oh! Dilly dilly! Enjoy responsibly. Bud Light Beer, AB, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey everyone, let's all stop what we're doing and take a moment. You see? Every moment can be kind of special. But they can be loud moments, goofy moments, dorky moments, it doesn't matter. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
The Paul Feinbaum Show.
Everything you wanted to happen hasn't happened.
Oh my gosh, that's all any of y'all want to talk about is Alabama.
You're really not understanding the conversation, but anyway, we can move on.
Alabama's dynasty has just begun.
Hold on a second, Charles. Somebody wants to talk to you.
I don't want to talk that compelling moron. He's nothing but a lame-head old man.
2 till 5 every weekday afternoon. ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
You out of your freaking mind, cowturd.
You're listening to Pensacola's home for hometown sports. ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM 99.1 FM.
And welcome back, Sports Drive with you on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM, simulcast on Blab TV. Chad Brillante alongside JP. Happy Friday. If you're looking for a place to watch the Super Bowl, it is going to be an awesome time. We call it the big game right there at the World of Beer. Thank you, Roger Goodell. 200 South. You can join us 3 to 5. We'll be out there live for the show. I know Fred Robbins, Mr. Robbins' Neighborhood, is going to be out there. Cat Country is going to have a blast. They're giving away some huge prizes, TVs, and other things going on. And Brent Lane and the good folks out there do an awesome job. They helped us a ton supporting UWF on the way to the national title, the home of the Argos. We had Will Kennedy, the voice of the Argonauts, down here early, and they put on this party. We've been out there for the NFL tailgate show. We're just down there on Sunday. So they're kicking off a grand poopah. We're going to have the TV out there, the movie screen, and we're looking forward to an awesome party. So come out and join us. We're going to be partying throughout the day and have a chance to get out there. The game starts at 5:30. Remember, they start a little early. It's East Coast time, so 6:30 East Coast. You don't need to know that. 5:30, we're going to be out there and have some fun. So come out and join us for what's going to be an awesome time. JP, I've been saving. We always argue during the break. What people don't understand is, like, we talk the same during the show as we do off the air. Like,
yeah.
You know, so it continued, this whole thing with Tua. And over 30 years, to me, my point is, if you're the Bengals and you're a Dolphin fan out there, first off, I'm sorry. But second part to this, unless you're like 80 and you're like, Bob Gracie and Larry Santa. But if you sound like that, I'm sorry
creepy.
too, but that was very creepy. Guy running for president. But I will say, if you talk about the game itself in football, you can get a Cameron Wake, who is an all-star from the Canadian Football League, won a Grey Cup. You can get a guy like a Chase Young. Myles Garrett was a Chase Young, a lot of those guys, before he swung a helmet. Didn't help any team make the playoffs. If you don't have a legit quarterback, you can have a great defensive end. Chandler Jones is a beast in Arizona. Like, leads the league in sacks every year. He was on the Pats. We miss him dearly. but they're still going to be a 5-11 team without a star quarterback or a good team around them. You get a great quarterback, a future quarterback, a franchise quarterback, you can change your whole dynamics. And Cleo Lemon and Jay Fiedler jerseys of getting burned. Jay Fiedler, they like that, actually. Pride of Dartmouth right there. Dartmouth's probably playing tonight. It's Ivy League. I almost guarantee they're playing tonight. Can you Google that, by the way? I would bet you $10 that Dartmouth is playing tonight. You want to take that or not? It's Ivy League night, so I'm almost 100% they're playing basketball tonight.
$10.
I don't know that. I'm just randomly throwing that out.
We're not making a week.
Jay Fiedler's probably at that game right now, sitting on the sidelines, and nobody else in this whole entire area cares. Dartmouth, I bet they're playing tonight. I almost guarantee. It's Ivy League night. But I will say, if you watch right now, all the quarterbacks, Cleo Lemon, Pat Devlin, they've had some awful names. Their best quarterbacks, I looked at ratings, Brock Heward and Ryan Tannehill are the two best quarterbacks they've had in the last 25 years, since Dan Marino, pretty much. Brock Heward and Ryan Tannehill are the best rated quarterbacks they've had. So if you've waited 2 decades and you have a chance with a guy like Tua, sort of fits, it's a cultural city. Tua's a cultural guy from Hawaii. He's used to beaches and, is the fandom of it. He's got the ties. Nobody wants to hear this. To Nick Saban being a Miami Dolphin. Hey.
Yeah,
Someone's like,
that's a good one.
You had to go there, right? You had to go there, buddy. But I'll say this. I think that I'm not guaranteeing. What?
You owe me $10.
No, I don't.
Okay.
I'll double or nothing on that. I think every Ivy League team plays tonight.
What I'm seeing.
I'm going to triple up. I'm going to roulette you on this one. That didn't sound right. But I will say, I'll triple you on this. I'll triple down on this. I'm calling out the first 12 on the roulette wheel.
To be fair, okay, look.
Dartmouth is playing tonight, by the way.
I didn't bet.
Now I'm Googling this.
I didn't bet anything. I don't have the money to bet. Hold on.
They're playing Princeton. I just saw it.
Okay, right here. Yeah, 2020. All right. It pulled me to February 1st, and it said Dartmouth was playing Penn.
Yeah, they skipped that. They skipped the date if there's no ranked teams.
Well, no, I went to the Ivy League page.
Oh, well, that's still sad.
There's like no page here.
That's sort of a sad thing. A fact that nobody knows. If you're trying to Google a basketball on Friday and there's not a top 25 team, which is pretty much the whole Ivy League, they just go right to Saturday. You skip the whole entire day on you. So you have to go to Division I, and Dartmouth plays tonight. But regardless of that, nobody needs this. Tua, no, they don't. That's why they tuned in. Dartmouth basketball and Jay Fiedler. But I will say with Tua, it's worth the risk. Tua has been – you don't just make tank for Tua shirts and stuff over a year and a half of a guy's career. And in the year he sat out.
Well, they also did this before he got hurt. I mean,
I agree with you to the point. I'm agreeing with you. We're going to make that clear. Sing Kumbaya together.
I don't want that.
I'm going to agree a little on you. Then we'll just agree a little that it's not a guarantee he comes back healthy as the same quarterback. We haven't seen that yet. We have not seen that yet. But I will tell you, the doctors say he can, and the second part to that is that he also has done this before, and he came back elite.
Well, he's never come back with this. I mean, that's the difference. And with the ankle and everything else, it's a little bit different injury. I'm not going to argue that, but what I'm saying,
take Jerry Jeudy and have Fitzpatrick throw to him and Parker. And congratulations on 6-10. Well, we'll ride Tom Brady until he's 43 and maybe one more. Come on, Tom, come back.
No, but yeah,
just come back. That's where we're transitioning. Come back, Tom. I'm going to cry on you.
But listen. All I'm saying is, look, the doctors though, even listening to these
Dr.
people
Baker
talk
Mayfield.
About no, not him. We'll talk about him in a minute. But I just think that look, even the doctors, just because they clear him, that doesn't mean like he's 100%. And what I'm saying though is, I'm not bashing Tua at all. I think he is a generational talent of what he's been able to do and what he can do. I'm just saying, if there's any doubt, if you're the Dolphins and you have any doubt in that young man, don't do this again. Take somebody. I still think Justin Herbert has a lot to prove to be a top-tier quarterback, to have a long career in the NFL. He has some of the intangibles, but take somebody like that if you got to have a quarterback this year. Otherwise, go out and get you somebody to continue to build your team, because there's a lot of holes in there. I'm not arguing Tua, because I love Tua. I think that he's a player that, listen, I hope he goes to Miami, and I hope he rejuvenates that franchise and they beat the heck out of the Patriots so we never have to hear about the Patriots again. That's the way I truly feel, but that's for another thing. But I'm just saying the injuries, they scare me, because it's been one after the other. But yes, he came back from injuries. He hasn't come back from this one.
About to defense lawyer you on our closing statement here. You ready for it?
Sure.
All right, you're the judge, too. I'll give you the chance to be the judge and the prosecutor here. But, Mr. Judge, I'm asking you today in front of the court.
Oh, crap.
Here we go, to make my point. Was Tua one of the best college football players you ever watched when he was healthy?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Write that down for the record, by the way. Thank you. All right.
I don't need you telling her to write that down. She's writing it down.
Sorry, Judge.
I
apologize.
I'm in charge. This is my courtroom.
All right. Okay. I get
All
that.
right.
Okay. So you made that clear. It has been made clear here in front of everybody today listening that Tua was one of the best players when healthy. But your biggest, I guess, everybody in the courtroom today that are Dolphin fans, I'm sorry about everybody out there. We apologize for your team.
They're not out there.
But
there are no Dolphin
Judge,
fans.
Your biggest concern for everybody is if he comes back healthy, is it worth the risk, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
I don't think you would ask
You have
the
to
judge
answer
these
this question.
questions. I don't think you would ask the judge these questions, by the way.
This is my own courtroom, yeah. The judge is like, I don't have time for any of this crap. There's a jury right there.
You're supposed to tell
All right.
him this.
Head jury. Okay. Talking to everybody here to make my point. Was Kevin Durant, you have to answer this as a court would answer this. Was Kevin Durant one of the best basketball players of all time?
Did Kevin Durant
Was Kevin Durant, when healthy, one of the best basketball players in the NBA today?
I object.
No, I want to hear this. No. You don't get this is my closing statement. I'm asking you a question, though. You're not supposed to do that in a closing statement. What was Kevin Durant one of the best basketball players before he got hurt? A bad injury that set him out for the entire season this year.
He was pretty good, yes.
Okay, I would say he was just there, and some people said before he got hurt, he was just as important to LeBron and Kawhi. Yeah, okay, thank you. They would have won the title. Would Golden State, to make my case even stronger, would Golden State have won the title if Kevin Durant was healthy last year? Golden State would have won the – I know now we're speculation.
Yeah, I don't like speculating stuff like that.
Okay, you can overrule. You can overrule that. But –
Wait, am I the jury or am I the judge? You can't overrule stuff.
I'm going to say, though, that's okay. You can definitely go ahead and
I'm so confused.
The point of this, real quickly,
okay.
I could have made this in a few seconds, is Kevin Durant got a 4-year, $164 million contract from the Brooklyn Nets. And people applaud it in Brooklyn. Where Brooklyn at? When Kyrie and Kevin Durant come back, right there in the lead. They're willing to risk the opportunity to sit out a year for a guy for almost $30 million this year of straight cash to sit there in a suit, and he can juggle, he can do what he can eat peanuts, he can hang out with grandma, whatever. He's getting almost $40 million to do nothing this year because he's worth it, because he's one of the best. If Tua isn't healthy this year, what you're saying, sit him out a year, and then you have greatness for a long time, or the possibility of greatness.
I'm glad that you acknowledge that's what I said.
The court's adjourned. I win. Thank you. Shaking hands. Thank you. I appreciate it, guys.
Wait,
We're coming back for another
you said
segment.
My point, so therefore I win. Thank you.
I also own the courthouse. So
you.
We're coming back for more Sports Drive. Durant, Tua, we all just agree. Coming back right here on ESPN Pensacola and Blab TV. I win.
Get the Nets out of here.
Just felt there's a huge need in Pensacola to bring foot and ankle services, specifically orthopedic foot and ankle services, to this area. There's so much growth in Pensacola. I wanted a freestanding orthopedic foot and ankle center to do this, and as far as I can tell, this is the only one really in the country that's freestanding. Most orthopedic surgeons are part of a multi-specialty group. So we offer on-site x-rays, on-site CT scan, and on-site MRI. They can come to one place.
Visit NielsenOrthopedics.com to reserve your appointment today.
Welcome to Mo! Okay, hi, what are we doing today?
I need something that screams something fun. Nothing too on the face, nothing too off the face, but also totally hot.
So I have the perfect thing. It's the Mo's food mullet. You're totally business in the front, but tailgate in the back. It's a fat party. People are having fun. You know, snap. All your friends are going to be like, whoa, awesome setup. Everyone else is going to be all jelly, okay?
Just like a killer mullet, Mo's Catering will turn the back of your ride into a tailgate party that's sure to turn some heads. Just order ahead and pick it up on your way.
Mo's Southwest Grill, now open in Pace on Highway 90 next to Publix grocery store.
The Gulf Coast is a boating playground, and every boater knows that boats need maintenance. George Stone Technical College is offering program scholarships for marine service technology classes with an instructor who has over 30 years experience in the field and has classes backed by Yamaha Training. To learn about the salary in marine service technology, check the schedule and how much the program will cost to graduate. Visit georgestoncollege.edu. That's georgestoncollege.edu.
football season never ends on Talk Football with Coach K.
Stidham is tearing it up at New England. He may well be the incumbent to Tom Brady there.
Former head coach of the Buffalo Bills, Coach K brings his expertise as he breaks down the game, the players, the coaches, and the front office. Plus, high-profile interviews from the biggest names in football. Talk Football with Coach K every weekday from noon till 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 FM 99.1.
Hey, Andrew McKay here, and you know how I always have interviews with local leaders and newsmakers on my show? Wouldn't it be nice if actually you could hear them talk to each other instead of only to me? Well, that's exactly the idea of our Headliners and Hops event coming up Tuesday, February 11th at O'Reilly's Irish Pub on Palafox. I'll have a group of newsmakers and local leaders, and we'll talk about current events and take your questions so you can ask things too. That's Tuesday, February 11th, 6 p.m., Headliners and Hops at O'Reilly's Irish Pub downtown.
I'm Troy Rafferty, and many of you know about my love for sports and my longtime support for our local high school athletes. One thing these fine young people have taught me over the years is this: whether it's on the ball field, in the classroom, or in a court of law, always work your hardest and achieve the best results possible. And that is the commitment we make to our clients and our community.
Levin Papantonio in Pensacola since 1955.
You're listening to Pensacola's home for hometown sports. ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
Welcome back. A couple segments left, 6:41 on this Friday. Happy Friday to everybody out there. If you're looking for somewhere to watch the game this week, we're going to be out at World of Beer having some fun, the big game. Fred Robbins, I know, former Super Bowl champion. Yeah, I was with the Giants. And a bunch of superstars will be out there, former NFL players, as well as Cat Country. And all the folks out there doing a great job, giving away a number of prizes. Brent Lane, the good folks out there. So we're looking forward to it. The Country Music Station of the Year. It's going to be an awesome time. They got the, more importantly, from you're like, oh, that's all great. There's a movie projector. There's great food, awesome people.
Beer.
I can't guarantee it, but probably good-looking, gals out there for you guys. I'm taking, yeah. But you too. But beer. Oh yeah. Well, that's obvious. I'm not going to get on here and be like, you guys, you can come out for a Super Bowl and get beer. You can also go to like a crusty convenience store where the guy has one leg.
Yeah, but they have over 500 beers.
Jiminy.
Over 500 beers.
The best beer selection. They do.
That's what I'm saying.
I mean, that's yes. To elaborate on your point.
World of beer.
Judge, all you did was yell beer. No, but I will say on the
my kind of judge.
All right, 49ers Chiefs. We're going to break this down on Sunday from 3 to 5, but we've been breaking it down. I'm a little salty right now, but I will say I think that I'm still going with the Chiefs. I'm not backing away from this.
I wouldn't expect you to. I mean, nothing's changed. I'm still going 49ers. I think that Garoppolo is highly underrated for what he's been able to do. I also, if anything, I'm interested to see how this defense and this offense, this is a clash of two top-tier teams when you look at what they do best. Chris Jones, now, both teams are healthy. They've come out and said that. Chris Jones for the Chiefs, he's
Andy Reid's doctor did not say that.
Well, healthy enough. Okay, let's put it that way. He is active for the game.
Okay, all right.
Not active. He's not going to be moving around a lot, but he's active.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, all right. Didn't want to get that. I want to clear that up.
Jimmy Garoppolo is as well. Continue.
Robert Saleh's going to be out there running stadiums. All right, and Andy, you're going to have him and then Andy Reid on the other side. Like,
yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo, is your team active? Oh yeah, I'm in Miami this weekend.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, continue.
But Chris Jones is a huge factor here. But I think that the 49ers will limit his ability to stop the run. But here's the thing: is Shanahan, the 49ers average 3 yards before contact running the football,
and the Cloud does.
That's insane. 3 yards before that running back gets contacted. They average that.
Wow.
That's insane. And that's not – listen, for the people that said, well, look what the Chiefs did to Derrick Henry. Yeah, it's a one-man show. Like, you knew what you were getting with Tennessee. Garoppolo can throw the football. He doesn't have to all the time. That's not his fault. Don't discredit him for that. I think for Garoppolo, there's a lot of things that go on in this game. Garoppolo can prove that he's the real deal in this game. For Mahomes, he can prove that he is possibly the GOAT coming up. Mm-hmm. That's all that we hear now, and the media is, is he the GOAT? Is he the GOAT? No, he's not the GOAT right now, because it takes some time to become the GOAT. Ask Tom Brady. I mean, just because you come out and you're a phenomenal quarterback, not discrediting the guy, but can we pump the brakes a minute? Like, he hasn't even won a Super Bowl. Yeah, he should have went last year, or D Ford or whatever, but it doesn't matter. He didn't go. Like, it's his second year. Like, let's calm down here. But anyway, getting back to it, I think that Shanahan is, I think, going to have a good day with that offense. I said today on Coach K's show, I believe my score prediction will be 34-27. I think that Jaquiski Tartt is a guy that he's kind of under the radar.
Say that name again, please.
Jaquiski Tartt. Yeah, I don't like saying it. But anyway, he's a safety for the 49ers. I think he'll have a pick in the end zone. I think that they're going to rely on Kelsey a lot. And I think the 49ers, they're going to have a heyday out there because remember this, I've said this stat all week and I will say it again on Sunday. 16 of Mahomes' last 17 interceptions have come with a rush of 4 or fewer. That plays perfectly into the 49ers scheme and the way they want to play football with that dominant front four. And when you drop 8 into coverage against Mahomes, now I'm not saying they play zone because he can pick a zone apart, but when you go man-to-man like that, it is going to be extremely hard for him, and that's a fact. He has struggled with that man-to-man when they drop 8 into coverage.
Tart's a pretty good player. He's not bad, right?
What's his first name?
Sweet Tart. He's a pretty sweet tart. I will say though, overall though, if you want to talk about
2 T's on the tart.
Look, you sort of what you did was we've worked together long enough over years. Before we became co-hosts here with the Sports Drive, we've worked together in play-by-play. You had to take my antics, but you had to be in like a small room with me, and that was I apologize for that. That's got to smell. But I will say, in the order of
alcohol.
listen, confined space there. But I will say that talking about what you use there was sort of my tactic on, like, let's not judge all these guys. It's the Brady tactic of, like, Brady and Manning are way better than your quarterback, and we have all the titles, so don't give, guys like Lamar Jackson, and give guys like Patrick Mahomes the ranks. However, I'm going to reverse this. A little flipping here. Flip game over here, like the Chiefs are going to say.
All right.
And I'm going to go, Patrick Mahomes is a rare bird.
Well, he's
Patrick
a human
Mahomes
being. He's not a bird.
Yeah,
Respect
rare bird. And I don't believe, I'm not sure what he is actually, the way he talks and the way, but I will say that he is never in a game that I've watched. Well, we watch a lot of football together, probably more. Maybe or maybe not got Ron Rivera fired. Things happen, but games that nobody else is watching.
That's another show.
We watch games. Utah State versus Boise State in the middle of the night when a team was up 18 points with 2 minutes to go. I'm watching everything. I'm like the Matrix of the mothership of watching everything. I got Bowling Green and Buffalo on right now. We got all the games. I'm always watching. But I will say that for Patrick Mahomes, I've never seen a game where he's done bad. Never. But I've never watched. And in his history of his NFL career, he's never lost a game by more than 7. So for the people thinking like San Francisco is going to trounce him, he's played a great team. He's been in New England twice. He's played in some huge environments. This is not a guy that has played crappy teams. So if you look at the number of games that this guy's won in hostile environments, they've had a tough schedule. So to believe that he's going to have a bad game on a neutral site, I think a lot of people are living in the now. I want to make this clear. I think a lot of people are living on what they saw last week in San Francisco. And I was the one that said they would throttle Green Bay. It was in San Francisco. They had proven already that they could throttle Green Bay. And Green Bay had the type of team in the blueprint, the way that Aaron Rodgers played the week before, where he's sort of just going through the motions. They didn't look 100% healthy. It was a different feel to a lot of the old Green Bay teams. Didn't you agree? We both agreed they did not look like a team that was a contender. Even though their record was 13-3, they did not look like a contender. Would you agree with that?
I agree with that.
San Francisco and Kansas City looked like contenders throughout the whole season. So did Baltimore. And they lost to your team. But outside of that, I didn't see any other contenders. Besides, honestly, sorry to bring this up, the Saints. But they lost early. To me, the 4 teams that were contenders going into the postseason were the Saints, the Niners, the Chiefs, and the Ravens. And I took, and you do remember this, I'm not just like going out. Remember who I took at the beginning? Not my salty Pats. Remember who I took to win it all? Come on. Kansas City. I did say Kansas City was going to win it all. You were here for those shows. We both had bronchitis, and we're both on a lot of meds based on that we've been sick for like 2 months, but you do remember that,
I'm looking
right?
up Mahomes stats right now.
Agree or disagree? And did I not say?
You did say that.
Okay.
It's archived anyway.
At the beginning of the playoffs, I said Kansas City was going to win it all. And I'm sticking to that for the same reason. Even if you're down 24-0.
You didn't want to say that.
Even if you're down. I know I didn't. But once we got eliminated, but even when you're down 24-0, this guy can come back and win by 20 points. And until he, just like Joe Burrow at LSU, until he proves that he can be stopped, I'm not going to fight against that over a 2-year span. He hasn't proven that he's going to have a bad game, so why would we expect it in the biggest game?
But Chad, you don't have to. He doesn't have to have a bad game. I don't understand where the he does. He hasn't had a bad game, but he doesn't have to. Like, he can still be Mahomes and go out there and lose the ball game. So it's going to be
close regardless.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, I can see that.
I mean, like I said, it's the reason. Look, this is, I think, fourth quarter is when the 49ers being able to run the football the way they want to is going to just gas that defense of Kansas City, because there's so much that goes on. Remember this too, and I know we talk about Kelsey being one of the best, whatever, and Kittle's one of the best too. Kittle gets underrated in his blocking. Kittle is when Kittle's on the field, they average almost 6 yards a carry. Not only that, Kittle was like 130 yards behind Kelsey in receiving totals. Kittle was banged up a little bit this year too. And you talk about the style of offense and everything like that. That's where I think that this game, when it comes down to a close game, I like the 49ers because they can control the clock they want to. But no, Mahomes, he's not going to have a bad game. I don't expect that, but at the same time, he doesn't have to. He's 24-7. They've lost 7 games with him not having a bad game.
More importantly, prop bet on what color Gatorade for everybody out there.
I think red is too obvious because of teams. I'm going lime.
Going red. They're both red first time. That's important, folks. Shakira is going to be there. 20-1. Shakira performs out of nowhere. I'm taking that. Coming back from maybe some people are hoping. Yeah. Forever. All right, coming back for more. Sports Drive, ESPN Pensacola, Blab TV.
Tap Book Bar and Bistro is the South's premier destination for high-energy sports entertainment. Enjoy award-winning food and a wide variety of draft beer selections with a local flair. Featuring a giant video wall, dozens of HD TVs, and a smoke-free video poker bar, there's no better place to be for sports entertainment. Join us at Tap Book Bar and Bistro, only at Beau Rivage. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Hello, sports fans. Miles Bentley here, General Manager at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram in Pensacola. Growing up, I always loved sports. Nothing but net, out of the park, through the uprights. Sink the puck Bentley, that was me. But my love of the game couldn't beat my love for Pensacola and helping folks get on the road of dreams in a new Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Sure, I never went to the big leagues in sport, but we're all pro here at Hill Kelly Dodge Chrysler Jeep Ram. Proud to be in Pensacola.
Just felt there's a huge need in Pensacola to bring foot and ankle services, specifically orthopedic foot and ankle services, to this area. There's so much growth in Pensacola. I wanted a freestanding orthopedic foot and ankle center to do this, and as far as I can tell, this is the only one really in the country that's freestanding. Most orthopedic surgeons are part of a multi-specialty group. So we offer on-site x-rays, on-site CT scan, and on-site MRI. They can come to one place.
Visit NielsenOrthopedics.com to reserve your appointment today.
Hi, I'm Matt Kenseth. You don't have to be a race car driver to know that life can be full of drama. Some of it you can't control, like mechanical issues, high winds, and rain delays. But there's some drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org. That's finishyourdiploma.org.
You just need to take that first step and find free classes near you, and leave the drama for the racetrack.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ed Council.
Golick and Wingo.
I mean, Nick Kyrgios, who just lost in the fourth round of the quarterfinals of the Australian Open, walked onto the court wearing a Kobe Bryant 8 jersey. Neymar scored a goal yesterday, and as soon as after he scored the goal, he put up 2 and 4 to honor Kobe. There are very few athletes whose brand goes worldwide beyond their own chosen sport, and Kobe was one of those few that broke through on every level.
Golick and Wingo, weekdays at 6 Eastern on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
When working at a growing business, you wear many hats. The new business hat, the buying toner for the copy machine hat, the sifting through tons of resumes hat. You can throw away that last hat thanks to Indeed.com. When posting your job, Indeed lets you add screener questions that give you a less time-consuming route to your short list of qualified candidates. So go ahead, dust off that extra long lunch hat Hiring's better when you've got your short list. Save time on hiring when you post a job on Indeed. Get started today at Indeed.com/hire.
Talk football every day with Pensacola's own Coach K.
Credit a great performance by Garoppolo. And I love the way he throws the football. He's got all the things going for him.
Every weekday, noon till 1 on ESPN Pensacola, 1330 FM 99.1.
The latest sports news is at ESPNpensacola.com and on Facebook at ESPN Pensacola. Plus, watch Chad Brillante, Coach K, and Sports Call live on our exclusive YouTube channel, ESPN Pensacola 1330.
You're listening to Pensacola's home for hometown sports. ESPN Pensacola 1330 AM, 99.1 FM.
Going down. I'm yelling timber. You better move.
Welcome back. Final segment. Couple minutes left here at the Sports Drive. Hope you have a good weekend. Coming up here on Sunday, we're going to be out at the big game. Always gotta stop myself and say that.
Big game.
When we're talking about the game, it's the Super Bowl, but for rights and Roger Goodell coming after us, I'm going to just go the big game right there as we are going to be out at World. I'm not going to say it like that. We're just going to be hanging out, drinking beers, enjoying the game on Saturday.
Yeah.
You said, yeah, it's Sunday.
That's why I drink.
You're like, I'm getting there on Saturday. Yeah, what's the difference, right?
What you're going to be doing.
That's right.
We don't have the show until 3
Pops
o'clock.
told me a long time ago it only takes one beer to get me drunk. I'm just not there if it's the 13th or 14th. But I will say, though, if you look at this game.
Dad, if you're listening, you
Pop,
did not
sorry.
say that.
My dad's at the Super Bowl, so I know he's not listening right now. Called him today. I'm like, hey, how's it going? I'm at the Super Bowl. I'm like, okay, bye, man. I'm having a rough.
How depressing.
Yeah, I'm like, how depressing. But I will say, looking right now, I meant to say good for you, Dad. Looking at the best coach this year on the hires, we have about a minute left of the show. So Arkansas, Sam Pittman, I know that's where you wanted to go on
That's
this.
where I wanted to
But,
go. You're
yeah,
right.
We also have Mike Norvell, Dave Aranda at Baylor, Norvell at FSU. You can say Stoops if you want to add it. Ole Miss, Lane Kiffin.
Still got to believe.
Mike Leach, Mississippi State, also teaches history, gives him a bonus point there, gets extra credit. And then also you have Eli Drinkowitz. So out of Drinkowitz, Pittman, Norvell, Aranda, Kiffin, Leach, Clay Helton still has a job somehow. Where would you go on this?
Kiffin, because of the excitement for the program and the potential, because Kiffin is a good coach, and he's surrounded himself with some good guys too. So Ole Miss needs that.
I'm going to go Norvell because they needed something, and I think he's going to give them a little bit of juice. The other teams are pretty solid. That's all the time we have for today's show. We appreciate you tuning in on a Friday. For Emmanuel back in our Lab TV studios, for ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM, and all the folks here, including right here, JP. I'm Chad Brillante. Have a great rest of the week. Have a happy Super Bowl. Chiefs are going to win. You heard it here first.
Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the night is going down. Swing your partner round and round, and then the night is going down. One more shot, another round, and then the
It's time for your Friday NCAA scoreboard update. Currently Akron 40, Kent State 38. Brown with a 5-point lead over Cornell, the Bears. It's at halftime. Buffalo is up by 11 at halftime by Bowling Green right there. Oakland 34, Detroit Mercy, home of Dick Vitale, 34-25. Canisius, love saying that, against Quinnipiac. Don't know if I'm saying that right. 36-35. Fairfield with a 4-point lead over Rider. Yes, this is a lot of Ivy League teams. Rhode Island, beautiful state, drive right through in about 4 seconds. 22-point lead over VCU. Think I knew somebody had that in college. Siena and Iona, 16-point lead over Iona right now, the Gales. Gale, should have called her back. St. Peter's in Manhattan, 34-18 right now at halftime. Marist 33, Niagara 17 at halftime. How about them Yale? Give me some Yale right there. 40-21. That's your scoreboard update, and Dartmouth is playing. I won some kind of bet. Princeton 32, Dartmouth 27. They're losing. Penn beat Harvard. That's your scoreboard update right here on your Ivy League Friday in college basketball.
This is ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM and 99.1 FM, the only local station that talks sports 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. From Gullick and Wingo to the Sports Drive with Chad Brillante. Plus talk football with Coach K at noon, sports call every Saturday. If you'd like to partner with us as an advertiser or a promotional partner, just give us a call at 262-6000.
You're listening to ESPN Pensacola, 1330 AM, 99.1 FM. All sports, all the time. WEBY, Milton, Pensacola.
ESPN Radio Sports Center.
I'm Steve Lennox. Final minute of the first quarter in Houston tonight. And right now, the Rockets leading over the Dallas Mavericks 35-26. Ben McLemore 3 of 3 on threes and 9 points for Houston. That is game one of an NBA doubleheader on ESPN TV. Dallas without Luka Doncic expected to miss at least the next 6 games, according to head coach Rick Carlisle, who also said he believes Doncic will be okay by the time the All-Star Game weekend rolls around. The Blazers and Lakers, Game 2 tonight on ESPN. First game for the Lakers since the tragic deaths of Kobe Bryant, his daughter Gianna, and 7 others last Sunday. Stephen A. Smith earlier on NBA Countdown on what Kobe's potential offerings were since his retirement.
He had so much more to give, regardless of what he had already given. He felt like he owed the world something more. And that's why this is so sad, because at age 41, with his brilliance and his accomplishments, he had so much more to give and the potential to exceed what he had done over 20 years.
Lakers pregame tribute to Kobe Bryant will be carried on ESPN Radio later this evening. Grizzlies and Pelicans about to tip in New Orleans. First meeting between John Morant and Zion Williamson. Morant on his first memory of Zion.
Him doing a 360 windmill on the other side of the court with our younger team, and then coach pulled him over to play up with us. Like my first memory.
Second quarter in Detroit, Raptors out to a 55-39 lead on the Pistons.
Hey, it's the Gats. Join us Monday. We'll have the funniest thing from the sports weekend. Plus, I'll have my weekend observations. That is Monday on the Dan Le Batard Show with me, Stu Gatz, on ESPN Radio.
Company on ESPN Radio and on the ESPN app.
It's Spain and Company, ESPN Radio, ESPN.